Welcome to the fourth hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the proposed aerial shooting of brumbies in Kosciuszko National Park. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing, and I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to our next witnesses, and thank you for making time to give evidence today. Mr. Coleman and Mr. Wilkie, I remind you, you do not need to be sworn in today, as you have been sworn in at an earlier hearing before this committee. But I'd like to invite you to start by making a short opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. For clarity, RSPCA New South Wales hopes that a program of this magnitude never happens again. Aerial culling of brumbies has been the subject of much debate over many, many years. Over recent years, RSPCA New South Wales and RSPCA Australia have invested significant time and effort in understanding this method of animal management, and not just for wild horses. It's important for our organisation to understand if it is appropriate and effective for every managed animal, including pigs, deer, goats and the like.
Excuse me, Mr. Coleman, can you just pull the mic a little closer and maybe speak up a bit louder?
Sorry.
Yeah,
is that better?
I'm struggling to hear you too.
Is that better?
Yeah.
That is, yeah.
Thank you.
Just voice up.
We have researched and observed the practice from both a theoretical and, just as importantly, a practical perspective. This is why our organisation formed a position in which we accept that aerial culling can be effective, provided the personnel involved are appropriately trained and experienced. This current program in Kosciuszko National Park is not the RSPCA's program, but a New South Wales Government program. Our advice about aerial culling has been consistent for many years. Accusations that the advice is based on what political party is in power or any funding submissions we have made for our law enforcement activities are baseless. In fact, we have given the current government the same advice as we did with the last government, which included Ministers Keane and Griffin. An article that was published in the Sydney Morning Herald dated 23rd of October 2020, and I quote, "The RSPCA accepts in some circumstances shooting may be justified but causes less stress to wild horses than the process of trapping, transporting, breaking and rehoming wild animals, as demanded by the Brumby groups. That is the practical, brutal reality. It's not nice, it's not palatable, but it is the truth," Mr. Coleman said, end quote. That remains our position today. Our role in this program is to provide advice, respond to complaints and audit the program. As you know, we have been doing that, including investigating further complaints this week. I have made further inquiries about our involvement in the matter that includes numerous agencies, including RSPCA New South Wales, at a Wagga property in relation to Adrian Talbot. Since September 2023, our inspectors have investigated 3 separate complaints at the property. Those complaints included allegations concerning the welfare of live animals and the alleged slaughter of horses. Our inspectors addressed those allegations with the property owner, who denied the allegations and explained that the presence of aged skeletal remains of up to 20 animals, which were discovered by our inspectors, were due to him humanely destroying those animals due to sickness or for food for his dogs over many years. The inspectors saw nothing that was inconsistent with those explanations. However, whilst our inspectors investigated the POCTA allegations made, there is indeed a learning for our inspectorate to notify the relevant government agencies to contend with the allegation of it being a knackery. This case will form additional training across our inspectorate. RSPCA New South Wales looks forward to discussing non-lethal management methods that can be used in Kosciuszko National Park with the New South Wales Government at the conclusion of this current program to determine what the future might look like so that we never end up in this position again. From inquiries made with academics, our understanding of the research available globally, maintaining wild horse populations of less than 3,000 may well be possible with contraceptive solutions, and we are actively inquiring about what role we could play in developing or rolling out such a program. I'm putting it on the record that if it will assist in progressing this work, we will make any of our team available to National Parks and Wildlife Service or to any academics engaged in a Kosciuszko fertility control program. Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a copy for
Yep,
as
wonderful.
well.
Thank you. If you'd like to table that, that would be great. The committee has actually resolved for free flow questions, so we will be jumping in with questions with whoever has got them. I can see the Honourable Wes Fang is ready to go.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome again, Mr Coleman, Mr Wilkie. Mr Coleman, this is your third appearance at this inquiry in relation to this matter of aerial culling, but you also appeared before us in the, I'll call it the POCTA hearing, but obviously it was it's got a longer title, but we'll call it the POCTA hearing for short. Mr Coleman, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked you first up at that POCTA hearing, which is, where is Mr Myers?
Mr Myers had a previous commitment, but I understand he's at a medical appointment as we speak.
Okay. So this is now the second inquiry where Mr Myers, as the Chief Inspector for RSPCA, I guess is directly relevant, probably the most relevant of the RSPCA witnesses to not appear before an inquiry at New South Wales Parliament. You can understand why I would be somewhat sceptical that that would be the case. Can you not?
I can understand it, Mr Fang. He will be appearing at the next POCTA inquiry hearing.
Okay. I want to move now to, and you've touched on it in your opening statement, the first visit by RSPCA inspectors to the property in Wagga and operated by Adrian Talbot. Could you detail for us what, and this is why I was hoping Mr Myers would be here, because these are really questions for the Chief Inspector, not the Chief Inspector to pass through to the CEO to then try and provide evidence on. I want to understand what the investigation process was in relation to that Wagga property.
Well, consistent with every other inquiry or investigation that we conduct, a complaint will come in, the inspectors will make inquiries about those particular issues. Sometimes that results in nothing occurring, sometimes it involves formalised instructions, sometimes it involves the issuing of penalty infringement notices, or in the worst of, in the most serious of circumstances, it could result in a prosecution.
Mm-hmm. So, in relation to the September 2023 visit by the RSPCA, could you detail exactly why the investigators went to the property, what investigations they did while at the property, and what questions they posed to Mr Talbot whilst they were there?
I've got a summary, Mr Fang, and so back in September of 2023, Racing New South Wales made contact about this particular property, concerns about the welfare of live animals, and an allegation that he was potentially running an illegal knackery. Mm-hmm. Our inspectors attended. There was nobody home. There were a number of live animals on the property, all of which were in reasonable to good body condition. Nobody home. Now, the inspectors wanted to make sure that they could speak with the person of interest, so left, didn't leave notification, came back a few days later in the hope to speak directly with those involved. Again, nobody home. Animals in the same condition, so this time they left notification and left the property. And my understanding is a few hours later the same day, the person of interest made contact. Allegations were put to the individual, including the allegation of an illegal knackery, all of which were denied.
Yep. So you said that on the first instance they discovered 20, approximately 20 carcasses. Is that what the indication you gave?
Over the course of subsequent inspections, what they saw was skeletal remains that they formed the view that it could have equated to maybe 20 animals.
How thoroughly did they investigate the property?
So their priority is to assess and determine the condition of the live animals, which was also the subject of the complaint.
Mm-hmm.
Having satisfied themselves that the condition of the live animals was appropriate,
Yep.
the next step was to talk to the owner again.
Yep. Can I just, before we go down that path, can I just ask, they were obviously there for a number of allegations that Racing New South Wales raised with you, one of which being that there was an illegal knackery. Would it not stand then that the inspectors perhaps should have looked at, when they're looking at animal welfare concerns, looked at the number of dead animals that were on the site, not so much concerning themselves about the live animals?
In short, yes, I would agree with you, Mr. Fang.
Right. So we've already established, and look, Wagga City Council will be coming in later, but certainly I've got no reason to doubt their press release that they believe there was up to 500 carcasses on that property. It would seem to me that there was engagement during September 2023, and you've made it clear in the previous POCTA hearing that there was further engagement in January 2024 in relation to a further visit by inspectors from the RSPCA. Now, it would seem to me that right under the nose of RSPCA inspectors was 500 or so horse carcasses on a property that your inspectors didn't even see.
Yeah, Mr. Fang, I obviously have considered that prospect since our last interaction. Our inspectors, like police, have to make judgment calls every day, every complaint that they attend. You wouldn't think that would be hard to miss 500 carcasses, you're right. And so having spoken with one of the inspectors directly, I tried to understand where and what they went looking for. And my understanding is that between the live animals, the skeletal remains that were shown to the inspectors was within about an acre. My understanding is that the property in its entirety is about 20 acres.
Mm-hmm.
Did they look at the other 19 acres? No, they didn't.
Okay. It's been made clear that the RSPCA, having visited the site twice, had no further follow-up investigations. It wasn't until the POCTA hearing, where you appeared last time, that we were made aware that there was a further allegation again. I'll come to that shortly, but my first question then is that you would have been made aware by Racing New South Wales there was an illegal knackery, and I remember I put questions to you around that, and then you said, in the POCTA hearing, you said, Mr. Fang, unless I've missed something, I am not aware. There are allegations of an illegal knackery, and certainly we've put questions to that person of interest, all of which have been denied. That was the evidence you gave at POCTA in relation to that. Now, did your inspectors see a cool room on the site?
Yes.
And did they see horse meat in that cool room?
No, they didn't go into the cool room. They certainly saw a cool room, but they didn't go into it.
Your inspectors went to the property where there was accusations of an illegal knackery. They saw a cool room and didn't think to look at the cool room and inspect what was inside that cool room.
Mr. Fang, I'm going to say it again, and we'll continue to say it. Should we have referred this to another agency? The answer is yes. Do we look at every cool room on every property that we go to? No. With the benefit of hindsight, should we have? Yes.
Mr. Coleman, you are the, I would say, preeminent lead agency for animal welfare and issues and concerns for animals in New South Wales. Yes, police and Animal Welfare League can do these investigations, but once again, as per the POCTA hearing, where We heard that there were safe work notices around the way that there was training and issues around workplace culture, etc. We're now seeing multiple failures in relation to this site. You're the same organisation that provided feedback and I guess provided cover to the government in relation to this aerial culling program. How can anybody in New South Wales, given the number of failures that your organisation has oversaw, have any confidence in the advice, in the enforcement, in the investigations that your organisation does, despite the fact that you received $20 million in government funding last year and are asking for even more now?
Point of order. It's
Point of order has been taken.
very convoluted and confusing question with multiple propositions.
It's not that
And I
confusing.
would suggest that it's not fair to the witness to put it in that way. And it's got argument in it as well, in terms of the cover aspect of it.
I think it also sort of does stray a little from the terms of reference of this inquiry, and that perhaps that's something that would probably fit better into the Proctor inquiry.
I'm happy to
perhaps-
ask it again on Monday. That's fine. I think that we'll certainly get some questions. But Mr. Coleman, I'm sure, taking my previous question as a statement, can you appreciate that there are multiple failures by the RSPCA in relation to this site?
There is, in my view, a shortfall with the benefit of hindsight that it should have been referred to the DPI.
Okay. Should there have been learnings from the inspectors and the way that they conducted the investigation?
Again, their focus was the live animals. Yes, there was an allegation of an illegal knackery. I'm yet to find out whether Racing New South Wales referred it as well. I'm not sure, but I think there's...
So when you said Racing New South Wales referred it as well, it was
the
my
initial-
understanding that Racing New South Wales referred it to you.
That's
because
right.
It was
Correct.
So who else are we talking about?
Just to clarify, our inspectorate is there to enforce POCTA. Knackeries and their regulations are not part of POCTA. The Food Authority is the authority that regulates knackeries and
Yep.
any food production.
What
So
if
when
it's
we're
an
saying
illegal
referring-
knackery though? What if it hasn't got approval?
When we're saying about, well, they're approved under the Food Authority, under POCTA. So again,
Yep.
we look at one act.
Yep.
And should have referred the knacker allegations to the Food Authority, who
Okay.
is under DPI,
Yep.
because they've got that specialty.
Correct. So let's assume for a second that this isn't a knackery. It's not approved. It's got no planning approval. It's got no workplace SOPs. It's got no insurance. It's got no anything. It's not a knackery. It's an illegal knackery. Does that now fall into the realms of animal welfare concerns? Isn't that exactly your realm?
Again, I understand where you're coming from.
Good, because so far I've not understood how RSPCA can go to that site twice. Twice. In fact, you've been there more than twice. You've been there on multiple occasions. You've engaged with the operator twice. Notice that there's a cool room. Notice that there are dead bodies there. Not done a complete investigation of the property. Not looked inside the cool room to see, despite knowing that you were referred there because it was an illegal knackery. And how did you let this happen?
Mr. Fang, all I can keep saying is, should we have, with the benefit of hindsight, should we have referred it to the DPI?
Hindsight is not going to
Point
help
of
us
order,
here.
Point of order.
Chair.
There's been a point of order.
The procedural fairness resolution requires courtesy to be extended to the witness. It's a
I'm
legitimate line of
beyond
questioning, but
courtesy. This is
what is
ridiculous.
even more
Well, you shouldn't
important is
be
for the
beyond
chair, for the witness to be able to answer a question that's put to him.
I'm happy to
Yeah.
pass
Look,
the question
I
on.
think, I do uphold the point of order, and I think I will move questioning on to Ms Abigail Boyd, who's been very
Thank you.
patiently waiting to ask some questions herself.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms Abigail Boyd?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the two of you. I just wanted to, I guess, get more of an understanding now as to what is happening in terms of the investigation into this. Who is in charge of the investigation? Is it yourselves or is it someone else?
Ms Boyd, we had a subsequent complaint about, and I think it was back in not that long ago, I've got a date here, a new allegation about horses on that property not having been shot but being slaughtered via, and I know this is confronting, but having had their throats cut. We attended the next day, no evidence of that, no bodies, and a denial from the person of interest who we were not able to locate, but his, as I understand it, his wife. So in relation to that issue, we've concluded. I'm not sure what other government agencies are continuing with their own jurisdictional investigations. I'm not sure where that is up to. But as far as our complaints or the involvement that we've had, we've concluded based on that last complaint.
Sorry, I'm talking about the 500 horses that were found dead on the property. Whose investigation is that? Who's in charge?
My understanding is it's Wagga City Council and Food Authority, I believe.
Okay. Is part of the problem here, and I'm just, I understand Mr. Fang's frustration, that it does seem like there are so many different regulators involved in this that no one's really taking responsibility for the whole picture. I accept that may not be yourselves, but can we just look at what the connections are, I guess, between different regulators? So my understanding is that the person whose property this is was blacklisted by Racing New South Wales effectively for animal welfare concerns. Was that information passed on to the RSPCA?
Not that I'm aware of.
Should that information have been passed on to the RSPCA?
I think all of this information is helpful amongst all of the agencies. Yes.
There's I guess sort of a popular theory that anything that involves racehorses in particular or greyhounds becomes no longer the responsibility of the RSPCA, even where there are clear breaches under POTCA. So do you think that's a valid criticism? Is that because of resource constraints? Why do you think that is?
I think it's a number of things, Ms Boyd. This matter has highlighted obviously some gaps. There's no question about that. If a matter relates to an issue around POCTA allegations for greyhounds, then there is opportunity for RSPCA to investigate. Now, that might be done concurrent or separate to the Greyhound Welfare and Integrity Commission as one example. Similarly, if there are complaints relating to horses that happen to be either current or ex-race horses, that doesn't preclude us from being able to investigate under POCTA. But information and intel where one agency has ceased using that organisation as either a rehomer or a place to send animals, all of that information would be very helpful to paint a broader picture about a set of circumstances.
I understand that Racing New South Wales has said that none of these horses were, previous sort of racing horses or thoroughbreds. But I also understand that there's been no identification of the full 500 horses. Is it possible for them to say that there's no ex-racing horses in there?
I'm not sure how they could prove or disprove that. In the absence of markings or identification chips, if you're looking at a pit, for want of a better term, that has skeletal remains, I'm not quite sure how you could determine, apart from size obviously, whether it was a racehorse or not. I don't know how you do that.
No, so they can't really know. So should they also still be involved in this investigation then?
Well, I guess some inquiries around when and how their involvement stopped and started would be useful, and on what basis, if it did cease, why that ceased. That would be useful information, and not just for RSPCA. I suspect for other government agencies as well.
Do you think, sorry, my final question, Chair, do you think that this again highlights the need for there to be some sort of a, official tracking system or tracing system for horse races and for racing horses in the state?
Yes.
And
Thank you.
even
Sorry.
for all horses, I would say, like, if you're going to have it just for racing horses, you might have the same sort of potential shortfalls that you might get in other tracking systems for other species that have been highlighted by yourself and other members. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump in with a few questions myself, and I know you've gone over this a little bit already, Mr. Coleman, at the beginning of the questions in regards to the timeline of when investigations happened. I think you said you'd been provided with a timeline. So my understanding is that a complaint came from Racing New South Wales in September, is that correct?
Correct.
How soon after receiving that complaint did you first attend the property, or an RSPCA inspector attend the property?
My understanding is that complaint came in on the 8th of the 9th, and we attended on the 19th of the 9th.
And is that that first attendance where there was nobody there and they left?
Correct.
And then how long between the 19th of September before they came back?
4th of October.
4th of October. And that's where they left a notification?
Yes.
And when did they come back and do that full inspection?
So they've attended for the second time on the 4th of October. That's when they've left the notification.
Mm-hmm.
Person of interest called one of the inspectors some hours later the same day, made certain claims, including denied running a knackery, does take horses to rehome. If he can't rehome, sends to sale yards in Shepparton, and if not fit for transport, will euthanase on site. The next occasion that we attended was the 26th of February regarding another complaint.
So that original complaint from Racing New South Wales never saw an inspection from the RSPCA?
It did on the 19th of the 9th.
On the 19th? That's the second?
That's the first.
The first.
The first.
Okay. And that was, where they didn't enter the... so can you tell me a little bit more about that inspection that occurred on the 19th? Because I thought that they had left the property because there was nobody there.
That's right, Madam Chair. So the complaints come in on the 8th of the 9th. Our inspectors attended on the 19th of the 9th. Nobody home. They looked at the live animals on site, which included some dogs. On that first occasion, no one is home. They opted to not leave notification on that occasion because they wanted to speak to the person. So then they re-attended on the 4th of October. Again, nobody home. And for the details outlined previously, they decided on that occasion that they needed to speak to this person, so they left notification, and he rang some hours later on the 4th of October.
So sorry, with the first inspection on the 19th, I'm assuming that there wasn't a warrant. And so was this sort of just looking over a fence to look at the condition of the current live animals?
No, they would have walked on site, knocked on the door to determine that nobody was home, and they would have made observations around, which I think is specific to the acre that they looked at, that containing the live animals, but nobody home.
So it was it wasn't a full inspection of the property in any case, because they couldn't have a full inspection.
Correct.
And so for that first complaint that actually came from New South Wales, there was no full inspection.
Well, it depends on what you define as full. So the complaint about live animals, they certainly looked at the live animals on site. Did they go walking or driving through the 20 acres looking for piles of bodies? No, they didn't.
And then you said there was a further complaint. Can I ask, first of all, why the RSPCA didn't, after the call from the person of interest on the 4th of October, why the RSPCA didn't go out and do a full inspection?
They looked at the same animals on the 4th of October. They looked at some skeletal remains where they estimated up to 20 carcasses. no one is home, they leave notification to talk to him. Did they go back specific to that particular issue? No.
Yeah, can I ask why?
Well, they satisfied themselves that having put the allegations to the person of interest, together with their observations of the live animals on site, they formed a view that that's where it ended.
So they formed a view that a full investigation wasn't warranted in that case. A full investigation of the entire property beyond what they could see from the
Correct.
driveway and the doorway.
Correct.
Sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question? The first complaint from Racing New South Wales did reference an alleged knackery, did it not?
Yes.
And they made no attempt to ask to see where, by his own admission, Mr Talbot had told the inspectors that there were horses that were euthanised on site and that sometimes the meat had been processed for dogs. They made no attempt to look at that, where on that property that work was occurring.
They saw live animals.
That's not the question I asked.
I'm coming to it. So I'm trying to provide.
Did they ask to go and look at where the euthanizing and the meat
Sorry.
was being processed?
There's been a point of order taken.
The witness is endeavouring to answer the question.
No, he's not.
And then he's rudely interrupted and spoken over
He's
in a way
not,
that
he's
shouldn't
not
occur.
attempting at all. He's
Order.
I note that Mr. Fang
Order.
said earlier that he's
Order.
beyond courtesy. He really shouldn't make those sort of admissions, given that he's bound to be courteous.
Thank you.
by
I
standing orders.
ask the Honourable Wes Fang to reword his question, please.
Did they ask to have a look at that site?
They were on the site.
I meant the
Do
site
you-
where the
do you
where
mean the other 19
euthanizing and the
acres?
meat processing was occurring.
Do you mean the other 19 acres? No, they didn't.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I just ask, before I throw to the Honourable Robert Borsak and the Honourable Bob Namber, who have further questions, what was the complaint that led to further investigations on the 26th of February?
A complaint about, again, the live animals on site.
And did that come from a member of the
yeah,
public?
separate informant, and some dead animals.
And that was just a member of the public?
Correct.
Yeah. And did the RSPCA then attend the site again?
They
on
did.
that?
They did. They attended on the, sorry, my apologies, the 26th of February 2024, and cited 6 to 7 live horses, 2 cows and a donkey, all of which were in reasonable to good body condition. The person of interest claimed that he buys and resells horses, he has euthanized cattle, and the remains that the inspectors saw on the 26th of February were aged skeletal remains.
And at that stage, did the inspectors do any full site inspection of the property?
Not of the 19 other acres, or thereabouts, whatever the property size is.
How many complaints does it take to get a full inspection of a property done?
Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The Honourable Robert Borsak.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Coleman, your chief veterinarian, when questioned in budget estimates earlier this year, stated that the DPI Animal Welfare Division would definitely be investigated for animal cruelty if any hunter shot and had to chase and repeatedly shoot an animal with a small calibre rifle and had to chase it up to and put up to 15 shots in that animal to kill it. You agree with that statement?
I'm sorry, Mr. Borsak, who made
Your
that?
chief veterinarian. He acknowledged that putting 15 shots into an animal, that they would then be investigating the DPI Animal Welfare Division if they were doing it.
Oh, my apology, you mean our chief inspector?
Sorry?
You mean our chief inspector? Our chief veterinarian is female.
Well, you actually did have someone turn up at the DPI, at the budget estimates. The chief veterinarian turned up. We asked him questions. He sat there next to you.
That's our chief inspector.
Chief inspector, he's a veterinarian, is he not?
No.
No.
He's not? Okay, thank you. Mr. Coleman, will the RSPCA support the members of this committee in their call for all helicopters and firearms used in the aerial shoots to have tamper-proof video cameras, similar to those on some commercial fishing vessels, installed that will record every shot and every animal shot so that a true and accurate independent audit of each shooting operation can be undertaken? Will the RSPCA support honest and transparent audit and review of aerial shooting operations in New South Wales? And in your opening statement, you said that part of your role was audit. How can you possibly audit a program like this when you do not see what is actually happening during the program?
So I'll take that as two questions.
You could take it as 10 questions.
Well, the first
You need to
response is...
explain how you're going to do an audit if you do not have live video.
So to answer your first question, would we support it? Yes, we would. The second part of that is, with what we have available, our inspectors during the audit programs sit in a secondary helicopter from a distance and observe what's happening at a distance from the helicopter that is in the process of shooting, and then at our direction, our chief inspector has, together with our independent veterinarian, single out specific horses that we want to post-mortem, and assuming that it's safe to land wherever that might be, they will then land and conduct a post-mortem on those animals to determine if the trajectory and the placement of shots is appropriate and consistent with their
So you don't take
SOPs.
into account the fact that they're shooting it with a 223 or a 308, that doesn't worry you? That the calibre may be inadequate for the size of the animal and the projectile may not be properly constructed?
My understanding is...
Who amongst your people is actually qualified to do that?
Mr. Balzac, I wouldn't even attempt to pretend that I know anything more than I do, particularly with the expertise that you have. But my understanding is that the training that the feral animal aerial shooting team conduct is with the appropriate weapons and the appropriate ammunition, and with what we've post-mortemed, that appears to be the case.
Okay, you've used the terminology appropriate weapons, I call them firearms, because they're not weapons, and appropriate training. Who actually determines that it's not cruel to do what you're doing with, for example, shooting up to a 300 kilo horse with a 308 15 times? Who actually determines that within the RSPCA? The Chief Inspector? Is he qualified?
Well, the inspector, the chief inspector, the independent veterinarian that we take, but we've not seen horses, and certainly haven't post-mortemed horses that have 15 bullet holes in them.
You haven't, but that's the evidence we've received.
Not from RSPCA.
That's the evidence we've received from the independent observer. There is a written report that says that.
Okay.
Minimum number of shots 3, maximum 15. I think the mean was about 7.
7.5.
7.5, thank you.
Sorry, I interrupted.
How has the RSPCA communicated this endorsement of aerial shooting and up to 15 shots being necessary to pummel a poor hapless Brumby until it is dead to supporters and the general public? Has the RSPCA been totally honest to its supporters, who would undoubtedly be horrified by this type of outcome?
Mr. Balzac, we haven't endorsed anything. Our role...
With respect, you have endorsed it. You wrote a letter to that effect supporting the government. Only took you 24 hours to turn that letter around when it was required.
All we can continue to do is report back what we've seen and what we understand. That's, in my view, that's not an endorsement. It might be interpreted as endorsement, but that's not our intention.
It's clearly an endorsement. You're running cover for the government in relation to using inadequate calibres. And people who are not really qualified and should not be using 308s, putting up to between 7 and 15 shots into a large animal like a horse that's actually running as well and full of adrenaline. It's not... It is cruel, Mr. Coleman, I put it to you. It is cruel. I don't care whether you put 15 shots or 20 shots into that animal quickly, which was the evidence that we got before, that if I pull the trigger quickly, somehow or other it's okay. It's not. Do you agree with that proposition?
On the basis that the first 1 or 2 shots...
But you don't know that the first 1 or 2 shots haven't killed the animal because it's still running. So you had to put the other 13 shots into the animal to stop it from running.
The SOP doesn't, like, the SOP that national parks are using doesn't say to put in 15 shots or anything like that.
No,
the letter that you've referenced, we said...
Look, I don't care what their program says should be done. Why did you endorse them using 308s on an animal that could weigh over 300 kilos and running? How can you possibly say that that is not cruel?
So the point I
I
was
do
making,
not get that.
The point I was making is the letter that you referenced endorsed that we had observed the operations being in line with their SOPs, which don't have 15
But I've seen the
shots.
video where you observed it, and you must have been at least half a kilometre away. How can you possibly know? And then landing after the animal's dead and conducting a post-mortem does not actually deal with what's actually happened on the ground, does it? The animal is already dead. It's got up to 15 holes in it. Of course it's dead.
Well, we haven't post-mortem any that's got 15 holes in it.
The one you
So-
did post-mortem.
Well, what
Order.
about 7.5 holes? Is that enough? And shots in the guts, and shots in the back,
Again,
shots
that's
in the
not
back of
what's-
the neck.
That is not
that
what has
missed
been
bone?
observed. That is not what has been observed.
The horse that you did an autopsy on had its lungs full of blood. The only way that could have happened if it was shot and then had drowned in its own blood and died. Now, you told me, Mr. Coleman, that isn't a breach of proctor. How is that the case?
The advice and the report that we've received from independent veterinarians say that the placement of the shots was appropriate and killed the animal.
Yes, by it drowning in its own blood.
If you lung shoot an animal, it can run up to 100, 200, 300 metres. How is
How is that not cruel?
in the circumstances, possibly adequate and correct?
That's not what we've observed, Mr. Borsak.
If
No,
we did
Not
that with
what
a,
we've
if we did that
observed.
with a racehorse, would we be prosecuted?
Again, we covered this ground. It depends on a whole range of circumstances, Mr. Fang. Together with,
Yes,
can
because,
I just
because
point-
you're making allowance
Order,
because it's done from a
order,
helicopter.
order. Sorry, look,
It
given the
depends on the
time.
RSPCA's attitude to the shooter, doesn't it? If I was a recreational hunter doing that, you'd be all over me like a rash and prosecute me uphill and down dale.
Absolutely.
But because you're getting money from the government, you're perfectly happy to sign off on it. Why didn't you say you shouldn't be using 308s on these animals? You shouldn't be shooting them 15 times because you're not qualified to say that in the first place because you have no basis upon which to judge what is cruel or not cruel in relation to these
The
particular
government's using you,
programs.
Mr. Coleman,
Do
as
you?
cover.
Point of
You
order.
realise that, right?
There's been a point of order taken.
Chair,
What's the point of order?
Presume it's Mr. Fang interrupting.
I think we're at a point where courtesy is not being shown to the witness.
Well,
I
to
think
the-
there are statements being barked at him. If there is a
Hey,
specific,
I
que-
object-
if
well,
there
I
is a
object to that.
specific,
Order.
I object to that.
if there is
Order.
a specific question, I'm sure Mr. Coleman would be happy to answer it. But I just think he needs to be asked a question and given the opportunity to.
Yeah, I do uphold the point of order,
Well,
unless you wanted to.
My question is, and Mr. Coleman doesn't want to answer it or he can't answer it, on what basis is the RSPCA determined that this is not cruel? That's what I would like to know, thank you. Because, as I said, if it was me as a hunter and I was observed doing that, I would be prosecuted to the nth degree. Because the RSPCA has a policy of not supporting recreational hunters because we're all cruel because of what we do. But of course, if you're running a program using inadequate calibers, shooting large animals with 308s, it effectively, Mr. Coleman, is a crime. That's what it is. And it shouldn't be done. But you're not qualified. The vet's not qualified. No one in the RSPCA is qualified for this.
And the chief
Yet you
inspector's
sign
not
the chief
Order.
inspector's not qualified either. Can you answer that, please?
What was the question?
Which bit do I respond to?
Oh, well, you start at the start. On what basis did you make this judgment? That you would be supportive of what the government was doing using inadequate calibers from helicopters on running animals that are very large, up to 350 kilos or more. You're not shooting a pig with a 308. That's different.
When this inquiry commenced, we put a written submission in that outlines the basis of aerial culling being able to be an appropriate method when you've got volumes of this size. There's a lot of research that's referenced in that outlines the basis of that judgment. So that's the basis on which we have concluded. It's on that research. If there's contrary research, please, let's bring it up and go through it.
My friend Mr. Nanva quoted research earlier from the now deceased Dr. Tony English. And what I'm saying here now came directly from his mouth to me. So you can go back and do any research in relation to Dr. English's papers in years past, and he will support exactly what I was saying. So, you don't actually know what you're talking about. Is that what you're saying to me?
No, that's not what I said.
please repeat it again so that I can understand it. I'm a little bit short of understanding how the RSPCA can have one set of rules for one part of the society in relation to dealing with animals being shot, and a different set of rules when it comes to culling animals in national parks.
The rules that we enforce are set by Parliament, not by us.
That's not the question.
Well,
I want to know
we
how
don't have
you
two
can
sets of
justify
rules
having one
because there's
attitude and another.
one set of rules.
All right.
That set of rules
Here's
is the
another
French
question.
Recorded Animals Act, in which the legislators in this room and outside of this room are able to write and control.
How is what's happening now different to what was happening in the Guy Fawkes cull?
I can assist with that, and again, this is evidence that we've given before. Mr. Borzak, prior to 2000, Guy Fawkes River National Park, we had zero involvement in aerial culling. We weren't involved, it didn't come our way, there were no complaints, we didn't understand it. Now, in my view, and this could be wrong, but the reality is that's not a position our organisation should be in. And so, post that incident, I specifically approached our then CEO and asked if we could reach out to national parks, and you can imagine that was met with some resistance, to understand aerial culling. So I've been up in a number of choppers. Does that make me an expert? No, it does not. But I too, back in 2000, Mr. Borzak was of the same view as you, and that is, how can this be done? This can't be right, that aerial culling can actually occur, despite the fact that we also have concerns and interest in other species that are managed in this way as well, not just wild horses. We also got involved at one point with the feral animal aerial shooting team theory training, which occurs out at Macquarie Marshes, to explain to those that are qualified to undertake this sort of activity their obligations under POCTA. Our national colleagues, I believe, were in the Northern Territory for some period of time, observing camels, I think, and donkeys being culled in the Northern Territory, again, to understand what happens from the air from a practical perspective, and then on the ground to post-mortem animals to make sure that what we believe is happening is actually occurring in those animals once they're post-mortem.
So
Thank
Mr.
you.
Coleman,
Sorry, the Honourable Robert Borzak. Given the time, we've already gone over time, but I know that there's a couple of members that still have a couple of questions. The Honourable Susan Carter.
Thank you. Good morning. In your opening statement, you indicated that following the events at Wagga that your inspectors had undergone additional training?
No, they will be.
So when will that additional training commence?
As soon as we can get inspectors together.
So if a similar complaint was made today, the same inadequacies in inspection would be likely to be repeated because no additional training has yet occurred?
No, I don't believe so.
Sorry,
again,
what's
I've
the
spoken
basis
with
for
our
that belief?
general manager and our chief inspector, and I think there's an additional component to this as well, and that's our contact centre, that if complaints come through that relate to issues outside of the jurisdiction of POCTA, then they should be referred to the appropriate agency. That's been the subject.
Sorry, I don't understand that answer in terms of, would the additional 19 acres be investigated if the same complaint was received today?
Yes.
And why are you so confident about that, given there's been no additional training?
There's been communication to the inspectors about it. There was a call or a complaint, I think, about 2 weeks ago in relation to another alleged illegal knackery at in a different part of New South Wales. And I also formed part of that communication process with other agencies to make sure that all and sundry were aware that these allegations were on foot. But in a broader sense, as we continue to review our standard operating procedures, together with our MOU with DPI, all of those factors need to be considered and then formalised.
And in relation to additional training, what training do any members of the RSPCA receive in relation to the adequacy of firearms and the adequacy of calibre of projectiles being used in aerial culls?
Can I take that one on notice, because there's a whole list of training requirements and deliverables that are undertaken, but I'm happy to provide that.
I'd be and sorry, my last question, if I may. If there is an autopsy of a horse and it's found to have blood in its lungs, what does that tell you about the way in which that horse has died?
The reports that we've received from experts, from veterinarians, is that that's not a cause of, not necessarily a cause of death.
Sorry, that doesn't answer the question. If a horse autopsy shows that it has received bullet injuries and that it has its lungs full of blood, what does that indicate in terms of cause of death?
Again, can I take that on notice? Because I'll need to provide veterinary advice about that.
Mr. Coleman, do you still support aerial culling?
In the right circumstances for animal management, yes.
Do you still support aerial
Order.
culling in relation to the
Order.
Brumbies in Kosciuszko National Park?
Order. Time has actually expired.
I know, but I think this is a very important question, Chair, given that the RSPCA has provided feedback to the SAPs.
Point
Mr.
of order.
Coleman, do you still support?
Sorry.
Point of
There's been
order.
a point of order taken.
He's just been called to order, and he's refusing and declaring his own view about how the hearing should proceed.
Well, I'll ask
Should
the
be
Chair
stopped.
if she's
We've
going to
reached
allow
time.
one further question.
You can do a supplementary question if you...
Yeah.
Look, I'm going to allow the question, but I'm also going to leave it up to the witness whether they want to take it on notice. They have gone well past their expired time. So thank you for coming today. I'll allow the member to put the question. If you want to answer it on the spot or you want to take it on notice, I will leave that in the hands of the witnesses.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So the question that I was going to ask was, do you still support aerial culling operations in Kosciuszko National Park, given that the government has stopped all the rehoming programs at the moment? Is it fair to still kill them when you can't rehome them?
Mr. Fang, that's got to be a question for government.
Well, no, Mr. Coleman. The RSPCA...
Point of order.
The RSPCA is responsible
Point of
for...
order's been taken.
Chair, the question was asked, the question was answered.
Yeah.
Okay, if that's the answer. If you feel that...
Thank
it's
you,
not
the Honourable Wes Fang.
responsibility of the
Order.
RSPCA.
Order.
We don't need
Thank
editorials,
you.
Wes.
Thank you for your evidence today. I believe there was some questions taken on notice. There may be further supplementary questions as well from the committee as well, which the Secretariat will be in contact with you about. Thank you again for giving evidence today. The committee will now have a very short break and return in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Or something?
No. It was about Kathleen.
Thank you.
Rani Rego.
Welcome and
Rani,
thank you to our next witnesses for coming today to give evidence. Could I begin by asking each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Lisa Sabor. My position is the Director of Food Safety and CEO of the New South Wales Food Authority. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Greg Vicarthy. I'm the Director of Compliance within Biosecurity and Food Safety, Department of Primary Industries. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would either of you like to start by giving a short opening statement?
I'll just start with the very short statement. Thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement. The Department of Primary Industries Biosecurity and Food Safety branch, to which Dr. Szabo and I belong, is within the Department of Regional New South Wales. The Biosecurity and Food Safety branch is responsible for effective management and risk minimisation of biosecurity threats to New South Wales, as well as food safety throughout the food industry from primary production to the point of sale. The branch is also responsible for compliance with animal welfare standards in animal research and exhibited animal establishments, and provides coordination in response to natural disasters impacting primary industries. The relevant acts in our remit are the Biosecurity Act 2015, the Food Act 2003, the Exhibited Animals Protection Act 1986, the Animal Research Act 1985, the Hemp Industry Act 2008 and the Poppy Industry Act 2016. These are the acts in relation to our compliance functions. We are aware that horse remains on a rural property in Wagga Wagga has been the subject of investigation by multiple agencies, including DPI. We would like to make the committee aware that we are still pursuing active lines of inquiries relating to the property. We are, of course, willing and able to assist the committee with their questions, but we are mindful not to prejudice the ongoing investigation that's underway.
Thank you. I might just start with a couple of questions myself. And I suppose if there's concerns about some of these questions, we can sort of talk about it more hypothetically. I'm just wondering what sort of human health risks there are in, say, an unlicensed slaughterhouse that was then moving those animals for human consumption. What sort of human health risks would we see from something like that?
Sure, I'm happy to take that question. So the purpose of having a regulated industry in relation to food and meat businesses is to ensure that the hygiene and suitability of the food that is being produced is overseen by the department, and the Food Authority licenses these businesses. So it's critical that in relation to businesses that are unlicensed, they're likely to be subject to cross-contamination of the food in areas. There may be animal welfare concerns in relation to how they're being produced. And so the final product usually as well is inspected as part of that in meat processing process for the safety and suitability of that food by a meat inspector. So there are diseases in relation to animals as well that need to be controlled, and that also applies in relation to knackery meat coming out as well. So there's no lower standard. Both standards are pretty high. Obviously, in relation to the meat going into the food supply, that's really particularly important for human consumption.
Thank you. And what sort of fines or other action is there within the relevant acts that you oversee for someone that's found to be running an illegal slaughterhouse?
Yeah, so the Food Act provides offences for unlicensed business activity. So we, under the food regulation, we cover meat, seafood, dairy, eggs, vulnerable persons, so aged care facilities. So if you're operating any of those business activities, particularly in the primary production sector, you can be subject to prosecutions. For the individual, it's 55,000, so 500 penalty units, and for a corporation, it's 275,000, so that's the maximum penalty. Depending on the activities that are being undertaken, we may identify other offences under other legislation. Our officers are authorised under those various pieces of legislation, so we have the benefit of attending a premises and being able to also see whether there's biosecurity offences, so they may be subject to higher penalties under that as well.
In regards to the property at Wagga Wagga, can I ask when the Food Authority was first made aware of concerns at this particular property?
Yeah, sure. So we had received a complaint in 2021 in relation to the property, and it was in relation to theft of horse, illegal sheep testosterone, and illegal slaughter of horses. And this person, it was a member of the public who made that complaint to us. These are all allegations, I must say, at this stage, or at that point in time. And So the information was then referred to the police because there was also concerns about unlicensed firearms, again, allegations. We don't send our officers into these particular premises without being sure that they're going to be safe in undertaking those activities. We referred that to the police at the time in 2021. During that time, that was COVID as well, so obviously the police were stretched. I'm not speaking for what they've done in relation to it, but we didn't pursue anything further in relation to the element that was around the illegal slaughter because we were waiting for the police. We usually go, we have a really close working relationship with the rural crime, and so we don't want to go in unprepared in relation to those type of matters. So the next time we heard about this was in 2024, which was this incident.
And did you have a month in 2024 that you received the most recent complaint?
I think we received it on the 28th of February. We were notified by the police and we attended in March, early, I think the 4th of March or something, 5th of March was the inspection.
And with the 2021 complaint, did your department ever follow up with the police after the complaint had been handed over to them to find out where it was up to?
Not to my knowledge. Once we'd referred it, and I think, to be honest, they probably identified that in relation to bringing us out on the subsequent inspection. But I don't have that information. I'm sorry.
That's okay. In regards to the most recent complaint, have you only attended the property once?
Yes. Oh, well, no, sorry. We have returned to the property in relation to other matters under the Biosecurity Act. So, as I said earlier, we look at both sides. We look at the Food Act potential issues and we also look at the biosecurity potential offences.
And I know that you said that there were sort of ongoing investigations. Is that under both acts at the moment that you're still investigating?
We keep our, we're looking into both pieces of legislation, that's right.
And has any evidence from what the New South Wales Food Authority has gathered been given to any other departments? I understand that that the Premier's Department and the Environment Minister's also looking at their own investigation. Has there been any sort of sharing of information from those investigations?
Yeah, so I'm sure Lisa would be able to speak a little bit to this, but we have been working across government in relation to coordinating our response to this.
Thank you.
And certainly with that regard, the Premier's Department did bring together all the agencies that have been involved with the issue in Wagga Wagga. And as a broad round table, we all got to hear then what each of the different agencies had been doing in that respect. And Premiers had gathered that information together as a compiled series of facts.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask who those other agencies are? Just because we've heard lots of agencies are involved and then other people saying they're not involved.
In terms of those that attended that meeting, I would go from my memory at the moment,
okay.
as opposed to looking back at my actual calendar for the invite. But I believe that the Wagga Council was there, that the RSPCA was in attendance, that there was representation from New South Wales Police, that we also had Racing New South Wales in attendance. As I said, that's from my memory. It may not be a complete list.
Thank you. On notice, could you let us know if that was any different
Yes.
when you get the opportunity? Are you surprised at all that that the RSPCA and the police say that they don't have any ongoing investigations into this matter?
From my perspective, they're looking at it from the POCTA legislation, so it's quite it's possible that that's the case. We don't enforce POCTA, the RSPCA does, and police. So if there's no matters that they're considering, and I think police they are pursuing a matter under. I think they were pursuing a matter. So, yeah, I think it's in relation to their pieces of legislation. So we don't particularly get involved in that.
If you would like, I can revert back to the question that you just asked in terms of who was involved. So,
great. Thank you.
Department of Primary Industries, so that would have been inclusive of the Food Authority, and I attended that meeting. Local Land Services, the Police Rural Crimes Unit, Racing New South Wales, Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission, National Parks and Wildlife Services, the New South Wales Environmental Protection Authority, RSPCA New South Wales, and Wagga Wagga City Council.
Thank you. That's really useful. Thank you. The Honourable Westphal.
Thank you. Thank you very much for agreeing to appear today. It's going to provide a lot of clarity to us in relation to the questions that we'll be asking later on in the day. The first question I want to ask is, the 2021 referral that you spoke of earlier, I just want to drill down a little bit more on that. You said that you were made aware of the property in relation to a number of issues, one of which was the slaughtering of horses. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. In that circumstance then, what responsibility do you have to engage other agencies? And I note that you did say that you did engage with the police, and obviously the police is one of the 3 bodies in New South Wales who can investigate animal welfare concerns. Given that they were stretched, was there any consideration given to providing that advice to any of the other bodies, such as Animal Welfare League or the RSPCA?
Well, ordinarily we would be conducting our planning in relation to these kind of investigations. So we actually engage with the police primarily, with local land services if we need to speak to them, because they also have a veterinary inspectors that also can assist us, veterinary officers. So we would be planning our activities if it was to go ahead with other agencies, and if there was concerns about POCTA, then we would get RSPCA involved in that as well. So we have done a number of investigations where we attend with RSPCA as well.
So what would be the threshold then for engaging the RSPCA, given that you didn't do it on this occasion?
If there was allegations in relation to how the animals were being handled, or there was allegations in relation to animal welfare concerns on the property.
So when it's been suggested to you that there's been slaughtering of horses on the property, that doesn't trigger for you any potential breaches of POCTA?
I mean, it could, but in relation to whether or not on that occasion we didn't, we reached out to the police as the first point.
Yep.
And if then police were able to assist us to go out, then we would go with them and probably reach out to RSPCA if they were available. But
okay, so it's probably something you would do after you've been to site and after you've had an opportunity to look over.
Or if we'd arranged for the police to come with us. So
okay.
if we aren't able to get that, we wouldn't be calling out the...
Okay, so drilling down a little bit more on that 2021 notification to you. Obviously, you reached out to police. It was COVID, I accept, busy time. Whenabouts in 2021 was this? Are we talking early 2021 or late 2021?
January 2021.
January 2021, yeah. Okay. And there were some other issues that were also raised, weren't there? There was, I think you said, testosterone?
Sheep testosterone and theft of horses. So there were some matters that sat with the police,
okay,
in particular. So
when they said theft of horses, what were they referring to? Were they talking about the taking of horses from that property, or were they talking about stolen horses being euthanized or slaughtered at the property?
I think it was just in relation to an allegation that there was a horse on the property that had been, and again, it's an allegation of theft in relation to the horse on the property.
Okay. Ultimately, in relation to that 2021 notification that was made, what actions were undertaken by police, by your organisation, by any other organisations related to that complaint?
So we made contact with the police, referred it,
Yep.
and after that point, we didn't follow up that complaint further.
Okay. Was there advice given to you in that notification as to how many carcasses they believed were on the property?
No.
No. I'm going to put this question to you now, and I appreciate it's a difficult one. Is the fact that it wasn't followed up potentially, did that potentially cost the lives of hundreds of horses, potentially Brumbies?
I wouldn't be able to speculate on that.
Is it normal that you wouldn't follow up a complaint of that nature?
If it's been referred to the agency, another agency, then we wouldn't. But that would be our normal process if we have referred the matter.
Have you changed processes now?
Well, we are looking at these in particular. As I said, illegal slaughter investigations are not new to us. We do investigate quite a few of them. We have taken action in relation to illegal slaughter investigation. We prosecuted somebody in 2022 for it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, these types of activities and allegations of this type of activity is not unusual to us.
Yep.
However, and we do take penalty notice enforcement action. We issue prohibition orders in relation to it, and we have prosecuted. So, yes, I think in relation to what has been revealed in relation to Brumbies is probably an area that we need to.
So some learnings for your organisation out of this. Okay. Just before I move on, in relation to the 2021 notification that you received, did your organisation reach out to the property operator? Did they reach out to anybody at the property to say, we've received a complaint, can you confirm with us that... So there was a notification, and sorry, Hansard can't record a shaking of the head, so I'm just going to say that you indicated that you shook your head when I said that, so indicating that no, you didn't reach out to them?
Yeah, so no, we didn't reach out to them, but that's not unusual because it's a matter that the police also had an interest in, so we're not going to prejudice their investigation if they're going to, you know, take some further action in relation to it. So we don't want to put people on notice in relation to that.
Right. But ultimately, putting them on notice or not putting them on notice, there was a complaint through almost exactly to the year, 3 years prior, that there was, I guess, illegal slaughtering of horses there, and the owner of the property, or the operator of the property, was none the wiser and then continued to do it for another 3 years. That's potentially the case, isn't it?
Well, I guess they hadn't been put on notice in relation to the allegations that were made.
That's right. Moving now to the 2024 visit, which you said happened, I think the notification was 28th of February.
February, yeah.
Yes. Now, you said that came from New South Wales Police, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in relation to that, you visited the property in early March with police and Wagga City Council, is that correct?
That's right.
And EPA was also there, is that correct?
No, I think it was just Wagga Council officers.
Okay. Were you the first? Were you in the first tranche of people on site of that property, or were you in the second tranche?
I'm not sure what you mean by.
Well, it's my understanding that the first tranche of people that, and we'll get clarification of this later, but the first tranche of people to the property were Wagga City Council with police and EPA. That's my understanding. So I'm assuming that was the first visit where they discovered the carcasses, and then you were must have been brought in a later point. Is that your understanding, or?
No, my understanding is that there was, the police were involved and entered the property, and then we inspected the property as well. So I'm not sure if there was 2 other inspections at another point in time.
Okay, so in relation to that, were you on site at the time that this inspection was happening, or was it just some...
Me?
Yes.
No, not me.
Okay.
Yes, there were some other officers.
Okay, so you've been briefed by them as to what occurred at this...
Yeah.
Okay. Now, looking at, I guess, the involvement of your organisation in relation to the illegal slaughtering and the illegal knackery component of what we're discussing today, I understand that there was an amount of flesh, horse flesh, that was seized from the property. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah.
How much was seized?
So we seized, I think it was 436. Let me just get the amount.
34.
434, close.
I applaud your recall of numbers. It's something that's very handy to have.
So that was comprised of horse meat and pig fat.
Okay, so that's interesting. How much of it was horse meat? How much of it was pig fat? Do you know? I know that's. I know it's probably.
I'm sorry, but yeah.
Because I was of the understanding there was about 300 kilos of horse flesh that was seized. I was not aware that there was pig fat as well.
320 kilograms of horse meat and 114 kilograms of pig fat.
Okay. Didn't know about the pig fat. This is going to lead me somewhere else that I wasn't expecting. Does that mean that there were also, pigs that were being slaughtered on the site as well?
Again, I think I have to go. This is kind of going into that territory of our investigations at the moment.
No, understood. No, yeah. and I don't want to prejudice anything. This is all new information to me. So I guess I'm just trying to understand how that. Let me put a hypothetical to you. When you have a registered and approved insured slaughterhouse, what lengths would they go to separate different animal carcasses, different meat processed in the like in the facility? What risk of cross-contamination would exist?
Well, there's controls in place, essentially, that ensure that certain animals are being processed at particular points. And that comes down to how they're also restrained. You can't be swapping between different species as you're processing, particularly without the proper restraining, and so minimising contamination, cross-contamination, things like that is really important. So hypothetically, processing of different species does happen, but it's controlled through their systems. Okay.
Dr. Sabo, are you able to tell at all from the samples, and I imagine that they've been analysed, are you able to tell how long the samples had been, or how fresh they were is probably a good way to phrase the question?
We didn't do any analysis of the samples. They were seized.
Okay, what happened to the seized samples or seized evidence?
So there's a process under the Food Act in relation to seizures, and after a period of time, the seized items, if they're not appealed, then become the property of the Crown, and then they are disposed of.
Okay, so no analysis was done in relation to what was seized. There was no. You're not sure how long it was in storage for. You're not sure how fresh it was, whether it was a number of horses or not.
I'm hesitant to answer that because we're still looking into various aspects of this whole operation. So
okay,
if it were a licensed facility, they of course would be keeping those sort of records. And that would be the records.
But I suspect, Dr. Sabo, that it may have one or two compliance issues. So, going to assume that they don't have those records. Is that a fair assumption?
Well, they're an alleged illegal processing facility.
Okay. Which is why I think it's important that I ask the question, what analysis was done in relation to what was seized, are we talking about, has this, and I'll explain why I'm asking this question, and please tell me if you're not able to answer it because it might prejudice the investigation, but Mr. Talbot gave an interview on ABC radio where he indicated that there was maybe 20 or so carcasses that he had slaughtered of horses. He'd done that over a period of time. The meat was only for his own purposes, to feed his dogs, etc. Whereas Council's press release was obviously in stark contrast to that, where they've indicated that they believe that there was around 500 or so carcasses, and that obviously if that's the case, then there would be a lot of dogs or perhaps a commercial type operation with the meat. Now, if Mr. Talbot's position was to be accepted, we could perhaps presume that the meat was in storage for a period of time, that it was, one of the 20 horses that he may have slaughtered, and that, he was feeding his dogs off that meat, which might indicate it was a bit older or not. That's why I'm asking these questions. Was any analysis done in relation to the products that were seized so that there can be a definitive question put to Mr. Talbot about this?
Look, I really am hesitant to answer that because it goes to the investigation.
Okay.
And
no, that's fine.
There are other lines of inquiries that we need to follow up.
Okay. So my final question before I hand over to somebody else, and I've got plenty of questions, but I just want to give other people the opportunity to ask them. Is there a current ongoing investigation that involves your departments in conjunction with other departments, or are you investigating this as a standalone organisation?
We are investigating, and in relation to the matters under our legislation, and we are liaising with other departments. I won't be able to tell you those other departments because that might also then prejudice
I appreciate
those
that.
other inquiries.
As I said,
but I can tell you now that we are working across the other agencies in relation to our investigations so that we can look at the offences relevant to our particular pieces of legislation.
Thank you.
Can I just jump in to ask, do you have any kind of timeline in regards to when how long this investigation may take, or when, we can sort of...
Unfortunately, no. There's a number of moving pieces, and that will kind of be determined by what comes out of those further inquiries, and if they are fruitful, then, we'll be able to determine that then.
Then
so
you go
unfortunately,
from there.
how long is a piece of string?
Yeah. I thought it might be, but I thought I'd put it there anyway. The Honourable Robert Borzak, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
The Honourable Susan Carter? I'll just check with our online attendees. We've got Miss Sue Higginson and Miss Abigail Boyd online. Do either of you have any questions?
All good, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Government members?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll ask one more question, and I think...
I've got a few more, but
yeah, the Honourable West
I suspect we'll be able to let them go early.
I've just got another question in regards to, more generally, is it quite unusual to find, or in New South Wales, is it quite unusual for there to be a potential backyard slaughterhouse of this size, and in regards to the accusations of the number of animals?
As I said earlier, we do investigate a range of unlicensed activity, and that can be different species. So we have investigated slaughtering pigs, chickens, sheep and goats. Horses is not a usual matter that we would come across. The size and scale varies between how long and how big that operation is. So As I said, we do investigate these, we do take action, and where we have the evidence, we take these quite seriously and prosecute.
Thank you. In regards to some of these investigations, does that include sort of looking at potential other properties owned by the same people, or do you focus only on, are you kind of restricted in regards to where the complaint sits?
It depends on what the information is that comes to hand and whether there is, relationship to another property and movement of animals between the properties. So again, that just depends on what comes out of the initial inquiries, and sometimes there's quite a bit of planning that goes into these activities by the officers to ensure that they are attending the correct premises and are able to proceed and take action when necessary.
Thank you. The Honourable Weston.
Thank you. Again, please tell me if this prejudices the investigation at all, but whilst I believe there's been indications that any of the animal products that were produced at the alleged illegal knackery would have been for pet consumption or animal consumption, could you provide some guidance as to what risks would exist if it was used for human consumption?
Well, as the Chair had earlier mentioned, and I kind of alluded to, if it's not being processed at a licensed abattoir, so the difference being abattoir meat will be for human consumption, whereas knackery meat is for pet meat. There are potential issues around the contamination, fecal contamination from the carcass if it's not appropriately dressed. There's other issues in relation to, through that chain, keeping it cold and making sure that the microbiological growth is minimised in that process. So there's also issues around residue limits in animals. So they have to be, when they're being admitted to abattoirs, there's requirements on withholding periods for certain animals so that those pesticides and things like that don't enter the food chain as well. So there's a microbiological element to it. There's a quality element to it. So if they're not being kept under temperature control, then it will deteriorate as well. And so it may lead to some issues around people becoming sick if it's not cooked properly. We are talking raw meat.
Yep.
Yep.
My final question is, can you categorically ensure that none of this meat has been provided for human consumption?
We don't have any evidence of that.
Yes, there's been a point of order.
Genuinely fascinating, but I don't know that it's entirely relevant to the terms of reference of this inquiry.
You don't want to know?
I'm happy to find out afterwards. But
I mean, can I reword your question? Because I sort of had a final question as well, because I think that there was accusations originally from some of the complaints that it was being sent for human consumption.
Which is where I was going, Chair, yes. But I'll hand over the question to you, Chair.
Thank you. I guess my question is simply, like, is that part of the investigation or is that part of the original complaint?
Yeah, that's right. We're still considering all lines of inquiry, so that's all I can say at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you very much. Unless there's anything else that you wanted to provide to the committee today, we've exhausted our questions.
Thank you so much.
But thank you so much for coming today. I know that the difficulties of providing evidence during the middle of your investigations, but we appreciate the information you have been able to give to us. If there was any questions taken on notice, the Secretariat will be in contact, or the committee may have some questions on notice that we send to you as well, but thank you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. The committee will now break and return at 11:45.
Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome back to the inquiry into the proposed aerial shooting of brumbies in Kosciuszko National Park. I now welcome our next witnesses and thank them for giving their time to give evidence today. Could I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jacqueline Johnston, Racing New South Wales General Manager of Integrity, and I take an affirmation today. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Wade Birch, Acting CEO of the Greyhound Welfare and Integrity Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We've now got a little bit of time for a short opening statement. I'll go to Racing New South Wales first. Did you have a short opening statement you'd like to make?
No, thank you.
No?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
No, other one. Okay, great. Well, the committee has resolved for free-flowing questions, which means that any committee member can indicate that they have some questions.
I've got plenty,
Honourable
but I don't want to waste still the...
That's fine. You're the one that's indicating you'd like to start, so...
Thank you. Ms. Johnston, I'm guessing is that you're pronouncing it the right way. I just want to start, obviously, we've heard from the RSPCA this morning, and we also heard from them at the Proctor hearing that we had earlier, that I guess their involvement in this property in Wagga came about because of a referral from Racing New South Wales. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, if it would be of some assistance, I've got a timeline in terms of the actual
I love
referral.
a timeline.
Sure.
I'd love you to hit me with it.
Okay, I'll start from the beginning in terms of Racing New South Wales involvement and then the referrals thereafter.
Yep.
So on the 27th of September 2022, Racing New South Wales Welfare Department received information reporting concerns for the welfare of thoroughbred horses allegedly being slaughtered for the purposes of dog meat. The person allegedly responsible for this was Mr. Adrian Talbot. At that time, he was established that he was not licensed or a registered owner with Racing New South Wales. Racing New South Wales contacted the person who provided the information to ascertain more information at that stage. The following day, on the 28th of September 2022, Racing New South Wales contacted the New South Wales Police and requested assistance pursuant to the MOU between the organisations. On the 29th of September 2022, Racing New South Wales attended the property at Wagga, being together with the New South Wales Police. At that stage, no New South Wales thoroughbreds were present on the property, but however, mixed breeds of horses, including two microchipped thoroughbreds which had been identified as being predominantly domiciled in Victoria, were observed on the property. New South Wales Police led the inspection and were assisted with Racing New South Wales to identify whether there were any thoroughbreds on the property. And then at that stage, Racing New South Wales advised Racing Victoria's Welfare Department of the Victorian thoroughbreds that were identified. Police made further inquiries in respect of Mr. Talbot concerning the other breeds of animals that were on the property. Now, moving into October, from the 1st to the 7th of October 2022, Racing New South Wales conducted an investigation and interviewed Mr. Talbot in respect of the allegations of slaughtering thoroughbreds. At this time, because information was known in relation to other breeds, including standardbreds, Harness Racing New South Wales were also notified. On the 12th of October 2022, Racing Victoria requested photographs of the Victorian thoroughbreds that were identified at the property inspection. Racing New South Wales provided those photographs. On the 4th of November 2022, Racing New South Wales wrote to Mr. Talbot regarding the investigation and advised that the matter had been referred to the Equine Welfare Committee. He was then provided with the opportunity to make submissions in respect to Racing New South Wales preliminary review to place him on the Racing New South Wales excluded list, which would prevent any industry participants providing him with thoroughbred horses. Racing New South Wales spoke with Mr. Talbot, who confirmed receipt of the correspondence and the Equine Welfare Committee process, explaining what the Racing New South Wales excluded person list was. And then on the 20th of January 2023, Racing New South Wales wrote to Mr Talbot in respect to not receiving any submissions regarding his placement on the list. The notice to attend the Equine Welfare Committee was scheduled, and that was due to appear on Monday the 30th of January 2023. On the 30th of January 2023, Racing New South Wales Equine Welfare Committee held Racing New South Wales Equine Committee opened, and Mr Talbot failed to appear, and the matter was considered in his absence on the evidence that was available. On the 22nd of February 2023, Mr Talbot was placed on the Racing New South Wales excluded list, and at that stage, Racing New South Wales also notified New South Wales Police of the placement regarding Mr Talbot and ensured that they were aware that he was not to receive any further thoroughbred horses. On the 7th of September 2023, further intelligence was received by Racing Victoria regarding thoroughbred horses being sent to an unknown knackery in Wagga. Racing New South Wales drove past the location to ascertain if any thoroughbred horses could be observed on the property of Mr Talbot. At that stage, no thoroughbred horses were observed from the roadside. There did appear to be one deceased horse in the paddock that couldn't be identified in terms of breed or identity. Racing New South Wales at that stage on the 7th of September 2023 referred the intelligence to the RSPCA to ensure the welfare of that particular horse that appeared to be deceased and to ensure the welfare of all animals on the property of Mr Talbot. Racing New South Wales also advised the RSPCA on that day that Mr Talbot was placed on the excluded list and he is not a registered owner or licensed person. Racing New South Wales also referred the intelligence in respect to the knackery operating in Wagga to the New South Wales Police. On the 18th of December 2023, an anonymous informant contacted Racing New South Wales concerning a large number of equine remains at the property of Mr Talbot. Racing New South Wales advised the informant that Mr Talbot was on the excluded list for Racing New South Wales, and Racing New South Wales liaised with the New South Wales Police in respect of the information. On the 20th of December 2023, Racing New South Wales referred the matter to the New South Wales Police Rural Crime Investigation Unit. New South Wales Police advised that they were making inquiries with other agencies, including the RSPCA, National Parks and Wildlife Services, Department of Primary Industries, Food Authority, and confirmed receipt of the information. In January 2024, Racing New South Wales continued to liaise with New South Wales Police in respect of their involvement in this matter. The anonymous informant who initially provided the information to Racing New South Wales continued to contact Racing New South Wales in respect of the equine remains and advised that the equine remains were in fact in the creek on the property of Mr Talbot. With this information, Racing New South Wales referred the information to the Environmental Protection Authority, and that was on the 5th of January 2024. On the 17th of January 2024, Racing New South Wales made a follow-up inquiry with the Environmental Protection Authority, EPA, and the EPA requested the information be referred to the Wagga Council. On the 18th of January 2024, Racing New South Wales contacted Wagga Council and referred the relevant information via email. On the 19th of January 2024, the Wagga Council Environment Protection Officer contacted Racing New South Wales regarding the information and confirmed receipt. On the 23rd of January 2024, Racing New South Wales and the New South Wales Police met with the Environmental Protection Officers to refer the information and consult in respect of the intelligence. The Wagga Council and Racing New South Wales investigators contacted Racing New South Wales investigators, to acknowledge receipt of the information. On the 13th of February 2024, Racing New South Wales conducted a drive-by of the location and observed what appeared to be Victorian thoroughbreds at the property. Photographs obtained were referred to Racing Victoria for further follow-up and identification. On the 26th of February 2024, Racing New South Wales introduced the person who provided the information to the New South Wales Police and Wagga Council and facilitated a meeting. On the 5th of March 2024, a joint agency inspection led by the New South Wales Police, Department of Primary Industries and Wagga Council, in addition to the local land services, took place. Racing New South Wales remained off the property and on standby to assist for the purposes of identifying any thoroughbreds and to establish whether there were any New South Wales thoroughbreds on Mr Talbot's property.
Sorry, can I check? That was 28th of Feb.
So the inspection took place on the 5th of March 2024. Okay. And that was led by police, DPI and Wagga Council, as well as local land services. And Racing New South Wales assisted for the purposes of identifying any thoroughbred horses.
Yep.
And following that inspection, there weren't any New South Wales thoroughbreds identified, but there were, however, 2 thoroughbred horses that were identified, being of predominantly domiciled in Victoria.
Okay. That is extremely detailed, and I thank you very much for that. I'm sure Hansard might ask for a copy at some point, and I probably wouldn't have minded a copy either, but that's okay.
Sure.
I'm sure we can get that at another point. Sorry, the reason I was slightly confused about that is we know that the RSPCA, I guess, were engaged twice by Racing New South Wales. The first time was in, I think it was September 2023.
Yes.
And then they've indicated that they, again, were contacted by Racing New South Wales to reinvestigate the property.
Yes.
And do you know what date you spoke to RSPCA again? In that?
So the information was referred to the RSPCA, I believe, on the 7th of September 2023.
Yes. And then they said that there was a second engagement from Racing New South Wales, which prompted their second, I guess, bite at the cherry in relation to the property.
So the matter was referred on the 20th of December 2023 to the New South Wales Police, who I understand made the referral.
Okay.
New South Wales Police would have made that referral.
So it wasn't from Racing New South Wales directly, it was from police on evidence from Racing New South Wales. That would be...
That's correct.
Okay.
Because of the initial referral on the 7th of September by Racing New South Wales.
Right. Now, at some point, and I wasn't sure I was quick enough to actually capture it, you said that there was further evidence that was given to you about the site of the carcasses and that they were in the creek bed. Was that on the 18th, the 20th of December 2023?
Sorry, just let me refer to the exact date for you. So that was in January 2024.
Okay.
Yes, the informant contacted Racing New South Wales in respect of that information.
Was that on the 5th of January 2024? The EPA were involved?
Correct,
yeah,
yes.
And that was, okay. So we know now that the RSPCA, I guess, had another look at the property. Do you know if they were aware that of the information of the informant that said that those carcasses were in the creek bed?
I don't specifically know. I didn't receive any correspondence from the RSPCA in respect of that. The information concerning the creek bed was referred to the EPA.
Okay.
But prior to that, on the 20th of December 2023, the information was referred initially to the New South Wales Police. Because we had established that there was no New South Wales thoroughbreds on the property, and we'd also placed Mr Talbot on the excluded list.
Yep.
And then at that stage, it was understood by the New South Wales Police that they had engaged the RSPCA in respect to the information.
Right. So I guess it seems to me as if there's been a very thorough referral program that Racing New South Wales has engaged in relation to this property. There's been an exchange of information between Racing Victoria and Racing New South Wales in relation to the thoroughbreds. Is it my understanding from the timeline you provided that it was actually Racing Victoria that alerted you that there was potentially further thoroughbreds on that property?
So the information received by Racing Victoria was just general intelligence in respect of a knackery operating in Wagga, not specifically that there were thoroughbreds on that property.
Yep.
But having regard to the previous information and intelligence and placing Mr Talbot on the excluded list,
Yep.
we initiated a response to go past the property and make further inquiries so we could make the appropriate referral if there were thoroughbreds at the property.
Okay. Chair, am I okay to keep going? Is that? I don't want to be. I don't want to.
I believe so. I mean, nobody else is indicating they want the call. I have some questions, but I'm happy for you to continue with your line.
Thank you. I just want to really understand the processes and how the engagement between the different agencies works.
Sure.
So, I guess the real trigger for the further investigation that finally led to the 5th of March visit, is what I'll call it, was there was around the 18th, 20th of September, you made, I guess, a large-scale notification to police, to parks, RSPCA, DPI. Would that be a fair, that through police, that was obviously then notified to all those agencies. So we can sort of, I guess, from a timeline perspective, presume that the relevant agencies from that date were aware of this property.
Yes, with the exception of RSPCA, which were advised on the 7th of September.
Yes. So the RSPCA would have received then two, I guess, flags that there was an issue at the property. Did you or anybody from your organisation have any follow-up engagement with the RSPCA to sort of provide them further intelligence, such as, for example, the carcasses in the riverway, or the watercourse, were located there and not in the 1 acre that they said that they looked over?
I suppose in relation to the RSPCA, they confirm receipt of the information or the intelligence that we provide.
Yep.
We weren't provided with a follow-up inspection report or information as to what was identified and what wasn't.
Yep.
And understanding that Racing New South Wales referred the information to the New South Wales Police and understood that they had then engaged or made the referral to RSPCA,
Yep.
not Racing New South Wales themselves.
Yep.
It was understood that referral had made place.
I'm
we
not-
didn't receive any information or have any.
I'm not suggesting you should have. I guess I'm more looking that the onus from Racing New South Wales' perspective is we've done the right thing. We've referred it to the preeminent body that does animal welfare investigations in the state. They're competent. They'll do their job. We've done what we need to do. That's effectively the position that Racing New South Wales takes. Is that right?
Yes, well, in respect of jurisdiction, yes. So once we attended the property, we had exhausted by placing him on the excluded list and then made the referral, which we had thought, in respect to the horse that appeared to be deceased, to go to the property, the RSPCA, and ensure the welfare of those horses.
Yep.
And then the subsequent referral to the New South Wales Police with the understanding that that information was passed on to relevant other bodies.
Thank you. Mr. Birch, I'll move to you now.
Yes.
Are you able to provide, if your organisation was in any way engaged in the matters that have been raised in the timeline that Racing New South Wales has just provided us, was your organisation aware that there was this illegal knackery and that there may be a link to greyhounds in New South Wales and indeed interstate?
No, we weren't.
When did your organisation first become aware that there were potential issues here?
Formally would have been the 10th of May.
10th of May?
Very recently, yes.
Okay. Is that because the Premier's Department held a roundtable that I guess effectively drew all the organisations together?
Apologies, I should say there was a round table and we became aware of that. We became aware of the information prior to that. I'll have to get a date for you. But as far as subsequent investigations...
You might want to bring your microphone just a little bit closer, because there's often people having, like... I struggle because, 10 years in Black Hawks, it's like, yeah.
But in respect of current investigations, formally we've been engaged by the DPI. That's the lead agency in respect of matters concerning the Greyhound Welfare and Integrity Commission. First date, and I'll confirm this, was the 10th of May.
10th of May,
Yep.
right. Was it not brought to your attention prior to that, at least in the media, there was coverage that there may have been some trade in the horse meat that was harvested at this illegal knackery, and that there may have been greyhound breeders that were the recipients of that horse meat?
Shortly prior to that, there was information that some greyhound racing participants may be of interest to the lead agency investigating the matter. We've since met with the DPI to discuss and provide information pursuant to our MOU. But it has been quite recent when I listened to the timelines that I heard earlier this morning and just more recently.
Okay. Have you spoken to some of those greyhound racing participants who have indicated they purchased meat from Mr. Talbot?
There are no participants that indicate that they have purchased meat from that particular person.
Okay. Has there been any conversations with any participants near the property that have received meat in order to feed greyhounds?
No, there has not. As I said, we're working with the DPI. They are leading the investigation. So we've provided information and assistance to the DPI as part of that investigation, and that's the way in which we're proceeding. We don't want to cut across an investigation that the DPI are managing.
So the DPI didn't seek to engage your organisation until the 10th of May, is that
Yes,
fair?
It would be around the 10th of May, yes.
Okay. But you are aware that the media had provided an idea that there was certainly a trade in horse meat with greyhound participants. Were you
No,
not?
I'm not aware of that media, no.
You're not aware?
Of
Was
that
anyone in your
specific
team?
media?
Yes.
No. No, I'm not aware of media coverage suggesting that meat had been provided to greyhound participants.
Was anybody in your organisation aware of that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. That's extraordinary, because it was very well covered that that there was a belief, certainly, that it was meat going to the greyhound industry that was being produced at that knackery. And nobody in your organisation was made aware of that. Nobody sought to be proactive and to look at those matters?
Well, we were working with the DPI from the 10th of May. They were leading the investigation in respect of those matters, and we were working with that lead agency. We don't work on belief, work on evidence when we're investigating matters.
Okay, but if there is a prominent case that has that at least creates some suspicion, what's the threshold for you to actually engage and to seek further evidence from participants?
We'd need some evidence or allegation to put to someone. I mean, this is hypothetical in respect of what we'd actually need. We weren't provided with any information at all or any probative evidence to suggest that that was actually occurring.
Okay, so DPI didn't think until the 10th of May that they needed to engage with you because I believe it's pretty well known that Mr. Talbot's brother is quite heavily involved in greyhound racing.
Yeah. I can't speak for the DPI, but that's when we were formally engaged.
Okay. Since you have been formally engaged, what efforts have you made to investigate this matter?
Point of order, Chair.
There's been a point of order taken.
Again, I do find the subject matter interesting, but I don't think the subject
Probably not
matter
as
is
interesting as
entirely
I do.
relevant to the terms of reference of this inquiry. For the avoidance of doubt, I can go through the terms of reference of this inquiry.
Well, I'd
but
refer you to
just
any other
don't
matter,
see-
but-
I just don't see that this is relevant.
I mean, the line of questioning is somewhat relevant, but I think that's based on the information that I know that the member is actually asking. Perhaps the member needs to make it more clear in his questions how it relates
I'm
to this particular concern.
I'm trying the softly
trying to-
approach. It's not my
Yes.
usual nature. I'm trying very
Yes, we
hard to
appreciate that.
give people procedural fairness. And so what I'll do is I'll hand over the questioning chair, and I will then see how I
review
go.
your questions.
I'll review the
and-
questions. Yes.
Thank you. I've just got some further questions for Mr. Birch. And I think that, to be very clear, the link is around the allegations of a greyhound trainer, Ben Talbot, selling potential illegally slaughtered brumbies that come from Adrian Talbot's property. That's the allegations, is my understanding. My understanding as well is that Mr. Ben Talbot was found to have euthanised a greyhound in breach of GWIC's rules and was given a 2-year qualification. And that was actually on appeal taken down to a 4-month disqualification. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Mr. Ben Talbot was then also appointed as president of the Wagga Greyhound Club. Does GWIC have any current investigations based on the latest accusations in regards to the Talbot and his relationship with Adrian Talbot, where the brumbies were being potentially slaughtered?
We don't have a current investigation, apart from the investigation that we're assisting with in respect to the DPI's investigation.
Ben Talbot was appointed in February 2023 to GWIC's Industry Participant Advisory Council. I'm wondering why GWIC has appointed this individual to an advisory council within GWIC.
That appointment was done prior to the allegations that you speak of. They remain allegations, as I understand it. There has been no findings or no charges laid against any greyhound racing participant, including Mr. Ben Talbot, as I understand it.
My understanding was that he was given a 2-year qualification for breaching GWIC's rules.
Well, I'd have to take
My
that on
understanding was
notice.
that was previous to February 2023.
I'm sorry, I wasn't involved in the appointment of Mr. Talbot, but I can certainly follow that up and provide some information to the committee.
Is Mr. Ben Talbot still part of GWIC's advisory council?
Yes, he is.
Will that be reviewed given the recent allegations?
Once we can properly review those allegations, as I said, they are allegations. If there's any further information or evidence provided to GWIC, that position could be reviewed.
But at this point, he's not suspended or anything during
No, he's
this
not.
period?
No, he's not.
I've also got some questions from Ms Johnston. Thank you for coming in today. Is it my understanding from the timeline that after Racing New South Wales had alerted different authorities to the concerns that had come to your agency, that this particular individual in question was still being allowed to rehome brumbies from that program?
Thank you, Madam Chair. After the information was referred, I'm not aware of any information in respect of that individual and the rehoming or his involvement, in fact, with the rehoming of brumbies.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask, I know in the past Racing New South Wales has called for it to be a criminal offence to slaughter racehorses. And I understand that's a part of Racing New South Wales rules. But is this something that you would like the government to act on, especially to ensure that it's actually in legislation, given this case?
Racing New South Wales feel very strongly about the position of slaughtering thoroughbred horses, which is why the implementation of Local Rule 114 was introduced to ensure the protection and the welfare of those horses, both during their racing careers and on retirement. So it is certainly a matter that's close to Racing New South Wales' hearts in terms of putting in preventative strategies outside of Racing New South Wales. I think that's certainly a matter for larger consideration.
Thank you. I'll just check with the participants online if they've got any questions. Ms Abigail Boyd or Ms Sue Higginson?
Not at the moment, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Robert Borzak?
No.
No questions? Government? No? Ms Susan Carter? I might go back to the Honourable Wes Fang, and I might have a couple of other questions as well. I've just got to...
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I guess I'm trying to reconcile the issues around having there being a position that there's an illegal knackery and there's a connection potentially to the greyhound racing industry, whether it be confirmed or in media reports or even tangential, that GWIC doesn't actually be proactive in relation to investigating that. Is that is it the case that GWIC is always passive in its response, as in it waits for evidence to be given to it, or it waits for an official complaint? Or is there a level of proactive investigation by the agency?
No, there's proactive investigation, but this investigation is being led by the DPI. We are providing assistance and we're working with the DPI in respect of their investigation. We don't want to cut across their investigation or, what would I say, impact their investigation in a negative way by going out and doing something that's not in concert with the DPI.
And I'm not suggesting that you do,
yes.
But I guess it was well known, I think, by many people, including, well, I live in Wagga, and so I'm well aware of local media, and I've no doubt that you have people that work for your organisation in Wagga, or at least follow Wagga media, that would have been aware of what was occurring. It was clear that there was at least a link that was being promulgated in the media, and yet your organisation doesn't seem to be proactive until DPI has engaged with it on the 10th of May. You didn't approach DPI, you didn't seek to quarantine any evidence that might have been available, you didn't seek to, I guess, engage even with RSPCA, National Parks Wildlife Service, police, whatever. There was you sat back passively, waiting to be asked. Is that normal?
What do you say? What's your understanding of what was promulgated being a Wagga citizen, just so I can understand and respond?
So Adrian Talbot was interviewed on ABC radio. He indicated that there was euthanizing of horses, that the meat was being used for his dogs, and that there, out of that became a suggestion that it may have also been used for, I guess, other dogs. Now, there was in Sydney radio allegations that there were Greyhound breeders who had purchased meat from Adrian Talbot, and that was all occurring in April. So I would have thought that even if you weren't following the Wagga media, which it was pretty much front page news, you would have been at least following the Sydney media and any reference to greyhounds, and that you would have been proactive in looking at this matter, not waiting for DPI to ask you on the 10th of May. Is that an unreasonable proposition that I've put?
No, but there are currently no rules or legislation preventing meat being provided to greyhounds. Until such time as the investigation is complete, the allegations founded, we're not in a position to introduce something that is a hypothetical. So what you're asking me, what I'm saying is there is no offence currently under the rules.
So then it is, you are passive. I mean, you're not proactively going and saying, well, is this an issue that we need to be involved in? You know, is it the case that through the greyhound racing industry that Mr. Talbot has been able to market his wares? You know, is it from greyhound trainer to greyhound trainer? Like, there's clearly a link, at least through media reports that should have, I believe, made your organisation be proactive instead of being passive. Do you disagree with that premise that I've put?
I disagree, given the information we currently have.
Okay. And so, given that now we are 10th of May, your organisation has been asked by DPI to provide some support and evidence in relation to this. What has GWIC done to support DPI, and what further work do you think will need to be done in relation to this?
So our Manager of Investigations and Compliance is in contact with the DPI's investigation team on a daily basis, providing assistance as far as information and manpower, and we are working together to get to the bottom of this investigation and bring it to a proper conclusion as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay, so at this point, what you're saying to this committee is that there has been no evidence uncovered that there has been any horse meat or any products from an illegal knackery operated by Adrian Talbot that has been purchased or has been, well, I don't want to say consumed because, I mean, it might have been given away, but has there been business interactions between greyhound trainers and Mr. Talbot?
There's been no charges laid against any greyhound
I'm not talking about charges laid. I'm talking about has your organisation been able to establish whether there has been any trade that Mr. Talbot has been engaged with your participants?
It's an ongoing investigation. It has not been established at this stage, as I understand it.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Ms. Johnston if you gave a pretty detailed timeline, and I noticed you were reading from some notes. I'm wondering if you're comfortable to table that document so that the committee has that timeline available. That'd be fantastic. Thank you so much. Unless there's anything that either of you wanted to put on the record or any additional information from some of the questions that came forward, I believe that the questions have been exhausted. So thank you so much for both of you for coming in today. If there was questions taken on notice, the committee secretariat will be in contact. And if the committee has any further questions on notice, the committee will be in contact with you about that as well. But thank you both very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee will now break for lunch and we will return at 1:30. Welcome back to the inquiry into the proposed aerial shooting of brumbies at Kosciuszko National Park. I now welcome our next witness, Minister Penny Sharp, and thank her for giving time to give evidence today. Minister Sharp, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. However, would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do have some information that I'd like to provide to the committee. I just want to first clarify a number that was in the letter sent to the committee last night. This was the letter in relation to the investigation of the rehoming program and a particular staff member. There is the letter states that an audit by National Parks and Wildlife Service has found only one horse was unaccounted for out of about 1,700 that were trapped since 2019. I just want to clarify that it should have read 2,700 and the exact number being 2,760. I would also like to update the committee on the situation regarding wild horse control at Kosciuszko National Park, and I'd like to provide the following numbers which are now available on the National Parks website. From the start of the plan in 2021 to the 20th of May this year, 8,505 horses have been removed. Of this, 5,539 by aerial shooting. From the period of the last population survey, which members would recall as the 20th of October 2023, up until May 24, a total of 5,966 horses have been removed. And since closures of the northern part of Kosciuszko National Park, which is from the 4th of April until the 20th of May, 4,253 horses have been removed, almost all of those via aerial shooting. I do also wish to update the committee on something that has developed today. The New South Wales Threatened Species Scientific Committee has made a determination today to uplist the broadtooth rat from vulnerable to endangered based on the Commonwealth conservation advice for this species. Horses are one of the key drivers of the decline. This is a broadtooth rat, for people who do not know what they are. The impact of the horses is that they trample the habitat of these animals. The primary reasons for the endangered listing are that the species has undergone a large reduction in population size, and further reductions are considered to occur. Horses affect their habitat, as I said, but I did want the committee to understand that. I do also just want to talk about two investigations that are being carried out by my department, GWIC. One in relation to the allegations against a staff member, and the second in relation to the rehoming program generally, and I'm sure members will want to ask me questions about this later. There are two investigations that sit with my department GWIC. The first is the inquiry into rehoming. It's really a review. The terms of reference are on the website, and for the convenience of the committee, I can table those here today if people would like that. Very happy to share that, but they are publicly available. That inquiry is being undertaken by an independent company and will report to the Secretary of my department on the 14th of June. Rehoming is paused while this occurs. The second inquiry is into allegations made against an individual staff member within national parks. I want to be really clear here. All allegations are taken very seriously, and I take them very seriously. We have, and we will ensure, and we have ensured that they are investigated properly and seriously. But we also believe that the staff are innocent until proven guilty. I just want to raise with the committee that there's been a preliminary investigation, that there has been zero evidence that that staff member has done anything wrong, and I just would ask the committee, as you're undertaking the rest of the deliberations today, that we just keep in mind that an individual should not be... This is not a forum for an individual to have baseless claims made against them. The correspondence that I sent to you yesterday would like to take you through. The allegations have been investigated independently with an independent company. This is not done internally within parks, and the department has determined that no misconduct has occurred. The investigation was conducted independently, as I said, by a private investigation company. It involved a comprehensive review of electronic and phone records and interviews with affected staff, amongst other inquiries. The source of the allegation was requested but declined to provide further information. The allegations have been comprehensively considered, and this matter has now been closed by the department, and I am satisfied with that. I also understand, and then I've updated the committee about this, that National Parks and Wildlife Service has found only one horse was unaccounted for out of around 2,700 that have been trapped since 2019. Multiple staff are required and present when trapping occurs, and detailed records are kept of trapping activity, making it very difficult for one staff member to ever act alone. The staff member against whom the allegation was made has no involvement in decisions to allocate horses to rehomers. The horses are provided free of charge and are obtained when requested and if available, suggesting there is no incentive to make any improper payments. Given the nature of the program outlined and the processes in place, it is highly unlikely that conduct as alleged would or could occur, but beyond that, there has been a serious investigation that I believe has cleared that staff member. I'm happy to take questions, Chair.
Thank you. Is there a member seeking the call? Member Westphane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for appearing again today. Very much appreciate you making yourself available. I'll start in relation to the letter that you've actually just referenced in your opening statement.
Yes. Sorry, just to be clear, is this the letter in relation to the staff member? Yes.
Yes, the one that you sent last night, late last night, I'll add. The first thing is that you've identified the very first thing that I picked out, which is that the number was clearly wrong in relation to the number of horses that were rehomed. In relation to the property in Wagga, I believe you've already indicated publicly. Could you provide us with an idea of the number of horses which that person received from the rehoming program?
I'd need to clarify this, but I believe it's about 260.
260. And I guess when you're looking at sort of roundish figures, when you're talking about 2,700 odd horses, that's somewhere around 8-9% of the total number of rehomed horses that went to that person. That would be
Sounds
fair
right.
to say?
Maths works, yep.
Yep. Is it normal for somebody to receive 10% of the rehomed horses in a program?
Well, I mean, look, I think the review's looking into that detail, but it appears that yes, that has been the way that it has occurred.
Okay. Turning to the investigation that I guess the Secretary organised in relation to the staff member that you reference in your letter.
Yes.
Your letter says the Secretary has advised me that the allegations have been investigated and the Department has determined no misconduct has occurred.
Mm-hmm.
How did they conduct that investigation?
Well, as I said, there's a private investigation company was given the task of doing the investigation.
Now, I'm sure you know my first question is going to be,
well, can you let me
who
finish
was the company?
Can you let me finish?
Yes.
So there's a private company that has done an investigation. It was a very thorough investigation in relation to what was undertaken. I'm not in a position today to table the full investigation, but I am very willing with the committee. I need to take advice around procedural fairness in relation to this staff member and whether I can provide that. I have no problem in providing it. We just have to be clear. I just was not able in the time to get the clearance where I would like to have tabled that, and I would flag. I would like to, I'll do that when I can, once we've got that advice, but I'd flag that given the outcome, I'll be redacting the name of the person involved, but in terms of what happened with the investigation, what was undertaken, I'm very happy to share that in a way that I can once I've got the proper advice.
I appreciate that. The private investigation company that conducted the investigation, who was that?
I can't remember their name. I'll get advice so I can come back to the committee. I just can't recall what their name was.
Okay. You don't have it with you?
Well, hang on.
Okay.
Sorry, no, sorry, I'm just getting advice now. Let me just check. Very happy to share it. The company's called Centrism.
Sorry?
Centrism.
Thank you. Would you mind spelling that?
Oh, sorry. Company Centrium. Company Centrium, CENTRIUM.
Okay. Now, it says that they have done a comprehensive review of electronic and phone records and interviews with affected staff. What does affected staff mean?
Well, I think the point would be staff that are involved in the rehoming program, staff that are involved in the trapping program, and the individual staff member. As I said, I can provide you and willing to provide you with the detail of the investigation once I've got cleared in relation to procedural fairness and the legal requirements of that we have to our staff.
Okay. Now, In relation to the investigation, you've indicated that you believe that all the trapped horses have been accounted for in relation to the way that, I guess, National Parks and Wildlife Service maintain their databases and the way that, I guess, reports that are due back from rehomers are then handed back to National Parks and Wildlife Service. Are you confident that National Parks and Wildlife Service have maintained their database, including the 4-month reporting of the
Well, that's
outcome?
what the review's about. So that review's coming in on the 14th of June. Again, be very happy to share the outcome of that. That's exactly what the review is looking into.
Okay. What about horses that weren't captured by data in the rehoming program?
I'm
Has
not
there been?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Well, I'm coming to that, but there was certainly evidence that we've received that there have been horses that weren't going through the rehoming program that were trapped and were made available to other parties. Has that at all come up in your investigations, Minister?
Well, the first thing I would say is that the rehoming program is looking at all of those issues. My preliminary advice is that it's actually very challenging. You know, as I've previously outlined, the way in which trapping happens and the way in which rehoming happens, it's not done by individuals. It's done through a collective process that is very open. In relation to record keeping and the way that operates, that's what the review is for. So, you know, I just don't have enough information now to be able to confirm that for you either way, but obviously it's being, all of these issues are under consideration.
So is it fair to say then that if there were horses that were trapped outside of the ones recorded in the rehoming program, that they wouldn't have been captured in your investigations?
I just can't answer that till we've got the review.
Okay.
I don't know. They're fair questions, but I just
Yep.
I just can't speculate because I just don't know where they're up to. Yep.
What if I indicated to you that there is evidence that there were horses in Kosciuszko National Park that were trapped outside of the rehoming program that are not recorded in the rehoming program that were provided to other entities?
Well, if there is evidence of that, I'd like to know about it. If you can provide me with the details, I'll ensure that they're thoroughly investigated as part of the review.
What if I can tell you that evidence was provided to National Parks and Wildlife Service and the RSPCA?
Well, I can't speak to that. I can speak to whether that evidence is provided. I've said to you that in relation to the allegations around a single staff member, that they have been investigated, and I believe that they are thorough, and I believe that there is no blame on that individual staff member.
So
If there is more evidence that's been put in, it will be picked up as part of the review. And as I said to you, it's not due until the 14th of June. I'm not in a position to comment on it, and I wouldn't be speculating either way because I haven't seen any of that information.
So neither the Secretary then or members of National Parks and Wildlife Service haven't made you aware that they received evidence that this has occurred in relation to this matter?
Well, I understand that you've got National Park staff coming this afternoon, so you can ask them about that.
I know, I appreciate that.
What I would say is that any allegations of wrongdoing I take extremely seriously. When allegations have come where I've been aware, I have passed them on to the department. If they're coming up through a different way, I can't speak for that. But my department is under no illusion that this is to be thoroughly, all allegations are to be thoroughly examined and to be investigated and to be reported upon.
So would it be your expectation then that if National Parks and Wildlife Service had received evidence and a complaint that there was brumbies that were being taken from Kosciuszko National Park that were not being recorded in the rehoming program but were being made available to other entities, that they would make you aware, they would make you aware of that evidence?
I speak to my department all the time in relation to the horse program. As you can imagine, it's had a lot of attention, and there is ongoing discussions about that. I talk to my department all the time in that, but I wouldn't necessarily expect me to understand everything that's going on. As far as I'm concerned, there is a thorough review going into the rehoming program, that any of the issues that come before that will be dealt with. I'm not expecting my department to give me a blow-by-blow of how that's going. It's only until the 14th of June. That's when I will interrogate the work that's been undertaken then. If you're saying that there's evidence, I'll definitely ask the question about whether that's been dealt with, but I would anticipate and expect that it has.
So we heard evidence earlier today that the Premier's Department has become involved in relation to the, I guess, whole of government response to the Wagga matter.
Yep.
Why was it left to the Premier's Department? Why was it not your department that actually has, I guess, taken charge of this?
Because the Wagga Knackery issue, I think, has been shocking for people because it actually draws in a lot of different agencies. Thoroughbred racing, rehoming, local government, the food authority, all of those things. It was actually as a result of a very good conversation with the member for Wagga Wagga, Joe McGurr, who said to me, Penny, this is all over the place, how do we bring it together? And it was there that I suggested that we actually get premiers to bring it all together. Our aspect of this is the rehoming part of it, and we take full responsibility for that. But in terms of actually dealing with what became a very complicated situation with many different agencies, my agency isn't the right person. The reason why Premier's Department exists is to bring across government and to solve those problems. I was really happy that they did that, and I think that it's been very effective in terms of working through the various moving parts of this situation.
When did the Premier's Department become involved?
Oh, pretty early on. I'd have to take on notice exactly when, but I could tell you that as soon as these issues came to light, obviously I was very concerned about the rehoming aspect of it, but it was clear that there were a whole range of other things. As I was talking to colleagues and to their officers about what we were doing, and as I said, I had a conversation with Joe McGurr, the local member. My recommendation was we should bring premiers into this. It was pretty early on from when it was exposed, but I'd have to take on notice the actual date.
Thank you. So it's fair to say then that the Premier's Department became involved quite early on, and I think, look, I haven't got the exact date myself, but certainly it would seem that the revelations were revealed on, Sydney radio, and I'm sure, we'll hear a bit more about that, with the next witness.
And I was extremely concerned when I heard them.
Yep.
And took action straight away.
Look, I appreciate that. You were, I will acknowledge that you were very quick to provide information to Mr. Hadley to say that you were going to conduct an investigation.
Yep.
But just on that, so the Premier's Department became involved quite early on. Yes. That's fair to say. Minister, are you aware that a member of this committee, a government member, indicated to this committee that there was an ongoing police investigation as to the reasons why we could not summons certain witnesses because it might prejudice the investigation, only for us to be told later on that the police were not investigating?
Look, I think there's a couple of things here. I am aware that there's an issue about whether there was a police investigation. I think that there was a police investigation and charges have been laid.
Charges have been laid?
Yes, so, sorry, can I just draw... So, in the letter that I sent to the committee, if I can just take... Have you got the letter in front of you?
I do.
So, if you look at page 4 of that letter, in the government response at dot point 1234... Page 4 of the letter.
We've only got two pages.
Premier's Department letter I'm
the
talking
Premier's
about.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm using the wrong one. My apologies.
Yes.
Sorry. I take collective responsibility for all of them. It's all right. So the Premier's Department letter, page 4, which is the government response of the discovery of the horse remains near Wagga Wagga.
Yes.
So point 4, it just says New South Wales Police charged a person with unlicensed possession of ammunition, and the facts will be tendered to the local court. There was an investigation undertaken in terms of crimes that could have occurred in relation to that, and I can't go into the detail of that because obviously I'm not the police minister, nor is police operations something that is in my purview. But the point that I would make is that yes, there was an investigation and there have charges been laid, because you can't have charges laid if there wasn't an investigation.
No. I appreciate that. I guess what has been somewhat troubling is that when this committee sought to look at the issue of providing subpoenas and compelling witnesses to appear before this inquiry, one of the government members indicated to us that there were ongoing police investigations and that by doing so we would be prejudicing that investigation. Now, the Premier's department was involved early on, as you've indicated to us. It is my belief that the Premier's department provided that advice to that member. How was that miscommunicated? Was that deliberate or was it an accident? Because, Minister, I'm starting to get to the realm of conspiracy theories here.
Sounds like it.
It would seem, well, I appreciate you say that, Minister, but it
Well,
would
you
seem
said it,
that
not me.
It would seem that this letter from Mr. Draper arrived about an hour after our deliberative, which said nothing about an ongoing police investigation. The police wrote to us the next day and confirmed there was no ongoing investigation. That was not what the government member told us.
Okay, well, first of all, I think you probably should ask the government member, but the point
I
that
have. And if you're happy for the government member to provide that advice,
well, it's
I'll give
actually
them an
not
opportunity
his,
to do
sorry,
so.
this is not the way in which inquiries work. You have deliberatives, you can speak to him about it. But the point that I'd make here is there is no conspiracy here. We have been really open about the way in which we've dealt with the shocking revelations that happened at the Wagga illegal knackery. The government has been more than proactive. One, I put in place the investigation into what it meant for rehoming and for an individual staff member. I worked with the local member to put in place the Premier's department response to bring all of the different departments together. We've provided advice. What this sounds to me is that the difference between an ongoing investigation versus an investigation is probably just a matter of translation, caught in translation. There's no conspiracy here. We've been really upfront. There was a police investigation in terms of the crimes committed. He's been charged in relation to those matters. There is obviously not, and I can't speak for the police in terms of their investigation, but other than to say there's been one, this is where the charges have been laid, as is appropriate, and the rest of the responses are being dealt with by government with the various departments, including my own.
Well, Minister, this is where we would differ in our opinions, because ultimately the difference...
You're not supposed to ask me for opinion, by the way, but that's okay.
Well, you took the question. The point is, Minister, that the difference here is that by indicating that we would prejudice the investigation by summoning a witness...
Mr Fang, this sounds like a matter for the committee
Minister,
and the way in which the committee deliberates. I wouldn't seek to
My point of order in relation to this line of questioning is that we've let Mr Fang continue on talking about matters that were before a confidential meeting of this committee. I'm seeking an assurance from you, Chair, that you will bring him to order if he continues to do so. Otherwise, let's clear the gallery and have a conversation.
Thank you. Look, I will redirect the member. The Minister has also indicated that she's unwilling to continue to answer these questions.
Okay. Minister, given that the rehoming program has ceased, and
no, it's on hold while the review is
paused,
undertaken.
I mean, you can use whatever word you like, but ultimately
Well, there's a
there is
difference
no...
between ceased, paused and stopped.
Well, Minister, at the moment there is no rehoming
No, because it's paused while the review is undertaken, which we will get a report on the 14th of June.
Minister, I haven't finished my question, which is...
Okay, I'll be quiet.
Why have you allowed aerial culling to continue while the only humane method of dealing with brumbies, which is rehoming, has been stopped?
Because I don't consider rehoming of 260 horses that are then illegally are then disposed of a good rehoming program. In relation to reducing the number of horses in the park, I've been very clear about this. This needs to occur. Broad-toothed rat is just one reason why this needs to occur. This is two separate issues. The issue of aerial culling has been through a rigorous process. It is overseen by independent vets in the RSPCA. It is considered the best animal welfare outcome for us having to reduce the number of horses. It is two separate issues. I want the rehome, just to be clear here, I want the rehoming program to continue, and I want it to be successful, and I want it to be part of the future of how we manage the number of horses in the park. There are excellent and wonderful people who rehome horses, and I want them to be able to do that. I do not think an outcome where 260 horses were rehomed and didn't survive to be a good one. That's why the review's in place, and that's why the program is paused.
Minister, do you think it's equitable to continue culling the brumbies whilst you've paused the rehoming aspect?
I just make the point they're two very separate issues.
Well,
I don't think there is a case for pausing the aerial shooting program while we deal with the rehoming program. They are two separate matters.
I'll hand over the question.
I've just got a few questions, and Mr. Higginson, I can see that your hand is up, and I'll throw to you next just after I ask a couple of questions.
Can I just quickly... Sorry, I've just got...
You may, yeah.
I just want to clarify two things, sorry. The rehoming inquiry is occurring... The name of the company is Centium, as I said before. The investigation was by a company called Protiviti, Protiviti. I apologise to the committee.
Thank you. In regards to the report from the Premier's Department that's due on the 14th of June,
yep.
Will that be made public?
I would expect so, yes.
Thank you. Based on the investigation to date, I just wanted to ask you broadly, how was this, in your opinion, allowed to happen and allowed to happen for so long with such a significant number of animals, 260?
Look, as I said, I think it's unacceptable, and my view is that the review needs to get to the bottom of it. I don't want to speculate too much, but I'd make a couple of points. One is that the way in which post-rehoming occurs and the way in which that is monitored is, I think, subject to the review, and I think we need to look at that. I think that there's clearly issues in relation to the sharing of data. My understanding is there were some red flags about this property from other agencies that were not shared. Again, the review will get to the bottom of this, but my understanding is were not shared with national parks. If that's the case, then that shouldn't happen at all. I mean, government should be working, if one agency stumbles across something that's wrong, they should be required, and we should have good, strong data sharing that would say, look, there's a red flag here. Do you have any exposure here? And are you involved? Maybe you need to have a look at it. So they're probably two. I don't want to speculate too much, but to me it looks like we're heading towards an important tightening of the kind of rules around rehoming, what happens post-rehoming, and data sharing. But how far or what the detail, I'd wait for the review to get that.
In regards to that sort of post-rehoming follow-up, and our understanding is that after a certain number of months, I believe it might have been 4 months, that there's sort of supposed to be that follow-up. And there's been accusations that actually sometime, after this expose that was recently in the media, that people who have rehomed Brumbies have suddenly had paperwork sent to them, sometimes 2 years after they've rehomed a Brumby, now asking them, and they never got it 4 months afterwards. Is that kind of a failing from the department?
Look, I'm concerned. I'd be concerned about that. I mean, I agree with you. I think that the rules were that there needed to be some follow-up. Whether that's been occurring, I think this is what this is exposed, and I suspect the answer is no. I don't think that's acceptable, but that's exactly why we're doing the review. It's why we want rehoming to have a very significant part of horse population control in Kosciuszko National Park, but clearly there's been some deficiencies. That's what the review's about, and I would intend to clean those up.
There's been concerns raised about the wild horse depot in Ballowring, and the fact that the number of horses being rehomed were not matching the number of horses allegedly coming to the depot. Is that something that's also being investigated?
Well, I think that's sort of part of what the rehoming is. As I said, the preliminary advice is that there's been around 2,760, and it was one horse unaccounted for. That's through the trapping yards. I just think I'm not in a position to provide that information because I haven't been given advice because it's part of the review.
So do you admit, sort of, looking at those two aspects, that there's actually been a lack of appropriate oversight from the department into the rehoming program?
I'm definitely concerned that we are where we are.
Thank you. Ms. Sue Higginson?
Thank you. Minister, my question is really just for clarification about the initial part of your evidence. With the New South Wales Scientific Committee uplisting or downlisting, tragically, the broad tooth rat, is the Scientific Committee's report published? Is it available? Could you indicate when that might be?
Yes, so it actually happened today, Ms Higginson, so I believe it may not quite be up on, I'll just get advice. Tomorrow it'll be on the website, so it will have the detail, but it was why it was important. What I can... I can give you a little bit more information. So obviously the New South Wales Threatened Species Scientific Committee today made a determination to uplist the broad-toothed rat from vulnerable to endangered. The TWSC determination this was in my notes, will be published tomorrow, the 24th of May. The primary reasons for the endangered listing are that the species has undergone a large reduction in population size, exceeding 50% reduction over 10 years, and further reductions are considered likely to occur. Horses affect the habitat of the broad-toothed rat. Grazing and trampling of vegetation by horses removes shelter, nesting habitat and food sources, exposing them to predation by other feral species and reducing food and shelter resources needed through winter. Essentially, they live in the grasses next to the watercourses, and the snow goes on top, but they actually live underneath it. If it's been trampled, there's no way for them to actually survive in the winter, which is why the impact of the horses is so great. Habitat degradation and loss by horses is listed as a key threatening process under the New South Wales Biodiversity Conservation Act. In the final determination for the New South Wales horse plan, the broad-toothed rat is specifically listed as a fauna species impacted by horses through habitat destruction.
Thank you. And just one final question, Minister. Would you normally, or would you please consider making the Commonwealth Minister aware of the New South Wales determination, because the listing on the Commonwealth list may be impacted by the New South Wales consideration?
Yes, this automatically occurs because part of the uplisting and the advice that I've got is a result of some of the Commonwealth advice. So there's good work happening between both jurisdictions, and that's been shared. And as you have rightly identified, that impacts the way in which the listings operate at both the state and federal level. But I obviously undertake to do that, but I believe that it's already occurred.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does the Honourable Robert Borsak have any questions? No. The government have questions? I'll return to the Honourable Westphal.
Thank you. Minister, I'm pretty much at the end of where I was hoping to reach with you in relation to the questions, but I just want to establish a few base facts just moving forward. Is it fair to say that there's been deficiencies in the way that National Parks and Wildlife Service have documented the brumbies that go through the rehoming program, and that there is, I guess, an admission that some of that paperwork, such as the 4-month outcome notification that rehomers are supposed to provide to national parks, hasn't been somewhat deficient?
I'm concerned that may have been the case. That's why we're doing the review.
Okay. So I'll take it from that we can say that, yes, there's perhaps deficiencies in the way
Well, don't verbal me. I've accepted that
Well,
I'm
I'm not
concerned
trying to
about
verbal you,
it.
Minister.
I'm concerned about it. That's why we're doing the review, and we will fix any deficiencies that may or may not be found.
There are a lot of things I'm concerned about. What I'm seeking is that there is, I guess, known deficiencies, and I would think that the evidence that we have as a committee would indicate that's the case.
And they're being investigated. Let's just be clear, Mr. Fang. The reason why these investigations are occurring is that this information came to my attention, both by the media and others, and I instructed my department to do an investigation into an individual and also an investigation into the rehoming program, so all of these issues can be properly dealt with, that I can get to the bottom of all of the allegations that are there.
Yep.
And once we've done that, I'll do that.
And I accept that, Minister. I guess all I'm seeking is that an understanding.
You're seeking an opinion, and I'm telling you that I'm concerned,
Well, no,
and that's
Minister,
what the investigations are doing, and I'll take what necessary
Minister,
action
now-
there is
How about
when
you
we get
stop
to the end of it.
interrupting?
Minister, I now believe you're verbaling me.
Order.
What I'm
No,
asking
ask
is,
the question, please.
is that do you accept that there is deficiencies in relation to the way that National Parks and Wildlife Service documented some of the rehomed brumbies paperwork?
I don't know that yet, but when the evidence is finalised through the review, I'll take action if there is.
Okay. Would you agree that the letter that you provided us last night indicates that you have no visibility around the actions of brumbies that happened outside of the rehoming program?
No, I don't agree with that.
So, okay, in that respect, taking that answer, can I infer from that your clearance of the staff member is absolute, and that you are 100% confident that whether we're talking about brumbies that have been through the rehoming program or brumbies that may have been caught outside of the rehoming program, that there has been no wrongdoing whatsoever, as you state in your letter?
What I am confident of is that National Parks and Wildlife staff do an incredible job under
That's
very
not an answer,
No, let me
Minister.
finish.
That's not an answer.
Are you going to let me
That's
finish?
not an answer, Minister.
Order.
Sorry,
That
let
is
me finish.
that is political speak.
Let me finish. No, actually, I'm the minister for this department.
I know.
Those staff sit
I'm
under
holding
my
you responsible.
responsibility, and I
Order.
think that they are professional and incredible, and they deserve the support that to do the jobs that we ask them to do through the laws that we put in place, through which we are collectively responsible.
That's correct.
So the point that I'm making is I have faith in National Parks and Wildlife staff.
That's right.
The
And you
point
provided us
and the reason why, when these allegations came, I instituted and directed the department to do an independent investigation into the allegations against this staff member. That has been undertaken, and I am satisfied that has been undertaken properly, and that that on the evidence that we have, there is no issue with this staff member. Let me finish.
Well, I thought you
No,
had.
just let me finish. I am absolutely satisfied that is the case. I am genuinely worried that this staff member may be publicly named, which I believe would be very unfair and I believe should not occur. We need to actually have fairness for the people that we ask to work with us. It's actually required in terms of these committees that they're not used as opportunities to name people unfairly. The point that I would make is, if there is other evidence in the way in which you're describing that is picked up in the review, and if it is with the department, I would expect that it's been fully dealt with. So I've made a couple of commitments today. One is I am seeking advice in relation to this individual member around being able to publish the investigation, so you can be assured that it was thorough. I am assured about that, but it's a matter for you, and I understand that you don't have it in front of you, which is fine. There's that part of it. The second part of it is that there is an ongoing review into the rehoming program and other issues. If there has been evidence that's been provided to my department, I expect that that's being dealt with, and we will deal with that in due course. But to get to the bottom of your question, I am confident that this staff member has not done the wrong thing, and I thank all National Park staff for the job that they're doing, particularly in relation to the horse management plan. These are staff who have been under significant pressure in their communities, who have had terrible things happen to them, including a horse head dumped on the front of their office. We are asking them to undertake the horse management plan to reduce the number of horses in this park because it is damaging and endangering an entire alpine ecosystem and 12 other threatened species. Our parliament asked us to do that. Actually, it was your government that asked them to do it by putting in place the Wild Horses Heritage Plan. They are undertaking the job we've asked them to do. They should be able to do that safely, and they should be able to do that without fear of their reputations being traduced unfairly.
Minister, you have stated categorically that the issues have been investigated and that you believe that there is no wrongdoing.
Well, I don't know yet because I'm waiting for the rest of the review.
That's not what your letter says.
No, this is for this. Which one are we talking about?
The one you sent last night.
Yes, about
last
the individual.
Night.
Yes, yes, I wrote the letter and did send it. I know what it is.
Well, it was wrong, but you know, 1700. What's the difference, right?
Well, the difference is important in terms of we've
Well, it
only
is. That's
found
exactly
one.
right.
Well, actually,
That is exactly
the
right.
numbers that are
Any
updated make
chance
it
of the
better.
minister's been allowed to answer?
Actually, make it
Well,
better.
no,
There's one unallocated horse they've been able to get to out of 2,760. Last night, I only told you it was 1,700. I apologise, that was wrong. But let's be clear, this makes the problem less concerning.
Well, I've indicated to you that there's evidence that there are horses outside of the rehoming program that are being taken out of
And
the
you've
park.
given them to the department and they're being investigated, and I will report back on those when I'm able to. I'm not in a position to do so because the report isn't due until the 14th of June. I'm sorry, I can't look into a crystal ball and I can't time travel to the 14th of June.
There's a note for you.
Yes, which is fine. I've got excellent staff.
You do.
Here we go. I can as we're running, I think I'm almost out of time, but how long am I here for?
Quarter past.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So I can provide information in terms of when the premiers became involved in the Wagga Wagga illegal knackery. It was close to or on the 18th of April. I'm sure you'd be pleased that my staff are able to provide such good advice to the committee.
I'm all good.
I've just got one more question, Minister. obviously, and I know that the Honourable Wes Fang sort of touched on this, but I just wanted to ask in a different way.
Yeah, sure.
There's obviously been a lot of distress from the genuine Brumby rehoming groups who obviously feel that they're being punished with this suspension of the rehoming program, and they're very stressed that they're not able to save some of these horses, and all because of the conduct of a rogue operator. Will you be expediting to make sure that we can see that rehoming suspension removed and that rehoming can begin again soon?
Yes, I'd really hope so. I mean, just because of the way in which this came to attention, I think that's right. I mean, my time frame will be as soon as I get the report and I'm given the advice. There's a couple of things that need to happen. We need to decide what action we're going to take to fix any issues that have evolved with that. But I would anticipate that we do that and we open the program as soon as we possibly can. I really want to thank the people that do rehoming. I've met rehomers. They're doing incredible work. They're very caring people who really care for the horses. And that's really good that we have that as one of the parts of the tools of managing the horse population. When we get the population down to the 3,000 that's legislated, the way in which I want to try, and we've talked about this a lot, to actually manage the population is far more about rehoming. It's about investigating things like reproductive control. All of those issues are on the table as we move through the process of reducing the numbers.
If there's the opportunity to open up rehoming while anything that's come up in the investigation that still needs to change can still occur kind of concurrently.
Look, I think that'll be okay. I'm not suggesting that we need to do this and we need to have a lengthy process to change it. This, to me, without having seen it and knowing exactly what the issues that are going to be thrown up, I would anticipate that we can, in principle, reopen it on the basis of, what will have to happen is that the report will have to come. We'll have to examine it. I'll get advice from the department about what needs to be changed to fix any of the issues that have arisen, and if there are any other issues that need to be dealt with, we deal with that. I would want them to put that in place, within weeks, not months, so that then we can open the program. Rehoming is an important part of horse management in Kosciuszko National Park, and it will continue to be so. We just need to make sure that it's as rigorous as it should be, and I think that the allegations and exactly what we're doing now is getting to the bottom of that, because I don't think it has been.
Thank you. Any questions, Governor? In that case, thank you very much for your time today. If there was any questions on notice, or if the committee has any follow-up questions, the Secretary will be in contact with you in relation to those questions. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome our next witness, and thank you, Mr. Hadley, for coming and giving your time to give evidence today.
Thank you.
Can I begin by asking you to please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Raymond Hadley, broadcaster. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, Deputy Chair, members. I think I've been invited because I was the one that broke the story about Wagga Wagga sometime before the Minister, of course, started the inquiry. After I got a tip from some people in Wagga Wagga, there was an illegal knackery operating. I then contacted Mr. Peter Thompson, who I believe was a witness later on today, the General Manager of the Council. He was reluctant to confirm it because he hadn't disclosed it to staff in its entirety, nor the Council itself. But by the Thursday, he came on the program, broke his leave, and admitted that he had found the remains of the skeletal remains of 500 horses in an area of the property owned by Adrian Talbot. And I think that's why I'm here.
Yes, I think so. But thank you. So the committee is actually resolved for free-flowing questions, which means that anyone can sort of jump in and
I'm
ask a
happy
question.
to accommodate the committee in any way, shape or form.
Great, thank you. The Honourable Wes Fang.
I'll start. Thank you, Mr. Hadley, for appearing today. And you are here because you broke the story. And certainly, I guess the revelation that there were 500 horse carcasses found on a property in Wagga was alarming to a number of people. Could you provide some, I guess, insights as to did you start to receive emails as soon as you broke the story as to what happened?
Well, I broadcast into the Snowy Mountains, so obviously there's a great interest in that region about the Brumbies, but I also broadcast into Southern Cross Triple M in Wagga Wagga. So immediately I started talking about it without having the exact details. Yes, I started to get emails. I knew about the property. I replied to emails while I was on air about the nature of what was happening there. It seemed to be common knowledge in the immediate area of the property that wasn't owned, I don't think, by Mr Talbot, that there was some sort of illegal knackery happening. Then shortly after that, I'd spoken to the Minister's office through one of the staff, or one of my staff had spoken to her.
Yes, please.
Sorry?
Oh, Ms Sue Higginson, you might want to mute your microphone. You've just come through on the
Sorry,
the
Mr
committee.
Hadley, just to explain, we've got two committee members that are joining us online.
Oh, right, fine.
And so one of them has accidentally has their microphone on.
Okay.
Apologies for
No,
that.
no, apology, no apology needed. I have a major problem when I do these sort of meetings at home as well, silencing things. Anyway, to where I was, so I was concerned that, firstly, that the horses had been treated in such a fashion, and then I was more concerned as I discovered that there'd been an investigation undertaken by Racing New South Wales. I confirmed that with Racing New South Wales, as was evidence here this morning with Jackie Johnston. Then it was confirmed that other agencies had become involved, DPI, I believe. And then I became horrified that the RSPCA had been there, and then the evidence this morning that I happened to play on my program from the CEO, Mr Coleman, that they went there on two separate occasions and didn't venture where the council went over the ridge to find the 500 skeletal remains. And then remarkably, I nearly fell off my broadcast chair this morning when I played the fact that there was a cool room, which I knew about, on the property, and the RSPCA inspector failed to go in the cool room on a property where allegedly horses were being slaughtered. I thought that was astounding, if that's a practice of the RSPCA, as opposed to what they did when Guy Fawkes happened 20 years ago, when they, of course, cautioned the Minister, Mr Davis, and the National Parks and Wildlife they continue to aerial cull Brumbies, they'd be prosecuted individually. It seems the RSPCA 20 years later have lost their way, where they won't go to a cool room at a property where carcasses are hanging, nor will they go further than 1 acre on the property to discover where the rest of the skeletal remains are. The council are not Inspector Clouseau. They don't have some power to mystically go onto property and find things. They're just standard, normal people operating in an environment where they're concerned about it, and they ventured further than 1 acre to find the skeletal remains. Then Minister Sharp, very kindly, after I advised her office of what was happening, I became even more concerned when she told me quite clearly that 260 Brumbies had made their way from the holding yard to this property, and I tried to think about the possibility of 260 horses going rehoming to one bloke. I thought, how does that work? So I started to think there must be some collusion between National Parks and Wildlife officers and this Talbot character, because it was possible to concede that someone would rehome 260 Brumbies, and my fear is, we'll never know I suspect, that of the 500 skeletal remains, 260 of them are Brumbies. I mean, if that's the way we rehome Brumbies, we're in a sad state of affairs, a very sad state of affairs. And I'm sorry if I'm becoming a bit emotional, but I am emotional about it. And I think everyone in this room should be emotional about the dastardly way National Parks and Wildlife have provided these Brumbies to this butcher, Adrian Talbot. And then the remarkable thing from Wade Birch this morning was GWIC, the Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission, didn't know that the carcasses were passed on to Talbot's brother, who's the chairman of the Wagga Wagga Greyhound Club, and distributed to greyhound trainers in northern Victoria and southern New South Wales at profit. It's a remarkable set of circumstances and a very dark day for National Parks and Wildlife and the RSPCA, I'm afraid.
I'm very much going to get to the issues around the GWIC, and I'm glad you raised that because I will bring that up a little bit later. In relation to the Brumbies themselves, I guess in some of the correspondence you would have received through your show, there would have been, I guess, some indication that rehomers would have provided to you about the difficulties they might have had in getting Brumbies, and that somehow there's issues, I guess, farming Brumbies out from the Blowering depot. Would that be?
Look, I got inquiries from all over Australia. I broadcast into Queensland as well, and I had rehomers in Queensland saying, look, we'll take 20 Brumbies, and you know, they wanted specifically one type of Brumby over another type of Brumby, I think, whether it was a bay, a chestnut, a black, or a piebald, or a skewbald, or whatever they may have wanted. But no matter what they wanted, they were told they're unavailable. And I couldn't quite understand that, because if one bloke can get 260, how can some bloke in Queensland not get 20, or some bloke in West Wyong not get 3? It just seemed incomprehensible that the horses were all being channelled to the one place to be slaughtered. And, you know, I know the Minister doesn't want people named within National Parks and Wildlife, but Mr Fleming's got to take the blame for all of this. He's the head of it, and he's got to get to the bottom of whether the bloke who was working in that distribution centre in the Snowy Mountains was colluding with this other character, Talbot, to make sure that these were sent to him, were dogged, as that's what they call it. They were dogged for dogs, killed for dogs, for profit. I mean, you know, it's a fairly lucrative enterprise, dog meat, particularly in the Greyhound industry. So, you know, you'd like to think that there wasn't a drink somewhere along the line for someone at National Parks and Wildlife. You'd like to think that. You'd like to put people above all that, but whether you can or not's another matter. That'll be no doubt part of the investigation that Minister Sharp's encountered now.
So, Minister Sharp, and you wouldn't have seen this yet, Mr Hadley, Minister Sharp sent the Chair a letter last night, and we resolved to publish it so I can talk about the letter. The letter itself, while the figure is incorrect on the letter, it indicates that the National Parks and Wildlife Service have rehomed since 2019 about 2,700 Brumbies. So on the numbers that the Minister provided to us, about 260, that would be just somewhere in the region, just below 10% of the number of rehomed Brumbies went to Mr Talbot. It was clear, though, from your evidence, I believe, that rehomers said that they were having trouble getting Brumbies.
Probably because too many were going to Mr Talbot to get slaughtered, I suspect. Just on the numbers, as you probably are aware, because I've become passionately involved in this, and I'm not normally a person that gets involved in debates about Brumbies, but I've been led to believe that there's been a report, and I've spoken to the people who put the report together, in relation to numbers, and this may be instructional for the committee, that in the report they did, the remote sensing report by Airborne Logic, a company that's based in South Australia, they did a comprehensive report that I've appealed to the Minister to replicate in some shape or form. And the reason I say that is Dr. Stuart Cairns is relied upon to be the outstanding methodology proponent in this area. Penny Sharp said in August of 2021, Dr. Cairns said, essentially what you're doing, you're measuring the distance of the object you see from the aircraft, and eventually, when you collect enough data, you can model the decaying, declining sightability. Once you've got that, you can work out probability of detecting an animal in a normal survey strip. That was in relation to kangaroos, a native animal. Penny Sharp said in reply as part of the committee in 2021, and there's work to be done. Look, the counting methodology is argued. It doesn't matter what sort of animal it is. And yet the same person in 2024 is standing by the methodology of Dr. Cairns, which she cross-examined in 2021 as being flawed. And from this latest report that I have now in front of me from these people that have done this survey, they're talking about, remarkably, a tenth. According to National Parks and Wildlife and the Minister, there are over 5,000 Brumbies in one northern part. They went down there and looked at it through airborne logic. They found 569 horses in the area working with the NPWS numbers, which can be extrapolated to the population of 5,122. So what I'd say to the panel and to the members here, the numbers being canvassed of between 14,000 and 22,000 can't be right. Now, biostatisticians have said quite clearly, experts in the field, that that figure simply cannot be right. It might be 14, it might be 22, but it can't be a band between 14 and 22. And my fear is, with legislation in place that we reduce it to 3,000, if we think there are 22, or the average is 18, say, if we think there are 18, and as a result we kill 16, when there aren't 16 there, but we kill some number, we'll get below the 3,000. And that's why I implore the Minister and the Department to actually reconsider the fact that they think Dr. Cairns is some sort of expert when other people say he's not. And even the Minister at the time in opposition said he wasn't.
And that's, I think, a great concern, because the numbers, whether we're talking pre-cull or post-cull, are relevant in relation to not only the number that the Minister will continue to cull, but also in relation to rehoming. And so that's why I think this letter was so important from the Minister, because talking about numbers, there is, I guess, ambiguity in relation to that number.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of arguments. And look, I take my advice from biostatisticians. I'm a broken down choir boy now, a broadcaster. I'm not a biostatistician. And I take my notes from them. And I've got that many of them that have been on my program and spoken to me about it. And, you know, the legislation put in place by your government, not this government, to reduce it to 3,000, so we accept that. There's bipartisan support in seeking that number. But my fear is, you know, it would be lovely to get them rehomed, but there are people in the Snowy Mountains that contact me who listen to me on Capital Radio in Jindabyne and Tumut and other areas, who say that they are a valuable contributor to tourism, to the general area. And if we destroy them, I mean, in the year 2000, I was lucky enough to be broadcasting at the Sydney Olympics when the man from Snowy River entered the stadium. Actually, he's now almost my future brother-in-law. Steve was on board that horse. And, you know, so if it's big enough to celebrate in the year 2000, the man from Snowy River on a Brumby, it wasn't a Brumby, but reportedly a Brumby, it's big enough in 2024 to continue to acknowledge the role they've played in our lives since white inhabitants.
So we've had evidence provided to this committee that there, outside of the rehoming program, was potentially movements of horses outside to other entities.
You're talking about a black market?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's call it a black market. And that's my fear, that someone who was in charge of rehoming horses was copying what used to be called in the old days, for the younger members, a sling. It's called a backhander, a secret commission, a cash for comment, or a cash for a Brumby, as the case may be. And my fear is there may well have been a black market, but, you know, that's a matter for the police to investigate if it's designated to be the case. But, you know, those poor Brumbies that went to Talbot, they're in the bellies of greyhounds across New South Wales. And the evidence of Mr Birch this morning, who I know quite well, I have a great regard for Wade Birch, over a long period of time, a very distinguished racing official, now a greyhound official. But to actually say that this bloke, I think the chair identified him as Ben Talbot, to think that he's on some sort of board.
He's on the GWIC advisory committee.
I mean, the Greyhound Welfare Integrity Committee, a disqualified person who's returned to the... I mean, I've been identifying rorts in greyhound racing New South Wales for the last 3 days, as you well know. You well know. And I can't get Minister Harris to get off his backside and do something about it, but I'll give him a tip if he's watching or listening. I won't be letting up. I saved greyhound racing New South Wales when Mike Baird tried to get rid of it. I started my career in 1980 as a greyhound caller at Appin, Bulli and Nowra. I love greyhound racing, but I hate to see the battlers who are involved in greyhound racing treated as awful as they are at the moment. I know it's a side issue if anyone wants to interrupt me, but I'm passionate about that as well. It's also about animal welfare, and I know you're all concerned about that.
Well, I'm going to move to, I guess, a related topic in a way. So we know that Adrian Talbot obviously was operating the property, and we know that Wagga City Council, through their press release, indicated that there were 500 carcasses from horses, and we know that there was a cool room that was there, and it took Wagga City Council to identify that there was horse meat inside that cool room. Could you provide to us any guidance about any correspondence you might have been given that indicated that there was, I guess, a market from that property to provide meat to dogs?
Yeah, I did. I got correspondence from... Look, in the main, Greyhound trainers are good, decent people. There's a few crooks like there are in every capacity. But they're good, decent people. And when they heard about it, I mean, they'd been buying what they thought from a legal knackery, horse meat. And they were, I guess, to a certain extent horrified to see themselves party to the slaughter of horses, and in particular, as it turned out, possibly brumbies, 260 of them. So yes, they contacted me. They identified Ben Talbot as the go-between Adrian Talbot and them. You know, Wagga Wagga's a greyhound racing town, plenty of trainers south and north of Wagga Wagga into Victoria, the northern part of Victoria. And it was pretty well known that the meat was coming from Talbot's knackery, which turned out to be an illegal knackery. I mean, they were to investigate that. They're people training greyhounds. They're just buying meat to feed their dogs.
Yeah. And so I guess we're not indicating that there's anything untoward with those people that bought meat, because obviously they weren't to know that it wasn't being sourced from somewhere that was, you know, a legal place to source meat. They were just buying meat. But it was pretty clear that they were buying meat from the Talbots and using it for greyhounds.
Yeah, with the GWIC representative as
and
the
that's where
intermediary.
that's exactly where I'm going. So GWIC today...
I mean, it beggars belief. It beggars belief. The Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission and Greyhound Racing New South Wales have a fair bit to answer for in relation to that matter.
Yep.
And it is related, despite what members may have said, oh, it's an unrelated matter. It's not, because it's well and truly within the realms of possibility, if in fact not a fact, the brumbies were slaughtered and sold from the Talbot property. That's inarguable.
Yep. So you would have heard the evidence, I guess, today from GWIC in relation to, I guess, the airing, and I've indicated that there was local media in Wagga related to the Talbots and their connections, and then obviously you broadcast some of that evidence as well. So it was fairly well broadcast that there were connections with the Talbots into the greyhound racing industry. When they indicated that they weren't proactive in responding to that, did that surprise you?
I was astounded to hear Wade Birch. I've told you I have a high regard for him. He's an outstanding steward of thoroughbreds, now involved in greyhound racing. And for him to sit here this morning, I mean, he must have been on leave. He must have listened to the radio, read the papers, or, of course, as most do now, read the internet, because after we started reporting it, it was everywhere. It was absolutely everywhere. And for someone within the Greyhound Integrity Commission to actually say, oh no, we didn't know about it, so we didn't chase him, is a bit outstanding. I can only assume that perhaps there were reasons they ran dead on it because of the attachment from one of the Talbots with Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission. I mean, I'm only surmising that. I can't make any accusations. But I am, given what I know of Wade Birch, who's a very, very, very thorough investigator, what he offered in evidence this morning absolutely astounded me.
Would it be fair to say that there will be times when you will be made aware of evidence through your program, and I guess you'll break a story where the government or members of an integrity unit, whether it be with harness racing or Racing New South Wales or wherever, they might come to you and say, we weren't aware of that. Can you provide us offline a little bit of information so that we can follow up on that? Is that usual?
Well, I've known Peter Volantes for 40 years. When I called the trot at Harold Park, he was the boss there, so I have a long-term relationship with him. And if he hears something, maybe he can't listen to the program, I'm on between 9 and midday, he's busy, but obviously it filters back to him and he'll jump on the phone and say, what have you got? And then he'll give it to Jackie Johnston or other members of the integrity of racing, the same with harness racing. And not that, I've had much to do with harness racing recently, but if I get something like that, and, in the days when Mr. Baird was trying to rid the state of greyhound racing, because there were some things happening that should never have happened, and hopefully they don't happen again, I was contacted by good people within greyhound racing and said, look, you've got to look at this. And eventually what happened is Mr. Baird and his advisors threw the baby out with the bathwater. Instead of getting the crooks out of greyhound racing, I thought, we'll shut the whole thing down, and that way we won't have a problem. With live baiting and the like, which is reprehensible and not acceptable. But in the end, common sense prevailed. But in answer to your question, yes. And I know, I've got his number in, I texted him this morning, Wade Burst, to say, I'm appearing after you sometime. I'll be, have to catch up with you. But, he's got my number. He's got my number because he answered my text this morning when, even though they might be based in Bathurst or wherever they're based these days, I'm sure that upon hearing it, a text to me would have said, what do you got? And I would have said, this is what I've got. Adrian Talbot, stroke Ben Talbot, go and do your best. But I never heard from them.
So it wouldn't be unusual for you to do that. So, it's not like there's this reluctance for you to provide them information.
No. Look, you get all sorts of tips. Some are, that weird you couldn't possibly share them with your staff or even on air. But when you, do your research as we do on my program, and I've got 3 wonderful young women who assist me to that end, when I know it's a fact, I go hard on it. And I went hard on this one. And it was evident right from the word go, once I spoke to Peter Thompson on air, 3 days after I revealed the story, and he just said straight out, there were 500 skeletal remains on the property, and within a week I'd found out from Miss Sharp's office that, Minister Sharp's office, that 260 were brumbies. Well, we went our hardest. But look, we don't publish everything we get because I like to make sure, given I've done this for nearly 40 years, particularly the last 24 as a shock jock, as I'm now known, that I make sure that in most cases I know my facts before I present them. And in this particular case, I knew my facts. I was well aware of what was going on.
So with I guess that in mind, did the Minister reach out to you to say that there's some concerning things that you've broadcast, or was it the other way around? Did you actually have to reach out to the Minister to actually...
One of the Minister's staff used to work with me, Natalie Peters, who's an outstanding journalist. And I think Natalie's there to try and quell the troubled waters between myself and the Minister, which is, all you people would understand, being in government or opposition, that that's a very important component of what you do, that you have media people that have contacts and the rest of it, and they can make contact, individual contact. So Natalie contacted me about it and then contacted my staff about it. She has a relationship with them because she worked with them as well, and she's a very capable woman. I think at the first instance they didn't quite believe. They didn't dismiss me, but I don't think they believed, which was understandable because it was a fairly remarkable story, an illegal knackery in Wagga Wagga with 500 horses killed and probably many more over a period of time. So I think there was, and I don't blame them in the sense of disbelief, but then when they found out the brumbies had arrived, there. And the other thing is on National Parks and Wildlife, I'm just thinking about things out aloud, a point you raised with the Minister, which he's admitted to. I've got some emails here from people who've been rehaming brumbies for a number of years. No one's ever spoken to them. This one email I've got, I won't identify it, from someone who's got 2 rehomed brumbies, never heard from National Parks and Wildlife. As soon as we raise the spectre of the brumbies going to Talbot, the knackery, in May they get a letter, an email. Can you give us the details? Do you still have the 2 horses? If you don't, where did you sell them? What did you do with them? Did you microchip them? Are they this? Are they that? So, I nearly said something rude there, but it's a backside covering exercise by National Parks and Wildlife. The horse is bolted, particularly the brumbies to Talbots, it's bolted. But all of a sudden, there's this fervour to find out where the rest of the brumbies are gone. And hopefully they've gone to good homes and being looked after by good people, as opposed to being, knocked on the head and shot and having their throats cut.
I appreciate I'm monopolising a lot of the time, Chair, but
I might jump in with a few,
Sure,
if that's all right,
sure.
and then I think there will probably be time to come back to you. You've asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask anyway. One thing that has really surprised me from the hearing today, we heard from the Food Authority that they had been alerted about this property in 2021 and that they'd passed that over to the police. There was another authority that was alerted in 2022 that alerted the police. I believe the RSPCA had at some point alerted the police as well. We've even got dates going back to complaints going all the way back from 2017.
Yep.
And yet when this committee wrote to the police to ask if there was any active investigation, they've told us that there's no active investigation on this. And I just wanted to know if you had heard anything about the police involvement or why this keeps slipping by.
Well, Madam Chair, I was quite astounded when I first started making the investigations, and I have a good relationship with the Commissioner, Karen Webb, and I spoke to her office, and they said exactly what you've just enunciated. There was no investigation. And I can only imagine that, you know, with the wave of crime in regional New South Wales, they're overwhelmed, the police. There are cars being pinched left, right and centre, youth crime's out of control, as the Premier has dictated by going to Moree. And I think that it was a low priority. Some bloke killing horses was not, you know, high on the agenda. I can only assume that. I'm not blaming the local area commander or his officers. The poor buggers are that pressed as it is. They're flat out, you know, doing what they need to do without going into areas of illegal knackeries and that. But I think at one stage, when it became obviously a matter of great public importance, that there should have been more attention paid by the Rural Crime Squad. There should have been some attention paid to it then. But I can't be critical of the police in the early stages because, I mean, they've got enough on their plate.
Thank you. The Premier has also started an investigation into this, and we've heard this morning that there was a meeting, and in that meeting included the Council, RSPCA, EPA, LLS, Rural Crimes, Racing New South Wales, GWIC, as well as national parks. Have you heard anything about the Premier's investigation on this, and do you think that that's going to be enough to really make sure that this doesn't keep happening?
Well, I have confidence in the Premier. I think he's a very honourable man. I've got a meeting with him next week about a whole range of issues, and I was going to raise this one with him then. I haven't had conversations with him about it to date. But I would hope that there'll be a line in the sand from Minister Sharp and from the Premier, Mr Minns, regarding this matter. My firm belief is that not only should they suspend rehoming, they should suspend the aerial culling at the moment, because I think there are enough question marks over that. And I know there's bipartisan support for the culling, and I know that I'm swimming against the tide to that end. But I would hope that there'd be consideration given to stopping the aerial culling. I read a statement from Member Borsak this morning on my program that he released, and he's obviously concerned from that statement about the matter at the moment in relation to the expertise. I think the words you used, Mr Borsak, and I share his concerns. Deputy Chair, Madam Chair, I don't understand, I really don't understand why, you know, we're a fairly sophisticated society. We've changed a lot, and, you know, I've changed a lot, people have changed a lot. You know, it's a different world 2024 than it was 20 years ago when I started doing what I do now on 2GB. But 20 years ago, we stopped aerial culling. I mean, we stopped it. I mean, Bob Deaver said, let's go for your life. You know, it's a beautiful place up there. Guy Fawkes National Park, let's get rid of those brumbies and shoot the bloody things. Get them out of the joint. It lasted for a short space of time because the RSPCA, a different RSPCA than the one I see in 2024, said, that's inhumane. That's not right. Stop doing it. And if you don't, we'll hold you personally responsible. You, Mr Davis, and you in charge of the National Parks and Wildlife. So we've come a long way in 24 years, but somehow we've gone back into some vacuum when it comes to killing horses from aircraft. I mean, does anyone in this room really think that it's a better place in 2024 than it was 20? Well, I do. I think it's a better place. But in relation to brumbies, it's a worse place. because what was stopped in 2024, and Mr Coleman, I've called this morning for his resignation, his board should sack him for his performance here this morning. He should be sacked. He sent people to that property. They saw a cool room, and they didn't think to have a look inside. And Mr Coleman was, oh, well, yes, that's, you know, they probably should have had a look inside. There were carcasses discovered by Wagga Council, and the RSPCA charged with protecting animals, brumbies and the rest of them, including the rat, the broad-toothed rat or whatever it is down there, they're charged with protecting that. They didn't look inside the damn cool room. What are we growing? Strawberries. We're keeping the strawberries cool. The blueberries are in there. I mean, for God's sake, there were beasts in there that have been slaughtered. And they didn't look. And Coleman did. And then the explanation is from Steve Coleman, his performance this morning disgrace, Madam Chair. Oh, well, they looked at an acre with the 20 acres, but they didn't look at the other 19 acres. Well, they got varicose veins or something. They can't walk 150 metres over the hill and see all the carcasses, all the skeletal remains down there. I mean, it is just, you know, I applaud this committee for doing what they're doing, but I mean, it's a Ripley's believe it or not performance this morning by Mr Coleman, I'm telling you. I just... Point of order. Point of order, good luck to you.
Sorry, there's been a point of order.
Concerned about these insults directed to Mr Coleman.
Can you expand on that?
Well, there's a procedural fairness resolution that speaks to reputational interests that people have. There's parliamentary privilege here. He's a professional.
Well, what do you think I'm saying it for?
Excuse
me.
Please respect the process.
Order.
I can't hear you. Speak up.
Order.
Yeah, you might want to bring your microphones closer.
So he's come along as a professional. He's given evidence this morning. He's now being subjected really to insult and ridicule.
I just will remind the witness just to be mindful about some of the
Madam Chair, I respect your position. Thank you very much for your courtesy.
Thank you. I guess I've just got a question, and I know the Honourable Wes Fang has delved into the evidence that we heard by GWIC this morning as well.
Yep.
I suppose I was particularly shocked, and as you mentioned, that this Ben Talbot, you know, was disqualified for illegally killing a greyhound, and is now on the GWIC Advisory Council, and that he's still on the Advisory Council even though he's been linked to these accusations in regards to the slaughter of these horses. Have you heard any evidence that he was involved in that other than through his brother Adrian at all?
No, I don't have any evidence other than he was the go-between between the slaughter of the horses and the distribution for money to greyhound trainers. But like you, I'm simply astounded that the Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission would firstly have a representative who has a history of not being a person of some repute, and then when these revelations are revealed, he's still on the same committee, board, whatever it may be called, for integrity. I would have thought that the Greyhound Welfare Integrity Commission board would have said, well, maybe it's time you just stood aside until we find out what happened with the horses being slaughtered in Wagga Wagga.
Just in regards to this long timeline, as I said, it goes back to 2017, some of these complaints. What do you think's happened here? How has this all been sliding through for so long?
Well, I mean, I've asked the same question myself, how we had to wait until 2024, in April of 2024, for it all to be revealed, as it was, I think, on April 19 or thereabouts, I first broke the story. And Talbot was just under the radar, and you know, it's really funny because some people in the initial stages, when I made the claims I made, wrote to me supporting him and saying, oh, he's a great rehomer. And I said, he's a great slaughterer. He's not much of a rehomer. And some of these poor people had sent him horses, not necessarily brumbies, but horses to be rehomed, and thinking they'd go to a nice home, when in fact they were being slaughtered. And then when it became quite evident, when the council came on the program and said they'd found the skeletal remains of 500 horses, well, then I started to get a different flow of email. But I look, some things happen because people con people, some things happen because apathy, But, Madam Chair, I could not offer it seems to me to have gone on for 7 years, and I couldn't offer an explanation as to why. It's just sometimes people get away with things for way too long, and that's what happened here, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like even from hearing from the Environment Minister that there's just been, you know, a huge failure of process and with communications between these major authorities. You know, given what we've had, the Food Authority, the RSPCA, the police, Racing New South Wales, all these authorities involved, and yet, you know, communications just...
Well, the remarkable thing is there was an interview conducted by a young ABC reporter 2 days after we broke the story, and at the time when we knew there were 500 skeletal remains, and I'm not criticising the ABC, the young reporter went there, and this Talbot said, oh no, he said there's 40 horses. He was about, you know, 460 shy. And there was then, you know, oh, well, the council must be making it up and it can't be true. And as I'm sure Mr Thompson, when he appears later on this afternoon, will confirm what he told me on the radio, that there were 500 skeletal remains there. And I mean, it just beggars belief that went on for so long. And this is the scary part is we know about 500, given the fact that we now know it's been operating illegally since 2017. God only knows how many horses, not all brumbies, of course. I don't know how long the brumbies were. I think the Minister told me, and I'd be corrected on this, that they stopped sending in brumbies in July of last year. I think that was the date she gave me. But I don't know how long before that he was getting brumbies or other horses, because he seemed to be a central figure. You know, when, you know, people move, they go from... One lady did write to me who said she moved from, say, West Wyalong to Coffs Harbour and couldn't take her children's ponies with her. So she left them in the care of someone who said, oh, I know this bloke called Talbot, he looks after horses. So when they finally relocated to Coffs and they got some acreage or something up there, they asked the bloke who they'd given the horses to, can we bring the horses, we'll float them up here. And she wrote to me and said, he said, I gave them to Adrian Talbot. So she started ringing Mr Talbot, and he said, oh, you made excuses, oh, the horses are out in the paddock, I've got to go out and catch them and all this. Finally, his estranged partner, according to this lady, told her that the horses had been killed a week after they arrived there, slaughtered. So she's got to go and tell the two little girls, that their horses aren't coming home because Talbot slaughtered them. And it appears to me that over a long period of time, if you're saying it's back in 2017, this is a method of operation. You know, you park your horse there, and sometimes people don't go back for them. They might have, you know, their children are grown up, they don't want to be, you know, on the ponies anymore and things like that, and it was just a convenient way of parking a horse. You know, I'm moving to a suburban block, I don't have acreage anymore, you know, my circumstances have changed, marriages bust up, you know, we can't afford to keep the horses, and they sent them there thinking they were being rehomed and you know, sent somewhere else as a pony club horse or something like that, and they were obviously slaughtered.
Very sad. Is there any other committee member that's got questions? Yes, the Honourable Bob Namber.
Mr Hadley, thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thanks, Deputy Chair.
There are a range of government agencies that routinely use aerial culling to control populations of other wild animals, such as deer, goats, pigs. Are you supportive of those programs that use aerial culling?
No, I'd prefer, Deputy Chair, there be no aerial culling. Look, I understand we've got a problem with feral pigs, feral goats and other feral animals, and the farmers battle against it, although some in Western New South Wales are now goat farmers, making a fair living out of it as opposed to slaughtering them. But my belief is, on the basis that what Mr Borsak, and I haven't had a private conversation with him, I've only seen what he's written, that I'm concerned about aerial culling on a range of fronts. Deputy Chair, I did get in the early stages, when they first trialled it, aerial culling, and it's supposedly still being trialled, a gentleman who has farm stays right on the edge of the national park. He had two people staying at the farm stay. They went for a walk. A chopper descended, shooting deer as opposed to horses, and those two people, who I spoke to on my radio show, sought cover under a stump until he rang National Parks and Wildlife and said, back them away, we've got people out there. Now, they were in the national park and they were just walking along when the shooting started. Now, whether the shooting was close to them or not, that was never ascertained. They could just hear gunshots and they sought cover. So I'm concerned, if we've got a national park which can be accessed by members of the public, and I know that they lock it down. I'll give you an example of one up near Dorrigo at the moment, where they shut it down, not Guy Fawkes, but an adjacent national park. Fences were burnt down in 2019, and there are farmers up there, the cattle farmers, and the cattle get out and go to the national park. And so recently, National Parks Wildlife has said, right, we're going to muster the cattle. If we can find branded cattle, we know who owns them, we'll return those cattle. But because they've been wild for, going on for 5 years, there are calves being born which are now heifers, steers, whatever, and they've got no brands on them. Even though the farmers tell me, the cattlemen say, look, I know what breed of cattle I've got, that bloke's got this breed, I've got that breed, over generations we've bred these cattle. So National Parks and Wildlife are now advising those farmers that if we find a branded beast, we'll send it back to you. However, we're going to shoot the rest. And they use the proposition, oh, they're wild bulls. Well, they're not all wild bulls. There's some bulls in there and others as well. And so I don't know what methodology they'll use to shoot the beast, whether it'll be from ground or the air, but I just think that sometimes National Parks and Wildlife think they're the John Wayne and Gary Cooper of 2024 and, want to shoot everything. And I mean, the cattlemen up there want their cattle back, and they'll muster them and get them back, but National Parks and Wildlife. So in answer to your original question, yes, I'm opposed to aerial culling in general.
Are you concerned more broadly with the use of lethal means to control wild animals, or just aerial?
No, not in a control sense. I understand that look, I have great empathy for farmers in relation to, pigs and deer and wild dogs killing sheep and the like. So I think that, it's just, the thought of someone shooting from a chopper, and from Mr. Borsak's email this morning and what I saw, there's a degree of difficulty to kill from the air. And that degree of difficulty, and I'd be advised by Mr. Borsak with his expertise, that degree of difficulty diminishes when you do it from ground level. So I understand we've got feral animals we have to deal with, I understand that, but I'm worried about aerial culling. And the fact that, as I've said, we opposed it 20 years ago, and here we are down the track saying it's all hunky-dory, worries me.
If we could just disregard count methodology for a moment.
Sorry?
If we could just disregard count methodologies for a moment.
Oh, yeah, sure, sorry.
I'm just interested in your thoughts about the Wild Horse Heritage Plan, specifically, and the objectives of that plan. So the legislated plan to bring horse numbers down to 3,000 in the national park.
Well, given its bipartisan support, it's hard to argue with it, because it doesn't matter who holds sway in government, you both feel the same way about it, and they legislated 3,000, you're observing what they legislated. So I can't be critical of you or your government for observing what a previous government did.
Do you feel it gets the balance right between protecting the cultural heritage, the colonial cultural heritage, and having more sustainable horse populations from an animal welfare perspective, but an ecological one as well?
I don't disagree with that, Deputy Chair, but I just think that I'd like the Minister to examine and she's got the documents, I've driven her mad with them. I'd like her to examine the methodology used and remember what she said about Dr. Cairns in 2021. She was very sceptical of his methodology then, and now she's not very sceptical of his methodology because it might suit the argument. But I think you're being really reasonable about it, but I can't argue about the 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000. But I do think it's important to have those brumbies in that park in some way, shape or form. I think it's very important for the locals and for tourists as well. I think it's very important, and I think they're part, and this will be, not palatable to many people, of our colonial heritage. And, they've been an important part of our lives during white settlement, and they played a very important part of our lives during World War I and other conflicts. And I just think that, we can accommodate 3,000 brumbies in the national park, but I'm fearful that, with the methodology being used, we might get below 3,000, which is the mandated legislated number we should have.
Mr. Hadley, I'll jump in. We've got a few minutes left. Actually, my colonial heritage, or our colonial heritage, is very palatable to me. I've got to say, and I think you're right on that point.
Okay, well that's good. There'll be others who disagree with us, Mr. Borsak. No,
sorry?
There'll be others who disagree with us.
Well, I don't care what others say. That's my opinion. Just in relation to the RSPCA and what you were talking about them, do you think they've actually been honest with their stakeholders in the sense of how they changed their position from what it was at Guy Fawkes to where it is now?
Well, I think, I'll put it this way. I obviously when the honourable member interrupted me for being combative, which is the nature of the beast, I'm afraid, given what I do for a living. And I do apologise if I was a little overbearing.
No, don't.
Okay, that's good.
That's part of
What'd
the
you say?
course,
Don't apologise. No. I've learned as I got older. I'm 70 this year. The older I get, the more likely I am to apologise. 20 years ago, you wouldn't have got an apology, but you get one today. Okay. Anyway, back to you, Mr. Borsak. Look, the point I would make, and I'll use workplace as an example, which has been in the news lately. Workplaces, when I first started at 2UE in 1981, if I made a mistake, we used to have these 8-track cartridges and a bloke would throw it across the room and hit me in the head. If you did that now, your feet wouldn't touch the ground, you get punted. Things have changed, and thankfully they've changed for the better, and they'll keep changing for the better. But if we got to the stage in 2020, or 2000 rather, where some good, decent people at the RSPCA said, this is not on. This is inhumane and it's cruel. You'd think that if someone 20 years ago said, or over 20 years ago said, that's inhumane and cruel, and yet we fast forward to 2024 and the same organisation with a different leader says, oh no, that's okay. That's all right.
Well, it seems to have gone the wrong way for an organisation
well,
like that.
Everyone else has been dragged and kicking and screaming in some respects into 2024. It appears the RSPCA have gone back to 1974 or earlier. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, I obviously have a significant problem with the RSPCA as is documented by my comments here. But in relation to your question, yes, everyone else has changed. They've changed as well, but for the worse, in my opinion.
Well, that was my questioning around it this morning, and they were said, oh no, we've learnt better how it's done. Which made absolutely no sense to me.
I know it's a separate issue, and if I'm out of order, someone will tell me that, but I've been dealing with other matters in relation to the RSPCA about nepotism, and one of the things that was brought to my attention is that, say there's 5 people vying for a job as an inspector, and one of them is subservient to Mr. Coleman, and the other is combative. The subservient ones always win. The combative ones don't. And so I fear that Mr. Coleman's attitude towards combative inspectors who say, we've got to go hard on this, you know, we're going to go hard on this illegal knackery abattoir. Well, I don't know who the inspector was, but whoever the inspector was that went onto that property that day and said, well, we're here to inspect this, it's a legal knackery. What's that? A cool room. Ah, what's in there? Nothing. Okay, we'll move on. I mean, yes, in answer to your question. You know, yes, in answer to your question, and I don't want to punish the inspector because he may have been operating under orders not to go in the cool room. But for him to come here today, Mr. Coleman, and to admit to Mr. Fang that they didn't go in the cool room when they were looking at illegal knackery, I played it on air this morning about 11:30 and I scratched my head. And I said, has anyone edited this tape? This can't be true. A bloke at the RSPCA couldn't say that. We're not going to look at the cool room at a knackery. Yeah, so I think the RSPCA board, full of honourable people, need to have a good long look at their charter about protecting animals. A really long look at their charter.
Thank you. We've got probably one more minute if there's any other questions. We'll throw one in.
I've got one last question, Mr. Hadley. Obviously, you've received a lot of feedback from Brumby supporters, from stakeholders, from members of the public in relation to this issue. You've obviously been broadcasting about it for a long time. The Minister, when I put the question to her as to whether aerial culling should cease while ever rehoming should cease, she said that they were two separate issues that really weren't linked. Do you think the public feels that way? Do you think the public feels as if it's fair that whilst ever they're aerial culling but not rehoming, that they are two separate issues and not linked at all?
Well, I'd say to the Minister, with all due respect, there's a great suspicion involving the National Parks and Wildlife. As one farmer described to me up near Grafton, Dorrigo, they're not very good neighbours. They're not very good neighbours, and they are neighbours for many people in the Snowy. Many people are their neighbours, and they're not very... I mean, it's like anyone else. You live in a street and you've got a good neighbour one side, you've got someone on the other side you'd rather not deal with. Well, it makes it a bit uncomfortable. And if you've got a neighbour that borders you land by 30 kilometres, and they're not a very nice neighbour, it makes it very difficult for you. So I'd say, in relation to the Minister saying they're separate issues, I think in the public view at the moment, from my feedback, there's a suspicion about the National Parks and Wildlife, a very, very deep suspicion, particularly raised because of 260 brumbies going to a bloke who was going to shoot them, kill them, do whatever he did with them and slaughter them. And so you can't separate the suspicion of what they did then with aerial culling. I mean, you know, so I would, and don't forget, it's not Penny Sharp going up there with a rifle in a chopper, it's National Parks and Wildlife commissioning all of this. So while that suspicion, and while the organisation's under investigation about how those brumbies came from that area and to Talbot's property, until that's cleared up by the Minister through an investigation, I have confidence that she'll get to the bottom of it, I think the aerial culling should be suspended, and I think the Minister's wrong to say that they're separate issues. They're not separate issues, they're being conducted by the same people, and we're concerned about the behaviour in one area, we should be concerned about the behaviour in another area. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for joining us today. I don't think there was any questions taken on notice, but if the committee has any further questions for you, the committee secretary will be in contact with you. But thank you again for making time to give evidence today.
I'd like to commend the committee, and I mean this most sincerely. You know, there's all sorts of different political persuasions here, but I think that it's really important that the Upper House committee examine the facts and come back with a solution that, you know, is right and just, and I thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The committee will now break, and we'll be back at 3:15. Wonderful. Welcome back. I now welcome and thank our next witnesses. Order.
Yeah, well.
Order. Sorry, we have started. Thank you. I now welcome our next witnesses and thank you both for coming here today to give evidence. Could I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Peter Thompson, General Manager, Wagga Wagga City Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Fiona Piltz. Fiona Piltz, Executive Director of People and Culture, Wagga Wagga City Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to start by giving a short opening statement?
Just a very brief statement to explain why we're both here. As I said, I'm the General Manager, and I was there for all material times up to the day that the media story broke. I had taken a number of days leave, and Fiona Piltz is one of my executive team, and she, for her sins, was acting General Manager on the day that that story broke. And so between the two of us, you have the leaders of the organisation at all material times.
Thank you. The committee has resolved to do free-flowing questions, which means we'll just jump in and ask questions if you're comfortable with that. The Honourable Wes Fang, do you want to?
Oh, yeah.
I think you're the only one seeking the call.
No,
to start
I would
off again,
I would love to. Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for appearing declaration. I live in Wagga and in the Wagga Wagga City Council, or City of Wagga Wagga council area, and so I appreciate both of you being here. And yes, I just thought that we should be declared at the start. I'm going to take a step back, and obviously we'll come to the, I think it was the 5th of March. Was that the time, the date that the actual site visit occurred? We'll come to that shortly, but taking a step back, the initial, I guess, discovery or notification that there was perhaps an issue, how did Wagga City Council become involved in this matter?
A representative of Racing New South Wales contacted us and, together with New South Wales Rural Police, requested a meeting to discuss the slaughtering or information that they had been given that there may be horses being slaughtered on a property outside of Wagga. We met with them the next day. That was 2 of my compliance officers. That was the 23rd of January. And they explained that they had information from a member of the public who wished to be anonymous, that there were horses being slaughtered at a property. They had tried other government agencies to pursue that issue, and we were pretty much the last people that they came to who may have a regulatory power to explore that complaint further.
Okay, so it was, I guess, Racing New South Wales that reached out initially.
They were there at every step of the way because there was a number of meetings, as you can imagine.
Yes.
In fact, as has been said earlier this afternoon, when you hear the story, it's not something that you dismiss easily. And the 2 compliance officers came straight to me and said, we've just had a meeting with New South Wales Police and this is what they've said. And I rang back the Racing New South Wales representative on the same day and said, I've just been briefed on it, we will act on it. And I gave her a rough précis about how we would proceed from there, and Racing New South Wales were in the following meetings up to the point of the entry to the property.
It's become clear from evidence today that the issue at that property has been ongoing for, I'll say, a number of years. And the Food Authority, I guess, said that they raised issues in January 2021, that they've raised issues with the police. Racing New South Wales has raised issues. The first time that anybody sought to engage with council was that 23rd of January meeting. Is that correct on this issue?
That's my understanding, with Racing New South Wales and the police both coming together.
Right. So is there a reason that they sought, I guess, concurrence from you in relation to acting on that property?
My understanding from being in the conversations was it wasn't concurrence. They were looking for a government agency that had a regulatory power that could be used to go in and investigate this complaint, and they had been to state government agencies, and we were the last door to be opened, effectively.
Right. Was it clear to you in those meetings whether the RSPCA had been approached? Because I assume at that point you were given evidence or given notification that there were a number, probably an unspecified number of horse carcasses that were, I guess, on the property. Did anybody think to approach RSPCA in relation to their ability to access a property with animal welfare concerns?
We were advised by, I think it was Racing New South Wales during those initial meetings, that they had endeavoured to engage with RSPCA and may even have done something with RSPCA, but no one was acting on the information. And to be frank, I wasn't pursuing who else might be engaged. It was how can we actually act on this information and go on and see what is actually happening.
Before I ask any further questions, I'll be clear, I'm not criticising you for that. I'm more seeking clarity as to what other organisations and entities were, I guess, engaged and what advice was provided to you in relation to that property before you then sought to act. Because ultimately it was Wagga City Council that was the, I guess, used their statutory powers in order to access the property. So there's absolutely no criticism of council in that respect. I'm just trying to understand some of the evidence that we heard beforehand. So I'm not criticising not engaging with RSPCA. I'm just trying to seek whether they advised you that they had, because we now know that they had engaged with RSPCA twice.
I didn't take it as criticism, but there was definitely conversation about the RSPCA having done something with Racing New South Wales, but to be honest, it was not a big part of the conversation, and it wasn't, from Racing New South Wales' perspective, they were not getting any further with their investigation through that channel.
Right. So after the 23rd of January and the meeting with the compliance officers and the police and Racing New South Wales, that you then become involved, what's the time frame for, I guess, planning a course of action that led us to the 5th of March?
That same afternoon, when police and Racing New South Wales came to council, 4 council staff, including myself, met to plan that course of action, and essentially it was to obtain external legal advice on ensuring that if we enter the property using a power of entry rather than with consent, that whatever we collect while we're in there would stand up as evidence in a subsequent prosecution. That may seem a little unusual, but for councils to use a power of entry, we don't do it that often, and because this was such a significant issue, we wanted to make sure we got it right. So in the next several weeks, we obtained that advice, and it related to a number of matters that we should attend to, and one of them was getting better evidence upon which to base a decision to enter the property. And by better evidence, I mean what we were provided with was an anonymous report to a third party who came to us, and so we asked Racing New South Wales if they would ask the informant whether they were prepared to come in and speak to us directly on the basis that we would maintain their confidentiality, their anonymity, and the lady did do that, and we spoke with her directly. She described what she had seen, and she was very concerned about her own welfare, it must be said, so it's a credit to her that she did come forward. And from that evidence, we were then galvanised to enter the property. We were satisfied that we had grounds to do that, and that was approximately a week before we in fact entered on the 5th of March.
So Racing New South Wales almost exactly mirrors the evidence you've just given. I don't think you would have been, I guess, fully briefed on the
I haven't spoken to them since the 5th of March.
No, but the evidence that was given today to this hearing, they indicated that they did bring their informant to council and that they provided you clear evidence as to what it was that they saw.
I confirm that.
So it looked like you were
No.
seeking to... No, understood. So I guess there's a galvanised decision to take action here. What entities other than Wagga City Council were engaged in planning that 5th of March visit to the property?
The Rural Police, or Stock Squad, I'm not sure what the exact title is, but they were at every meeting, and they were pivotal to assisting us with entering the property. I couldn't speak highly enough of the support that they gave us in the preparation for entering the property. We discussed what eyes we might need when we go in, because we're all perfectly capable of identifying a horse carcass, but part of the issue was identifying where those horses may have come from. Were they thoroughbreds? Were they brumbies? And that's way beyond my skill set. So it was the police and possibly Racing New South Wales, I'm not sure, who organised the DPI Food Authority to be there, and also the Local Land Services vet.
Okay. Was the EPA also involved in in the 5th of March, I guess, visit to the site?
No, the EPA had already been approached, not by us, by the police, I think, and they had indicated that council were the appropriate regulatory authority to deal with the matter, not the EPA, and I'd agree with that answer. The way that the legislation divides who does what, it's a council issue to deal with.
Okay, so I guess now we'll fast forward to the day that that you attend the property. Could you provide some, I guess, overview as to how that was achieved, and I guess we'll just talk about how it was achieved first.
Everyone convened at the council chambers or building early in the morning on the 5th of March, and there was a briefing with everyone in the room, and everyone had a clear understanding. Sorry, I should say the police were concerned that there may be a risk to council officers going on. There was a safety issue that they had raised previously, and they offered assistance, which we gratefully accepted. That is one of the reasons why they were there, and there was, I think, 5 police officers there that morning. There was about 12 of us in total, and we discussed what we were going to do when we went onto the property, and that was relevant because the actual house on the property where the person undertaking the activity is quite a small area. The property itself is over 100 acres, so it's quite large, and we were specifically going to where we had been told that the carcasses had been seen, rather than going to the house, and in fact we were deliberately avoiding the house. The property is owned by a person that lives in Wagga, and it was agreed that we would use the power of entry, council's power of entry, to go in, but as we left to go to the property, I rang the property owner. He did answer his mobile phone. I said what we were about to do, who I was and what we were about to do, and whether he would consent to us entering. We had a conversation, and he unlocked the gate for us to the property, which is not near the house, but the gate to the property, and we went in with consent.
Okay. Could you detail for us the search that was conducted? How was it conducted? What did you see? How was it documented?
Most of the property is cropped, and at the time we were there was only stubble in the paddocks, so it was the paddocks themselves quite bare. We drove to the location where the informant said that she had seen the carcasses. The carcasses were there, but they had been fairly roughly covered by soil, and so there were bits of horses that weren't covered and bits that were. It was quite a substantial area, and the way I describe it is probably an area the size of a bus that had been covered over with soil.
Sorry, when you say an area the size of a bus, are we talking about a excavated hole where the carcasses were?
The carcasses from the informant's information were dumped in a watercourse, so you imagine there's a high bank and a low bank, so they were in that along the lower than the high bank, and what had happened since she had seen them is someone had pushed soil over the carcasses to cover them, so they were in the same place but covered. Right. But there was the strong odour that you would anticipate from decomposing horses that had been there for a while. We took photos and geolocations of that particular site, and we searched around for whether there were other horses that were not covered, and there were an odd bone here or there, but I wouldn't say that there were other horses there. We then embarked on searching under corridors of trees which were on the property to see if there are other horses there, and ultimately we found pile after pile after pile of carcasses in various states of decomposition. I think from memory there was 12 to 14 separate piles.
Okay. The press release that was issued by Wagga City Council, or City of Wagga Council, indicates that there were approximately 500 carcasses. I can imagine that where you have piles of carcasses, it may be difficult to determine the number. I presume that you would be counting something such as a skull. So because, you know, one horse, one skull, it would be fairly, it would seem fairly reasonable to me that that would be a good way to determine the number. Is that sort of how you determined that there were approximately 500?
That's correct. One of the piles, and probably better to say that these were spread over a small area rather than piled, and it was skeletal, so they were bones rather than carcasses that still had hide on them, and which were in other areas. It was spread roughly on one layer, and what we did was we divided that area up into 12 quadrants, if you like, because there was 12 of us there. Each of us just counted the skulls that were in our particular area, which was quite manageable and very accurate, and we added up the total skulls that were in that one pile, which was the biggest pile, and there were over 200 in that pile. And then to get to the 500, we extrapolated and estimated if that seems to be 4 horses deep, and there's roughly 5 or 10 wide, so we think there's roughly this many. But it was the big pile was the only one that we actually did an express count of skulls, and that produced the 200 number, or more than 200.
So at this point, you've physically counted 200 skulls at least. You've extrapolated there's approximately 500 or thereabouts. The site as it stands at the moment, have those remained in place on the property, or have they been dealt with by the property owner, or has there been a more accurate count on the number?
No, Ms. Piltz and I have been back to the site ourselves, and there's been a much better effort to cover the horses that were covered with soil previously. They're now completely buried, I think it would be fair to say, and all of the other piles have been burnt. But on the day we took many photos. The police have drone footage of the piles. There was a lot of evidence taken before they were the bones are incinerated.
Okay, so I'll now turn to and I'm sure you might have heard the interview where the property... Now, I haven't determined if it's the property owner or the property operator, but certainly the person who... And look, he's been named already, Adrian Talbot, was interviewed by ABC Radio and provided evidence that the 500 number was well outside the number, that it was extreme, that he believed it was only about, I think, 20 to 40, and that they were euthanized and for, in part, personal consumption for his dogs. The 200 that you've indicated is obviously 5 times as many as 20 to 40. Would it be fair to say that you would dispute the evidence that he provided, well, dispute the interview that he provided and the numbers that he indicated in that interview?
In the strongest possible terms. It's not true. There's photographic evidence there that anyone will be convinced that there were hundreds of horse carcasses on that property.
Right. I'm glad we established that, because I think it's important, obviously moving forward, that there was, I guess, there was an indication that that he indicated that there was a credibility issue with what Councillor put forward. But what you're saying is that there's photographic evidence, and you've documented that to indicate that that wasn't the case. Now, taking a step forward from there, obviously that 5th of March site visit led to the discovery of the carcasses, but it also led to, I guess, the discovery of the cool room, which has been, you wouldn't have seen the evidence this morning, but it's been much discussed, this cool room, and who did not go into it. But there was, I guess, horse flesh or horse meat that was in that cool room. That's been indicated to us from the Food Authority. They were there at the 5th of March visit, is that correct?
I will speak to that because it's a bit of a long story, in the sense that we weren't there when they went into the cool room, and the reason for that is when we had satisfied ourselves that we had the evidence we needed on what we'd found in the paddock, the police went, I understand, and believe to be true, the police went to the Wagga courthouse and obtained a search warrant to then search the property where Mr Talbot lived, because we were in the farming property behind his property, and the police with the other state agencies executed that search warrant and discovered the meat in the cool room, as well as other things. We weren't part of that operation because it didn't relate to what we're investigating, but we were called back to the site because they had found more horses in the yard. So I had seen the cool room and what was around the backyard, but not in the house, nor was there a reason for me to see that.
So when you say that you were called back because there were further horses...
We found, or they found further horses that we hadn't found in the morning closer to the house.
Are we talking horses alive or horses not so alive?
There were a couple of live horses there, but that's not what I'm talking about. There are more piles of carcasses.
There were more carcasses there, right?
And the 500 tally includes those as well.
Okay. So I guess it's fair to say that we've established... Sorry, and I know I'm taking a lot of time. I just want to tease through this very methodically so that that there's no question as to the evidence that's been put on the record. So the 500 horses were carcasses. We've got photographic evidence of that.
Correct.
The horse flesh, and that was seized by the Food Authority?
The Food Authority, correct.
Right. Were you involved at all in... I guess, seeking an explanation from Mr Talbot as to how that property became the site of that many horse carcass piles and of a cool room with horse flesh, given that there is no planning approval and no regulatory approval for a knackery on that site?
Not at that time. We did, when we came back and I was there, give him a caution before asking him questions, because we thought we may rely on those answers in a future prosecution. But the only questions that we asked him at that time were, did he dispose of the horse carcasses on the property, and whether he was the person that covered the horse carcasses. He answered those questions, and we didn't ask more questions because at that time we weren't actually aware of what they'd found at the back of the property, because that happened before we went on the second inspection.
I'll ask one last question, then I'll pass over, and I might have some other questions later if the time permits. But in relation to planning and approval and zoning, is there an ongoing investigation from Wagga City Council in relation to any compliance issues or lack of compliance issues, for want of a better term, in relation to that property?
Yes, there is, and I'll say in ongoing investigation because we haven't made a decision yet. It was our intent to issue a clean-up notice, and we haven't issued that yet because, for all intents and purposes, that's occurred. But we have obtained advice on what evidence requirements we would need to prove a case under a number of different provisions. One of them is operating the facility without development consent, and what are the sanctions that would flow from that. But there are other offences, such as a potential water pollution offence as well. We're still deliberating whether we will pursue those. As a council, we're loath to spend money on prosecutions when we can't recover our costs because the person who's convicted can't pay. This may be one of those situations, and that will influence our decision. Our primary goal here was to stop what was happening, and it's actually the state government that issued the order on the day to stop what was happening, and then clean up.
And so there is no more operations of an illegal knackery on that site?
No, not.
Thank you. The Honourable Susan Carter.
Thank you very much for being here. I just have a couple of questions really to help me get things straight in my mind, if you don't mind. When you arrived at the property for the first inspection, did you see the live horses?
Yes, on the day.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And how far distant were the live horses from the carcasses that were found?
The horses were at the house, so
Right.
at the house block. So
Yes.
it depends on which pile of horses as you're measuring the distance from. They were most obvious when we came the second time because we walked through the house yard. There weren't many. I couldn't even tell you. There might be 5. But not tens and tens of them. It was just a small number.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to work out is how far would you have had to have walked from the house block till you found the first carcasses?
Oh, the first carcasses were in the house block. In fact, there was a recently, I'm not sure what the right term is, and if I could find it, probably too graphic, but there was the intestines of a horse, which had obviously recently been butchered, were behind a tree in the house block quite near to where the cool room was.
Right. And you gave evidence to my colleague in relation to the smell that could be detected.
Yes.
If you were in the house block, was that smell detectable?
In no way. No. The smell that I referred to before would be 400 metres from where the house is.
Okay.
So
if an earlier inspector had walked 400 metres, they would have presumably smelt?
They would have walked
odour?
past hundreds of carcasses in order to get to the point where they could smell. The ones that were most recently killed were the furthest from the house. So all the other horses were between that location and the house itself. Most of the horse carcasses, by far the majority, would have been, again, it's my memory, but 100 metres from the back fence of the farming property. If I say it's not a house in Kirtledge, it's bigger than that.
Yep.
But from that back fence, most of the horses were just in consecutive piles along 2 separate tree lines that led from the house through the paddock.
And those piles were covered with dirt, or they were just
No, they were. If you were standing at the back fence, then you would see. In fact, that's exactly what we did the second time we were there. We were called because they'd found the horse carcasses that were in the yard, but when we went to inspect those, we could see other piles of horses down another tree line that we hadn't seen that morning.
So standing in the yard of the house block, you could see piles of horse carcasses. Yes. Does it surprise you then that earlier inspections hadn't been able to detect those piles of horse carcasses?
I couldn't comment. If you went to the back of the property, you would see them. If you're there for an inspection, depending on your goals, you may not see a need to go to the back of the house property. Yeah. So I know I'm speaking in riddles, but there's the house block, which is quite small.
Yes.
And then there's the cropping area of the farming property, which is quite big.
And so when you say going to the back, do you mean the back of the house block or the back of the cropping property?
No, back of the house block. So and I know I'm speaking in riddles, but when we came the second time, we entered through the house because the police were there and had executed their search warrant, and we actually saw horses that they hadn't seen in when they were looking at the house, because they were just piles that were under trees.
And the live horses, were they at the front of the house block or the back of the house block?
I'd say the side of the house block.
The side of the house block. So if you were at the side of the house block where the live horses were, is it reasonable that you might be able to see the horse carcasses piled up?
No, I'd say that if you were where the horses were on the day we were there, you wouldn't see the horses because they were to the side of the house, and the horse carcasses and the results.
But if you'd walked the perimeter of the house block, you would have seen.
Yeah, lots of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's very helpful.
That's interesting. Thank you. Mr. Thompson, I know you told Ray Hadley on the 18th of April that the council was commencing regulatory action. I was just wondering if you could give us an update on that. Is that taken place now, or is it still all underway?
What I was referring to in that comment was the issue of a clean-up notice, and we haven't issued that clean-up notice because, although we have finished the legal work for it, because we've since been on site and the clean-up has, for all intents and purposes, been done. I wouldn't say we've made a final decision yet because there's still a question mark about the horses that have been buried, where they've been buried. But given it's a rural property, we've been fairly realistic about what we should expect as well in terms of a clean-up. So no final decision yet, but we haven't issued it, and I suspect that will be the last result on the clean-up notice.
Thank you. Do you have any ongoing investigations still on this space? Or?
As I commented to Mr. Feng, we're looking at a number of offences. So the regulatory action that I was talking about with Ray Hadley was the clean-up notice. That's what we were about to do. We still need to make a decision as to whether we prosecute for offences and whether we have evidence and grounds for offences, and we're still looking at that, and they are offences under either or both the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act for the operation of a knackery or the disposal of waste without approval, or they're under the Protection of the Environment Operations Act, which are water pollution offences because of the carcasses that are below that high bank of the watercourse.
Thank you. And do you have a timeline on that at this point?
There would be a timeline ticking in terms of, now that we know about it, how soon we have to, or what our deadline is for issuing the summons, but we'll make this decision a lot earlier than that. And as I indicated before, one of the issues that weighs hard is what are we trying to achieve with that prosecution, given that I doubt Mr. Talbot has the finances to pay our costs of prosecuting it, and local government has lots of things to spend money on. This is important, but it also will be probably a significant amount of money, and it's weighing up what is the public benefit in the prosecution of this individual, as opposed to the cost to us in actually undertaking that prosecution. And I know it's not your question, but I would suggest in the context of what this committee's hearing, the issues of substance are probably a lot more significant than one individual who's been able to do what he's been able to do. In this instance, it's how he was able to do it.
And you suspect that there's other individuals doing something similar, or?
We're not aware of them. We did get another complaint about someone subsequent to this particular fellow that was investigated, and it was not something which we needed to respond to. If you're asking generically, do I think he's a sole operator? I'm a realist, and I doubt that's the case.
Thank you.
I support lower rates, by the way.
What's the reaction from the local community on this?
That's a good question. I think the community are encouraged that we actually did act. Councils are regularly criticised for not acting or acting slowly or not doing the right thing, and sometimes that criticism may be well placed. I think the fact that I think we got it right on this occasion, and the fact that we were the door that got knocked on and the answer was yes, we will respond to that, has been well received. I'm not aware of any criticism, but in my role, you don't tend to pay too much attention to that either. So it may well be there, I just haven't seen it.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask as well, we've heard this timeline throughout the day. We've had, complaints going back up from 2017. We've had, police being alerted from the Food Authority in 2021. Are you quite surprised that, this really came to a head and ended up in the media when the council took action? Are you quite surprised to have, and I don't know how much of the evidence you've heard today, but just the fact that, the whole system was constantly failing to take appropriate action, and that actually allowed more animals to be potentially illegally killed on this site for many years, and that it hasn't actually come to a stop until council actually stepped up? Not to undermine anything that you've done, but it seems quite unusual.
If I'm surprised about anything, it's that we weren't notified by one of the other agencies earlier. That's probably what surprises me most.
Which is why I asked the questions earlier about the first advice. And I couldn't speak highly enough of the other agencies in working with us, and I keep saying that because I don't think people should form a view that they weren't supporting of us. They certainly were. But as I said, I think earlier, you hear the allegations of what might be happening, and our reaction was to ring Racing New South Wales back on that day and tell them we will act, plan what we're going to do on that day, and then when we were actually on the site, discovering what was there, I gave a high-level briefing to my mayor, confidential, because it was always going to be a big issue. And the press release that we issued, we actually drafted 3 weeks before and provided it to the police saying, when this reaches the media, this is the press release we are going to issue, and to make sure they were comfortable with that press release. So from my perspective, if you look at what we did as logical steps in managing the issue, I'm surprised if there was complaints since 2017 why it wasn't red flagged. But look, there could be all sorts of reasons within agencies, resourcing, illness, miscommunication. It certainly would be unfair of me to speculate, but it was always going to be a significant issue because, as I said on the Ray Hadley show, it's not. I don't think people would have this level of sympathy for a mob of cattle. Horses have a particular place in the hearts of most Australians for all the right reasons. To witness something like was on that property, even though it could be done, well, if they had all the controls in place, you can have a legal knackery, but to actually be confronted by something like this at the scale that it has been undertaken at over a period of years is something that I think was quite confronting, was the word that's been previously used, and I don't think that's an unreasonable word to use in the circumstances.
Certainly. Well, thank you for your evidence today. I just checked all questions are...
Someone should ask Ms Piltz a question.
Good. You've come a long way to be here, so we really appreciate it.
How did you feel about him taking holidays on the day that it broke and being stuck, having to deal with all of the I guess the media furor? Has it led you to resist taking the job on a temporary basis ever again?
Honestly, no. I have actually asked the General Manager whether I can stay as the lead on this matter, working with the compliance officers, because I believe that, obviously apart from my own learnings and understanding, it's a really important issue for our community and we want to get it right. So really pleased to be able to stay and continue to work, and if I get asked to act again, I'll put my hand up.
Well, I think just from a personal perspective, I think that the City of Wagga Council has been exemplary in this respect, that you sought advice, you took in information, you acted quickly, I think has been of great benefit to the community and has certainly shone a spotlight on the organisation, but it has been a very good spotlight. So to both of you, thank you very much for coming and appearing, but also giving that evidence and also acting as quickly as you did, because I think it's been very important for not only the community but this committee to understand the goings on and the way in which it was approached. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you as well for travelling all the way here today to come in person as well. We really appreciate that as well. So thank you again. If there was any questions taken on notice or if the committee has further questions after the hearing today, the Secretariat will be in contact. But thank you again both for coming and providing evidence today.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I now welcome our next witnesses and thank them for coming today to give evidence. Mr Fleming and Mr Smith, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn in as you've been sworn at an earlier hearing before this committee. However, we now have a representative of the Premier's Department, so I could ask you to please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Good afternoon, my name is Melinda Supler. I'm the Executive Director of Delivery and Assurance in the New South Wales Premier's Department. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Is there a short opening statement from Park?
Yes, please. As I think I've said before, Chair, NPWS, National Parks and Wildlife Service, is required by law to reduce the horse population in Kosciuszko to 3,000 horses in those 4 retention areas by 30 June 2027 and to 0 in other parts of the park. So I do want to start by commending the National Parks and Wildlife Service staff who are implementing the program, who are doing so with great skill, professionalism and attention to animal welfare in what is very challenging circumstances. I have said previously, I think, that no one enjoys doing feral animal control really of any kind, but we do this because we're required by law to do it, recognising that horses are having a very severe impact on the environment and the cultural heritage in Kosciuszko. Despite that sort of professionalism, there are ongoing threats and abuse of staff. And I do just want to call out some from the last week because it is real and it is ongoing. So I'll just read from some of the posts on social media, just 3 or 4 examples. I won't give any names. This is under a picture of a National Parks and Wildlife Service helicopter. Somebody shoot the helicopter down. I just hope these maggots crash that thing and suffer before they die. I just hate them. They are not even humans. Yep, and let them see us standing there watching it burn. They are arseholes. Effing arseholes. I wish the chopper would crash. Hope the chopper crashes. There's a place in hell for these bastards, excuse my French. That is a very small sample, but I mention it today because there is a connection to the committee, and that is that there are many pages like this, and there are people participating in these conversations online or part of these pages who are giving evidence to this committee, either directly or through organisations. So I hope, and I'm here really, there's 2,500 staff who wear the Lyrebird badge. So I hope that the committee takes that really seriously, and I hope that there is a really strong statement from the committee that that sort of stuff is just not to be tolerated. It's a disgrace that that's directed at public servants. I'll move on and just address a couple of other things. Firstly, I'll update on the control numbers and talk a little bit about the future program. As of the close of business yesterday, so 22nd of May, we'd removed 8,718 horses since the plan commenced. That includes 6,179 horses since the 2023 survey. And it includes 4,446 horses since this northern closure on the 4th of April. I note NPWS gave an undertaking to the court recently that we would remove only 811 horses from the northern retention area in the period 9 May to 30 June. That number, as of today, a few hours ago, has been reached. That means for our program going forward, until we do our next survey, which is likely October 2024, we won't be removing any horses from the 4 retention areas. Based on the advice that we have from CSIRO, Queensland Department of Ag and the University of New England, so experts at those institutions, the population in the retention areas now, with 97.5% certainty, is at least 3,712 horses, so likely much more than that, and well above the legal limit or the legal population target still. That's in the retention areas. Horse control will continue in the removal areas. The extent and duration of that depends on operational factors, noting that we need to get that population to 0. There are probably a couple of things to note about those numbers. Firstly, it should now be very clear that the claims that there were no more than 2,000 or 3,000 horses at the time of the last survey are demonstrably incorrect, given we've removed over 6,000 since the survey, and there are thousands more still in the park. I think we all acknowledge it's difficult to estimate the population of animals across effectively nearly 7,000 square kilometres, but all of the credible science indicates that the estimate we're relying upon and the way in which we generate that estimate is the best available science. The second thing I wanted to note about the numbers is that the only way we can reach the 3,000 population target is with aerial shooting. So under the plan for the first couple of years, we removed, so that was without aerial shooting, we removed 1,270 per annum on average. That's well short of the rate of removal that was needed if we were to get to the target of 3,000. In fact, our estimate, based on fairly ambitious attempts to scale up the other control measures, so if we didn't have aerial shooting, would have still left us with in the order of 13,000 horses in the park in 2027. In other words, recognising how challenging any feral animal control is, a decision not to have aerial shooting as one of the methods would in effect be a decision to allow the horse population to continue to grow and to continue to degrade the park and its threatened species. The Minister earlier today noted the decision that will be published tomorrow about the uplisting of the broad-toothed rat. So that is a panel of eminent independent scientists who have said the broad-toothed rat is now at higher risk of extinction. And in making that decision, they have called out feral herbivores and in particular have said feral horses are the main threat among feral herbivores. So feral herbivores are not the only threat, they are a threat, and feral horses are the main threat among feral herbivores. In other words, if we don't get the population down, we're going to continue to lose our Australian natural heritage and damage our cultural heritage.
Can I just ask you a question about that?
Would you mind if I'm
I might allow the
statement.
Sorry, order. Sorry, I might allow the witness to finish the statement, and I'll throw to you first.
It's rather long.
The first
It's chewing
questions.
up an awful lot of time.
Yes, I will ask
I'll
Mr. Fleming to
be prompt.
Thank you.
The last two, I want to mention welfare and just really underline that the staff are deeply committed to welfare, and to the best of our knowledge, there's not been a single adverse welfare incident under this program, and there's no evidence that has come to us that says this has been an adverse welfare incident. That's an exceptional outcome. Of course, there's always a risk. If there is an incident, we'll be transparent and we'll adjust our procedures, but to date, fortunately, there have been none. Finally, I just wanted to make a couple of comments about the alleged activity at the Wagga Wagga property. I note, as you've heard today, there are investigations by several agencies with direct responsibility that are still underway. NPWS has not been involved in any of those site visits or investigations. This is because NPWS does not have statutory powers or functions for non-native animals on private land. I think the Minister talked about the allegation against an NPWS staff member and the fact it's been independently investigated and determined there is no case to answer. I won't run through the dot points that I think she has included in her letter and mentioned today, other than to some note that the bottom line there was that given the observation was, I think, given the nature of the program and the processes in place, it's highly unlikely that any conduct such as alleged would or could occur. And finally, there's a broader investigation into the administration of the program, which is ongoing, due to conclude with a report presented to the Secretary by the 14th of June. This is being managed by the Secretary and his office. It's at arm's length to National Parks and Wildlife Service. It's on the public record that an individual occupying that property was a registered rehomer, received horses between November 2020 and June 2023. That investigation will look both at the rehoming program, its administration generally, and the provision of horses to that individual. And I mention that because given that review is in process, I don't intend to comment further on matters that relate to the administration of that program or the allocation of horses to the individual. I will say I support what the Minister said earlier today, that obviously if the review indicates that improvements can be made, and often reviews do, then those improvements will be put in place. And I do finally say, in that respect, I think one of the key challenges for government overall and all of our agencies is how to manage the post-rehoming risk when NPWS does not have powers and functions outside the park. Thank you for giving me the latitude to finish that.
Thank you. Ms Sackler, did you have an opening statement?
No, happy to go straight to questions.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll start with the Honourable Robert Borsak.
Yeah, thank you. Mr Fleming, you talked about there, and you obviously paraphrased what the Minister said this morning in relation to the broad-toothed rat, but why now, 5 minutes after this inquiry gets started, on this day at least anyway, is suddenly the status of the broad-toothed rat lifted? And I'm not suggesting its status is wrong now, but if it was so important that it be protected, why wasn't this talked about 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 years ago? Why is it worse now all of a sudden? Isn't it a little bit convenient?
No,
putting this on the table now?
The broad-toothed rat has been listed as threatened for some time. It was uplifted by the Commonwealth. Oh, I don't have the date off the top of my head.
So you've been asleep at the wheel. You should have uplifted it years ago then. Is that what you're telling us?
No, it was uplifted by the Commonwealth not too long ago, and the State Committee, which for the record, is not part of the National Parks and Wildlife Service portfolio, it's part of the broader environment portfolio, goes through a rigorous process, and I saw the notification only in the last 24 hours of this decision coming up tomorrow.
It's not been discussed and it's only been raised today for the first time, so that's interesting coincidence. But just moving on, the committee heard today from the RSPCA that it has obvious deficiencies in its skills, knowledge and expertise to oversee and give advice to reach a conclusion on what is purportedly observing in relation to your shooting campaign, whether it's humane or not. Notwithstanding, the RSPCA CEO, when questioned, asked the RSPCA if the RSPCA supports the installation of video monitoring systems, VMSs, on the helicopters and firearms used by National Parks and Wildlife Service and other fast program shooters. Given that there is a relatively inexpensive tamper-proof VMS system used on a number of commercial fisheries around Australia for auditing humane fishery practices, will you categorically state here that you, as the head of this shooting program, will install VMS systems on all helicopters, on skids, etc., and firearms used in aerial shooting, and that these videos can then capture and independently be audited by the RSPCA? Can you answer that question for us?
What I can say is that if the committee makes a recommendation as part of the government, I'll contribute to a response to that recommendation. But
Well, I'm asking you the question now.
Yeah, and I'm telling you
why
that
won't
if
you give the RSPCA, because you, in a previous hearing, when I asked you about that, you said you were not going to install it.
well, I'm not going to recommend to government that it be installed.
Why not? You don't want to be audited?
Because your committee will presumably consider it and make a recommendation. And if the government asks the question, should we do it, then the government will need to consider why you would do that just for aerial shooting, why you would not do it for ground shooting, why you would not do it for recreational shooting.
I'm not talking about ground shooting, I'm not talking about recreational shooting.
No.
I am talking about the VMS system, which today the RSPCA said in evidence today they would support in relation to the audit of the current program that you are conducting.
Well, I've given you an answer in terms of we as an agency would constructively contribute to any government response to the inquiry. But I'll flag with you a couple of concerns. One is, as I think was raised at the last hearing, that is getting close to surveillance in the workplace. That will raise a whole series of industrial issues. I'm not going to try and think about those off the top of my head.
Fleming, that's a cop-out. What it's going to do is show what's actually happening on the ground with shooting horses with inadequate calibers. That's actually what's going to happen.
No, well, I disagree with you. Both in relation to the shooting and in relation to the fact that surveillance in the workplace is not an issue.
Problem?
And the second thing I'll say is, if the government's going to consider that, they'll presumably consider it.
Well, why don't you make
at
a recommendation that it
level,
should be done?
At a whole of government level, and
to prove
they'll
that what you're
consider
doing
whether
is
it
humane
is
and normal.
Aerial shooting, ground shooting, recreational shooting. I don't understand why.
Don't try and muddy the
separate
waters.
them.
This is helicopter shooting we're talking about.
You've asked
not
me for my
ground
view.
shooting, not recreational shooting, no other shooting at all. We're talking about what's happening on helicopters, and you using 308s to shoot animals up to 15 times to try to kill them.
We gave you a really detailed response after a previous hearing.
I read the response and it wasn't adequate. You don't explain what's going on. And the RSPCA this morning actually walked away from their support of you.
Well, I disagree with the assertions you've made, and I'll refer you to the response we gave after the previous hearing, where we went through in some detail and identified why effectively what the equipment we're using, why the ballistics are more than adequate for the job
Are
at
you
hand.
a ballistics expert?
No, that's why I
Did
listened
you
to...
produce a
that's
ballistic
why-
expert report
that's
in
why-
relation to those
that's
firearms and projectiles?
That's why
No, you didn't.
I listened to the experts, and that's why
Well, who are the
we've
experts?
given
Can you have them put a paper, please? This committee's heard from experts who, at the very start of this inquiry, told us that what is being done and was at that time was already being done was not humane and not adequate. 308s may be good for shooting pigs, but they don't qualify for shooting horses up to 15 times.
Well, I disagree with you, and
You disagree with me?
other experts.
Okay, can you please give me the basis upon which you disagree? Can I have a paper on it, please?
I'll happily go back and see
Would you like to take that on notice?
if there's anything we need to add to our previous response.
I'd like to get a paper from you that explicitly tells us that this is exactly what should be done, and you can go all over the world to look for it, Mr. Fleming, and you won't find it.
There are a whole series of references listed in the previous response we gave you. I'll go through those and see if there's anything else.
Shooting
that we
animals a
should
number of times
provide.
quickly doesn't assuage what's going on.
We agree to disagree.
The Honourable Westphane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for coming and appearing again today. Some of you we've already had before the committee, others... now I'm going to struggle with pronouncing your surname. Sukla. I'll try to remember that. Welcome for the first time. Mr. Fleming, I'll start with you. Obviously, we received a letter from the Minister overnight, and that provided, I guess, some clarity in relation to the investigation that has been undertaken by National Parks and Wildlife Service in relation to issues...
Sorry, it was not undertaken by National Parks and Wildlife Service.
Okay, let me correct. The Secretary of the Department, I guess, provided the avenue for the investigation, and the external agencies provided that support, and it has involved a number of National Parks and Wildlife staff. The Minister, in her letter, says affected staff. What does she mean by affected staff?
I I don't know, you have to ask the Minister, I think.
Well, I did ask the Minister and she sort of fobbed off the question, but it was a strange phrase, I thought, the affected staff in relation to the matter.
Yeah, sorry, I can't comment.
Okay. Did she mean that the staff that are involved in rehoming of Brumbies, do you think?
As I said, I can't comment.
Okay. Which staff were investigated or which staff were interviewed?
Well, again, I'm not going to comment on that, sorry.
Why not though?
Because that was an investigation that was done, it was commissioned by the Secretary, conducted by an independent investigator, and it hasn't been released.
I appreciate that, but
I think the Minister offered to release it with certain things redacted, but I'm not going to preempt any of that.
No, I appreciate that, but I guess I'm trying to understand, given the limited evidence, and obviously I have questions about the timing of this letter. This letter was sent late last night, mere less than 24 hours before we are having a hearing today. It provides no detail whatsoever, but effectively clears a staff member of allegations unsaid, of a staff member unsaid, and it provides no detail in relation to how that investigation was occurred. Yet we're supposed to, on face value, accept that the Minister's letter is accurate, and you're telling me that I can't ask questions about the investigation. That seems extraordinarily strange to me, Mr. Fleming.
The investigation was commissioned by the Secretary or his office. It was conducted by a independent private investigator. I understand the Secretary has, I think there's something that's been posted on our website this afternoon, which I think contains similar information to what you've read out from the Minister's letter.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think it's relatively clear. It's basically saying that, of the 2760 horses that have been trapped and removed, all but one have been accounted for. It's saying you have multiple staff present through all of these operations, and detailed records are kept, making it very difficult for one staff member to act alone.
Yep.
It's saying the staff member against whom the allegations was made had no involvement in decisions to allocate horses, and it's saying the horses are free, there's an unlimited supply, and they're basically made available on request.
Yep.
So it's hard to see what incentive there is for the conduct that was alleged. When
Well,
you put all
we'll
that
get to that.
together, when you put all that together, what you have is an independent investigation that has said
No,
basically...
I have a state. No, Mr. Fleming. No, that's not what we have. We're going to take a step back. Second dot point.
I just would say I welcome the outcome.
I've no doubt you do, Mr. Fleming.
Yeah.
Not the question I'm asking. Taking a step back, in the second dot point, the Minister says multiple staff are required and are present when trapping occurs, and detailed records are kept of trapping activity. Now, I asked the Minister today if she had absolute confidence in the record-keeping National Parks and Wildlife Service, and we did a little dance in relation to the way that was answered, but ultimately I think we've heard evidence. There's been evidence from rehomers, and the Chair has certainly spoken to this, that once this issue around rehoming was raised, National Parks and Wildlife Service suddenly sought responses from rehomers as to the whereabouts and the outcome in relation to Brumbies that had been through the rehoming process. It would seem to me that there was not detailed records kept, that there was actually an absolute vacuum of evidence that National Parks and Wildlife Service were supposed to keep that weren't. Is that a fair assumption?
I should just add, I think I will echo what the Minister said this morning also about the fact that rehomers do a great job, and that
I agree.
I think this number won't be exact, but I think if you go back right to the beginning of the program, I've been told it's close to 3,000 horses that have been rehomed, and there have been very, very few incidents during that period, which I think is testament to the fact that there's a lot of good work that's done by a lot of good people. In relation to your specific question, I'll repeat what I said at the beginning, which is there's an inquiry, an investigation underway. If that investigation identifies things that can be done better in terms of administration and bookkeeping and so on, then those recommendations to strengthen the project would, program will, I'm sure, be embraced.
But you can understand why I've got a bit of a problem here, though, Mr. Fleming, because on one hand, the minister, late at night, for an inquiry, let me finish, tables a letter saying that the detailed records, the evidence has all been looked at and we've cleared the person. And yet, when I've asked questions about this, you've said that there's a review underway, there's things we can do better. I think it's pretty clear from the evidence that we have that the record keeping itself has been lax.
What evidence are you talking about?
Well, as I've said, the rehoming program, once this matter in Wagga was broadcast through the media, there was a sudden, swath of emails that had left from National Parks and Wildlife Service asking rehomers what happened in relation to horses. Now, I suspect that was because there is a statutory, or there is a requirement in the guidelines from National Parks and Wildlife Service for people to update and provide within 4 months what the outcomes are of a Brumby, and I suspect that hasn't been followed up. So the minister has said that there's detailed records that have been looked at and we've cleared this person, but we know that the process itself has been somewhat flawed. Now, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that there's a review underway and there's flawed processes in relation to record keeping, but the records have been reviewed and the person's cleared.
Well,
do you understand the issue there?
No, I don't, because I don't.
You don't?
The two are not.
You're an experienced public servant, Mr. Fleming,
the two are not
and you don't see the problem with that.
With respect, and I do mean it with respect, I think there's a logical flaw in your argument.
Okay,
but if you allow me to address it,
sure.
I think on the latter point, an independent investigator has looked at the allegation against a staff member and essentially said there's nothing that can be substantiated. So I'm paraphrasing. So that's one point.
Right.
The other point you're raising, if you let me finish, please. The other point you're raising is you're saying that some rehomers haven't filled in forms to say what happened to their horses after a few months. Now, that's the subject of an inquiry, so I'm not going to comment on that other than to say, as I said at the beginning, that if there are things that can be done to improve the process, then I'm sure they'll be embraced.
But you would agree that if there's questions around certain aspects of the rehoming program and there's questions around the record keeping in certain aspects of that rehoming program, there must certainly be questions around the documentation that's already been kept, and therefore the documents that the investigator has used to clear this person. There's got to be some questions around that.
No, I don't think you're right.
Okay. Now, we've heard in evidence that there are Brumbies that are captured that are obviously going through the rehoming process, and I've indicated to the Minister that there's also evidence that we have that there are Brumbies that are captured that seem to be not going through the rehoming process. Now, the evidence that we've received has been also provided by the person that provided it to us to both National Parks and Wildlife Service and the RSPCA. Now, in relation to that, have you investigated that? Have you considered that in the findings that have been provided here? And if not, why not?
I don't know what evidence you're referring to, Mr. Fang. I can tell you that the horses that are trapped and then removed, if there is a home for them to go to, they're rehomed. If there is no home for them to go to, and this is the case for many horses because rehomers often have fairly specific requirements. The horses that are not wanted, if you like, by rehomers will go to the knackery. But I don't really understand your question, but in part that might be because you're referring to evidence that and not identifying what that evidence is. So I
No,
can't
I
comment
appreciate
on
that, but I guess I'm not saying this in a vacuum. I'm saying this in relation to the evidence that was provided to us has been...
What evidence?
Evidence that there are brumbies that are captured out of Kosciuszko National Park that aren't being counted in the rehoming process, but are being directly...
With respect, Mr. Fang, that's an assertion. That's not evidence. What evidence?
Well, it's my understanding that that assertion with evidence has been provided to National Parks and Wildlife Service, to you, and has also been provided to the RSPCA, and that no action has been taken.
To the best of my knowledge, I can't recall any evidence to that effect. I think I would, but if you are willing to provide it to me, I'll consider it and obviously give you a response. I mean, I'm struggling a little bit to understand.
And I appreciate that. I guess I am being
is.
somewhat opaque because it has been evidence that's been provided to this committee, and there are processes that we undergo as well. I'm just seeking to understand whether you recall it, and you say you don't, and that's fine. I'll move on from there, but I just wanted to see if you...
As you're aware, Mr. Fang, there have been a range of allegations over the years about the management of horses in Kosciuszko. The best thing to do would be to provide us with the specific evidence that you're referring to, and we'll respond to it. And obviously, anything that, if there's a serious accusation and evidence to support it, it gets investigated. That's what has just happened, and that's what we would. That's what we would do.
Is that a convening time for government questions? I've only got two.
I was actually going to throw to the Honourable Susan Carter
sure.
first, and then I was going to throw to you if that's okay. I might come back to you, Wes, if there's
I've got two more questions, but yes.
I think there might be time.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I wonder, Mr. Fleming, if there was an allegation that brumbies were perhaps being diverted and not officially included in the count, upon receiving that allegation, what would National Parks and Wildlife Service do?
Well, I think it's a hypothetical, so the best way for me to answer it is
Sorry, just to be clear, when you say hypothetical, are you saying that nobody has ever come to you or any of your officers?
No, I guess what I was going to say is...
saying that we believe that this is happening.
Let me rephrase it. The best way for me to answer that is to point to what happened with the allegation that was made only a few weeks ago.
Yes.
When that was made, the Secretary of the Department established an independent inquiry. So I envisage something similar would happen if there was evidence to support an accusation of that kind.
So, sorry, when you say evidence, are you saying the threshold for an investigation is being provided with evidence, or is the threshold for an investigation an allegation or a concern that is being raised?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I'm struggling at the moment because...
Process, Chris. So if a concerned member of the public rings up and says, I'm tremendously concerned because I have seen this happening, or I have seen this truck driver doing this, or I have observed these horses in a place where I wouldn't expect to see them, I'm tremendously concerned that the plan of management for brumbies is not being followed.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Well, as I said, I think the best response to that is to point to what happened when it occurred a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Which is the Secretary of the Department established an independent inquiry. Mm-hmm. That was conducted at arm's length to National Parks and Wildlife Service.
And were all the people who raised issues, were they spoken to as part of this inquiry process?
I can't answer that in relation to that because that's getting into a report that hasn't yet been released. But I want to assure... Can I assure you that, or provide some assurance, that if there's an allegation, and it's hard for me to answer in the abstract, but if someone comes forward and says, I have witnessed horses being taken from national parks in a particular... I mean, to me, again, this is an abstract sort of hypothetical, but if someone's coming with enough evidence to say...
You keep saying it's hypothetical. Does that suggest that you haven't received these reports from people?
Well, as I said to Mr Fang, there are lots of allegations that have been made.
So therefore it's not a
I've
hypothetical
said,
situation. This must occur, and I'm inquiring as to the process, the standard process that you would have in place. That's surely part of the training. You know, we get a report, what do we do with it?
Yes, and there's a multi-stage process, but I'll take on notice the question and give you a proper answer.
Could you take on notice and could you provide the committee with details of what the procedure is?
Sure.
And also could you provide the committee with details of the process which was followed in relation to the inquiry which you're speaking about?
I will, but that response will come from the Secretary, I think, not from National Parks and Wildlife
We're happy with wherever it comes
Service.
from, and specifically whether anybody who raised concerns was spoken to as part of the inquiry process?
I'm happy to take that on notice, and the Secretary will respond here.
Thank you very much. And look, I just have a couple of questions very briefly in relation to the culling process itself. So this is done by National Park staff, or you have contractors who come in?
National Park staff.
National Park staff. And you provide all the equipment that they need for this process?
Correct.
Okay. And were guns purchased specifically for this, or was there an existing stock of guns that you had on hand?
I'd have to take that on notice.
If you could. Yeah. And could you also, and the guns that are used, what was the decision-making process for deciding that these particular guns were appropriate?
Happy to take that on notice.
And could you also take on notice the same question with respect to the selection of ammunition?
I can, but again, I'd refer you, there's a 2 or 3 page response that deals with that issue.
If you would be kind enough, even if you just provide that again,
Sure.
so it's in one place.
Yep.
What's the review process for ensuring that the initial gun selection and the ammunition selection is in fact fit for purpose?
I'll cover that in the response. As I said, some of that has been addressed in the response and the information that we've already provided to the committee.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
The Honourable
Chair.
Stephen Lawrence.
Just a couple of questions for you, Mr Fleming. There was a suggestion made earlier today in the evidence from a particular individual who suggested that there should be an end to all aerial culling of animals in New South Wales effectively.
Yeah.
Can you give the committee an idea of what that would mean for national parks, what it would mean for endangered animals and so forth?
Yeah, I can. But I think the impact would be even greater on agriculture than it is for the environment. I won't get the numbers precisely right, but the local land service, for example, have removed somewhere, I think it's in excess of 70,000 pigs in the last 9 to 12 months. As I said, I won't have the precise time frame. I mean, that's an extraordinary number of animals causing extraordinary damage to agriculture. So that was all, or almost all, done by aerial shooting, or the vast majority of it. So if aerial shooting was to stop, you could expect an impact on agriculture that would, I'm guessing, be in the tens of millions at a minimum of dollars every year impact. And it would severely impact the livelihood of many people on the land. In terms of the environment, we already have the worst mammal extinction rate in the world. You could expect extreme impacts on our national parks, on the environment outside of our national parks, on the many threatened species that are impacted by either feral predators or feral herbivores, particularly feral herbivores. So, I mean, the impacts to the community are loss of our natural heritage. But as I said, I think the immediate and severe economic impacts on people, on communities, on families and on their livelihoods would be very severe.
Just one last question. Have there been any adverse incidents in the park in recent times that the committee should be aware of involving horses?
That's a good question. We have had at least 2 car accidents in the last month, where people were hitting horses. So that is another risk that's often not discussed. but there are roads that go through Kosciuszko National Park, and the risk of collision obviously increases with as populations of feral animals grow, and in some parts of the state, I think people are noticing that with the increase in deer populations, but it's also an issue when you have large feral horse population, and the impact of hitting a horse is obviously significant.
Thanks, Mr. Fleming.
I might jump in with a few questions just to follow up on that one. What's the speed limit on the roads inside national parks? I imagine there's a lot of animals that could be hit by these cars.
I assume that there's different speed limits in different parts of the park. So,
and I'm assuming those speed limits would potentially be based on the risk of animals and the risk on human life, or not?
Some of the roads are not managed by national parks, so we wouldn't be making those decisions.
Can I ask a follow-up?
You can ask a follow-up on the speed, and then,
Yes.
and then I'll.
Well, no,
ask my
sorry.
questions.
Yes. Are any of those horses running away from helicopter operations?
No.
They hit? You sure?
Not to my knowledge, and I'd be very surprised if
Have
that
you
was
checked?
the case. Well, there wasn't a helicopter in operation when it happened, so I can be pretty confident.
Could I ask you on notice then to please find out what the speed limit was on those roads that you're referring to?
Yep.
And whether there's been any consideration on those speed limits of the fact that there's probably a large number of animals in that same space, which would obviously be at risk.
Happy to take that on notice. Again, just noting some of the roads aren't managed by the National Park Service.
No, but you mentioned it obviously here as evidence in regards to the fact that,
I'm happy to
there
take
has
it on
been
notice. 2
horses hit. And I think that that's relevant information if that's going to be put on the record to find out what actually the speed limit is. The rules for rehoming have been removed from the National Parks website. When was that removed?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, so again, I'll take that on notice.
Do you know why it was removed?
Off the top of my head, no. I assume I'm not involved in every decision, so I'm happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. I understand that prior to these rules being removed, one of the rules that was on the website was that it required rehomers to give an update to national parks about the fate of brumbies that had been rehomed after 4 months. Is it your understanding that this practice was taking place?
Well, as I said in response to one of Mr. Fang's questions, that will be one of the issues that the inquiry looks at, so I won't comment on the specifics other than to note the 2 general points I made earlier, one of which is that I think one of the challenges for government, and I mean across agencies, is that National Parks doesn't have responsibility for things off-park or any powers off-park. So the risks related to rehoming that are off-park, how do we address those? And secondly, I think I mentioned that obviously if there are improvements in how we administer the scheme that are identified in that review, then I think we would embrace those.
As part of that review, will that consider the fact that there's been complaints to a variety of agencies, including parks that date back to 2017, particularly in regards to this particular individual in Wagga?
Well, to the extent,
I
think the terms of reference are on our website. So to the extent those complaints fit within the terms of reference, yes. I think to the extent you're raising a broader point, which is, if you like, the need for improved communication between government agencies. I think that's something that on any issue is always important, and probably will. I would have thought be addressed by the inquiry.
Was Parks doing any audits or inspections beyond just these forms? I'm not talking about the individual case, I'm talking generally. Was the rehoming process that after 4 months there would be a form sent and that was just taken as fact, if that form was actually part of that process, or was there any way of actually ensuring that those forms were accurate?
I don't think I can add to my previous response, which is that's a matter that'll be subject to the inquiry.
Sorry, I'm not asking about the inquiry into this individual case. I'm asking generally about the process that National Parks has been using for X number of years in regards to that, to the rehoming process.
And the inquiry looks both at the general application of the guidelines and the specific application of them to the Wagga Wagga case. So that's why I say
but I'm not
the
asking
issue.
about the Wagga Wagga case. I'm just asking what's National Parks' process.
No, you're asking about the general application of the guidelines, and that's a matter that's subject to the review.
So you don't don't know if there was any audits or inspections or any other process. I just don't understand. I can understand why you can't talk about an active investigation that's being done by the department, but I don't understand why you can't talk about what the process of parks has been previously for X number of years, which
this is so there is an active investigation or review into
yes, I understand
the
that, and I'm not asking you to talk about that. I'm asking you just to talk about the process that parks use.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to explain is that is precisely the subject of the review. The review is not just looking at how the guidelines were applied in the Wagga case. The review is looking at how the guidelines were applied or used generally.
And you can't, you can't discuss what processes Parks has ever taken in the past because of this review. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that review is on foot. So I think it's appropriate for me not to try and answer that question while the review is being undertaken. The Minister has indicated, I think this morning that, or early this afternoon, that she would likely publish, or she expected that review would be published. So I'm sure that there'll be an opportunity for us to
the Minister's
talk
comments
at that
were
point.
really about the investigation and the investigation that was taking place. She wasn't saying that we can't ask general questions about the work of Parks over the last 50 years. I think that's kind of taking it maybe a little bit too far. I'm just asking some general questions about the processes that Parks used previously.
Yeah, and I guess I'm doing my best to respond by saying I think the appropriate thing for me at this point in time is to indicate that there's a review into the questions that you're asking, or the precise questions that you're asking, and I think I should not try and preempt that review, but allow the review to...
Mr. Fleming, where's the prejudice in relation to you providing a response to Ms. Hurst? The review can happen, that's fine. The review can publish its position, but there is no prejudice on that investigation for you to provide Ms. Hurst.
Well, you're asking...
That seems like obfuscation to me.
It's not well, basically, Ms. Hurst is asking a question that we will address as part of that inquiry, and I think it's more appropriate to address it as part of that inquiry. And I'm sure the outcome of that inquiry will then be subject of further discussion.
Mr. Fleming, in this Parliament, in the job of holding governments to account, there are any number of reviews that occur at any number of times. That doesn't mean that members of this Parliament and members of this upper house can't ask questions in relation to that. What you're seeking to do is to say, because there is a review happening, I can't be asked any questions, or will I provide a response? That is not, I think, standard for any public servant, nor is it the case. So Ms. Hurst has asked you a question. I think for you to hide behind there is a review happening is not appropriate. I'd ask you to provide an answer to Ms. Hurst.
Point of order. It's entirely for the witness how he answers. It's entirely for the witness how he answers. And if he wants to assert some form of executive privilege or confidentiality or take something on notice, he is categorically entitled to do that.
Where's the executive privilege?
I'm not suggesting any particular thing, but for Mr. Fang to pontificate... I'm not actually finished. I'm not finished.
Oh, okay.
And for Mr. Fang to try to, in effect, bully him into giving an answer, he's not entitled to do that. If he's got a point of order in relation to what the witness has or hasn't done, he should take a point of order, not lecture the witness, who, of course, is more than entitled to stand up for himself and doing it very capably, but he shouldn't do it nonetheless.
To that point of order, the witness is entitled to answer the question how he chooses, but the witness is required to provide an answer. This is a process of inquiry, and we are inquiring, and it's very difficult to inquire if the answer is, sorry, can't tell you till something else is finished. It's entirely appropriate that an answer in whatever form is actually provided. And if the witness needs to take it on notice, then the witness is free to do that as well.
Further to the point of order, the thing that I was taking issue with was the suggestion that Mr. Fang was putting that somehow the witness could be compelled to provide a particular answer. He is responding to the question, doing so as he sees fit.
Look, I do uphold part of the point of order, particularly in regards to the fact that the Honourable Wes Fang should have actually taken a point of order, probably through me rather than actually directly to the witness. However, I will also uphold the part of the point of order raised by the Honourable Susan Carter, that you are compelled to a degree to provide an answer. I understand, and as I was saying earlier, I do understand the sensitivities around the investigation. What I don't understand is that you're not able to discuss anything to do with the work of parks in any sense around rehoming because of a review that has nothing really specifically to do with the investigation. My question was quite specific. It was asking whether or not National Parks has a process beyond the forms to ensure whether there's inspections or audits. I'm happy for you to take it on notice if you need to. However, I would encourage you to answer it, given I believe that it is truly outside of any kind of investigation into this incident in Wagga.
So, Ms Hurst, I'm basically just trying to do the right thing, and the question you've asked, I believe, to be a question that is central to the inquiry that is underway. And that is the basis upon which I thought it was inappropriate for me to give you an answer when it is squarely within the remit of the inquiry that is underway. However, maybe the best way forward is for me to take that on notice, and I'll get some advice about the extent to which I can respond in a way that doesn't compromise or isn't seen to be inappropriate in terms of that inquiry.
Thank you. In regards to the, and I know I'm sort of touching a little bit on the inquiry here, so I'm happy to sort of just nut through it in regards to what we can talk about.
Yeah.
One thing that's obviously come up quite a bit today is the significant number of brumbies that were rehomed to one individual. I'm just wondering if that's common, where there was quite a few rehomers potentially that have taken a large number of animals as part of a rehoming organisation.
So I can answer that at a very high level, I think, which is just to say that the purpose, the purpose really of the scheme is for NPWS to provide horses to rehomers, not for NPWS to rehome directly. So there's always been a minimum number of horses. You couldn't go to parks and get a single horse, for example. So in that sense, without going into the detail that I think is within the province of the inquiry, my answer would be that it's not uncommon for, in fact, everyone has to take more than 5 horses at a time. So there have been rehomers that have been around for a long period of time and accepting, significant number of horses.
I'm sure you can understand the frustration from the community, and particularly from genuine rehoming organisations, that they've now been suspended from what seems to be a failure to properly regulate and oversee, a rogue operator, essentially. And that obviously at the same time there's this mass aerial killing continuing. We've discussed about, a significant part of the population that are very distressed by that. And it becomes more distressing when they can't even step in to save a few. What is your department doing to ensure that rehoming can recommence ASAP?
We'll be cooperating with the inquiry so that the inquiry can complete its process in the scheduled timeframe.
Surely there's at least some rehomers that are considered trustworthy, they've been verified, who have submitted all the correct paperwork. Is your department advocating that there are, and obviously parks would have worked directly with some of these rehomers, so can very clearly advocate on behalf of them. Are you taking that information to the Minister to try to make sure that some rehoming can start up again?
I might just clarify. I think the Minister might have indicated this earlier, but the inquiry process, both for the allegation against a specific staff member and this review into the administration of rehoming, they're both being conducted at arm's length to NPWS, and likewise the decision to pause rehoming is not. That's not
I understand it's not your decision. I understand it's not your decision. That wasn't my question.
I think what I can say is, I echo what I said earlier and what the Minister said, in that we recognise that there is so much good work done by a large number of people and has been over the years in terms of rehoming. There is a process underway. It's really important that process is carried out. It's carried out with integrity, and to the extent it generates recommendations about how that rehoming process can be improved, then those recommendations are rapidly implemented. So we'll be working as productively and as we can with the inquiry to ensure that that is completed on schedule, and we'll be ready to implement a decision of the government in terms of rehoming when that process is complete.
So I guess my question really was, is your department doing anything to help speed up the process to try and get rehoming started up again?
Well, we're not running the inquiry, so I can't speed up the process of the inquiry.
I'm not asking about the process of the inquiry sped up. I'm asking if the department's doing anything for the rehomers that you've just said, are wonderful, they're doing great work.
Yep.
Is the department doing anything to advocate for them while this process is underway?
I don't think it's appropriate for us to advocate. The best thing for us to do is to provide objective information to that inquiry so that the inquiry can be completed thoroughly and quickly.
The Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you. I've just got a few more questions for you, Mr. Fleming. In your opening statement, you talked about the fact that in the retention areas, you said you were going to remove a certain number in a certain period of time, and that you've reached that number now. Can I take it from that you will be ceasing aerial culling operations in the retention areas at this stage?
Correct.
Does that mean you can then reopen those retention areas now early so that people can actually access the park?
I'm happy to check that answer, but my answer today will be no, because the retention area and the removal areas are tightly sort of integrated, and we'll be continuing operations in removal areas. But obviously, throughout this process, we've aimed to keep the closures to a minimum, and when we have had to close, we've given as much notice as we can. And for that northern closure, I don't know if you're aware, we made arrangements for some of the operators who were overlapping by short periods to ensure that there are alternative arrangements or some flexibility. So our aim is always to minimise the impact of any closures. So I'm happy to take your question on notice.
I appreciate that, because I think there are business operators, there's tourist operators, even small cafes, for example, that rely on that tourist trade coming through, that are all impacted by the closure, and it's important.
I should add that every year there is a closure from, I think, Rob Smith, it's July through to about the beginning of September, at least for the roads and large parts of the north, given the winter.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I meant to ask that first up, but obviously
I'll happily go back and provide more information for you.
Thank you. You indicated that you believe that there was no single adverse animal welfare incident related to aerial culling. I spoke earlier to RSPCA, and they had responded to a complaint where there was Mr. Shannon Byrne had identified that there was potentially a horse that was shot through aerial culling means that was perhaps not quite as per the SOPs. I believe that there was an autopsy that was done.
I don't think that's... Oh, sorry, Shannon Burns might have made that allegation, but I think I think the RSPCA answered that in one of their previous hearings where they said they brought an independent vet. The independent vet said this has been done appropriately.
Well, the vet said that the shots were within the target area. However, ultimately that horse was found in autopsy to have its lungs full of blood. Now, it would seem that whilst the targeted area might have been shot appropriately with, I believe, 3 rounds, ultimately that horse passed away with adverse animal welfare outcomes.
I don't think that was the outcome.
Okay, so I guess that's my next question: is where a horse has effectively drowned in its own blood, that's not an adverse animal welfare outcome to you?
No, all I'm commenting on is that specific example that you've raised, and the advice to me and the advice that the RSPCA gave you at a recent hearing was that that horse was shot appropriately in accordance with the SOP.
Okay, and my last question is Supla. Oh, it's late, and I've been doing this all day. My last question's for you, because I didn't want you to feel like you were being left out here. Mr. Smith, I'm so sorry, but you're just going to have to sit there and smile, as you always do. Supla, a member of this committee indicated that there were, and I'll ask this question to the Minister as well, indicated that there were ongoing police investigations and that we shouldn't issue summonses because it might prejudice the investigation. And obviously that evidence had come out of the Premier's department because along with that evidence was given evidence that we would be receiving a letter from the Secretary. Ultimately, that wasn't the case. How was it that a member of the government on this committee was provided incorrect information?
Point of order.
There's been a point of order taken.
This has been asked earlier and explained as essentially a miscommunication. I just don't see how on earth a public servant could answer that question in the circumstances that we all have in common and understand. I mean, it's just
to the point of order. I mean, it's as much as Mr. Lawrence would like to dismiss it as, it's just a process matter, ultimately, it is of great concern that a government member provided incorrect information to this committee, and I'm just seeking to understand how that process occurred. And I think it's entirely relevant, and look, certainly, we've got a representative from the Premier's department here to answer questions. It's a valid question to ask.
Further to the point of order, it's also, as I understand it, confidential. Now, I suppose the cat's out of the bag, but it is something that took place in a deliberative hearing of this committee. No resolution was passed to publicise it. Yet it's sought to be used in a pretty transparently political way.
Well, it was pretty transparently political when it was given to us, and it was incorrect.
Look, the question has been put before. If the witness has a particular answer she would like to give, I welcome her to give it. However, the witness is also more than welcome to give no response if she doesn't feel that she's actually in a position to be able to answer such a question.
Thank you. I have no specific information that I can share relevant to that question.
Thank you.
I actually do have one last question for Ms. Sickler as well. The Minister indicated earlier today that she believes that the Premier's report that will come out on the 14th should be public. I'm wondering if you can confirm that.
Sorry, I think probably a clarification. The report that's coming out on the 14th, I think, is the DQ-led report into the both the general, the rehoming and the specific events in Wagga Wagga. So I can't speak to that. I do think the Minister may have committed, but I certainly can't make that commitment about whether or not that report would be published in her transcript. Just sort of, I guess, might be helpful. So the Premier's Department, as I think the Minister spoke to earlier today, central government agency, clearly we have a role in sort of supporting, helping coordinate, drive priorities of government. Our role in Wagga Wagga specifically has been on that individual event. And we were really asked to come in and help coordinate the many agencies who you've had a chance to speak to today. So we're not involved in a broader review or inquiry. We are very focused on just supporting the agencies that are currently investigating the events in Wagga.
So the Premier's department itself won't actually report on any of these matters?
That's correct.
Thank you. Are you able to give us any update in regards to what work has been done by the Premier's department in this space?
Yes, so, and I think the Minister shared this, it was the 18th, I think it was, of April. We were asked by the Premier's office and the Minister's office to step in and support this. We convened on the 19th a meeting, and again, I can give you, if you wish, of all the agencies that we thought would be
we do have a list
involved.
of those.
I think there are a couple that are missing, so I'm happy to to add those if that's helpful. Really, since that time, we have been in conversation with any and all agencies that, through that original sort of roundtable meeting, identified that they had information, that they had particular legislative responsibilities that were potentially activated through the Wagga Wagga incident, and we are just really in playing a role of coordinating, getting updates from those agencies, joining dots between agencies where that's appropriate, and continuing to brief the Premier and relevant ministers on that work.
Did you think to invite the Animal Welfare League?
The Animal Welfare League? I do not think they were.
Because I'll be honest, I don't think you can have much faith in the RSPCA to do any good here, so maybe you need to invite them to come and have a look.
I note the time.
That's not a question. So, I mean, the question is...
Madam Chair, if there's time, I have one last question. Mr Fleming, thank you for your evidence in relation to the fact that you had received a report, the horse with the blood in its lungs, you'd received a report from the RSPCA, shot in accordance with all the protocols. Under what circumstances would you review your protocols to ensure that they were adequate?
Can I clarify? I was referring to the evidence, not a report that the RSPCA gave us, but the evidence that the RSPCA gave to, I think it's the Proctor Committee or the Proctor Inquiry.
I suppose the question stands.
So I think the important thing to note is we have an independent vet, or independent vets in fact, who observe, actually are in the helicopter observing operations. So they did that at the beginning of the program. They've since come back and done that a second time. So they're observing and measuring some of the key parameters around the program. And that's, for example, the report that indicates median time to insensibility of 5 seconds, and so on. The RSPCA come along at a time of their choosing, and I think they've now done this on 3 occasions, and will observe operations, and they have tended to autopsy a number of horses when they are observing operations. So we have in place mechanisms. Obviously we've got our own internal processes so that we have staff who are asking questions of the shooters and making sure that that everything is being done in accordance with the standard operating procedures. If there was an adverse welfare incident, we would review that incident and determine what the appropriate response to that is. And it's, I think I said in my opening, there's always risk. There's risk whether you're doing trapping and rehoming, ground shooting or aerial shooting. Any form of control carries risk. So we can't guarantee that there'll never be an adverse outcome. We're fortunate that there hasn't been to date with the aerial shooting, and if there is, then we will respond to it.
Would you regard a horse with blood in its lungs as an adverse outcome?
I'd be guided by the advice that the RSPCA gave to Proctor, and they've confirmed that to me in an email, just to say, yes, this is the advice we gave to the inquiry, and because I'd only read the transcript. And so the the
So you
advice
take no
that they've
independent
given.
responsibility
I know
for
the
these
time,
matters?
Chair.
The
We just
advice-
going to keep this
I'll
discussion here or not?
I'll
or-
allow the member to finish one last question.
Well,
What I'm trying to say is the advice that has come from the RSPCA, and they had an independent vet with them, I understand, was that there was no issue that needed follow-up.
In what circumstances would you independently consider the protocols rather than always simply relying on reports from third parties?
If there was an adverse welfare incident, and I can't give you a precise definition of that because that could be one of a number of things.
Is a horse that dies with blood in its lungs an adverse outcome?
This was all covered in the first hearing.
Not in. I'm advised not in that instance.
Sorry, yeah, no, I apologise. I apologise.
No, that's okay. That's fine. Thank you, and thank you to our final witnesses for giving time to give evidence today. I believe there were some questions taken on notice, and look, the committee may have further questions. I know not everybody had the chance to exhaust all their questions, in which case the Secretariat will be in contact about those questions, and thank you again for your time today.